things that have been possessed by demons, and they are inanimate objects, obviously. Is there anything you want to add to that? Or
No, I mean, I think we're specifically looking at the ones that are the most popular and the ones that have had movies made about them, and then but mostly these dolls being not like spirits or whatever, but demonic possessed. Like, you know, everyone has a theory, but this is
so like my mother-in-law.
That's probably true for most people. But going over the stories of them and how these dolls have left its mark on culture, on our pop culture.
So if you're watching right now, we are on YouTube, we are on Abstract, we are on X, and that is at Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. So don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. If you're watching on Abstract, make sure that you follow us. And obviously the same goes for Twitch and X as well. And whatever platform you choose, we appreciate you, but we are trying to build our YouTube, so if you can go over to the YouTube and hit the subscribe button, like and engage, much appreciated. All right, let's get into it.
All right, our first doll, you want to pull up the picture?
Yeah, which one is it?
Annabelle, because she's the most popular doll. And what people don't understand is she does not look like she does in the movies. Annabelle is very much a Raggedy Ann doll that has been said that it is possessed by a demon. So I didn't realize that this doll isn't as old as I thought it was, this whole story. So this starts in 1970 when a student was given this large Raggedy Ann doll as a birthday gift. And her roommate just noticed that the doll was moving on its own. It was like started subtly and appearing in different positions, not how they left it, not where they left it. It would be in different rooms in the apartment, like weird stuff, like just randomly doing weird things. It even escalated to the point where they would find little pieces of paper that were like, please help me or help me, all over the house. The messages, everyone was like freaking out. So it intensified to the fact where people were getting scratched when they came too close around the chest. People could feel someone pulling on them anytime they were too close to Annabelle. They even had a medium who said that the doll...
A medium? Does that mean they're like...
No, they're not
a
a
large
steak.
shirt
No,
size.
They're not a steak.
Medium well.
No.
Okay.
So like
just wanted to, like clarify for the chat. A medium, guys.
Like a seance.
So a psychic seance.
I have my.
One of those. They have like the little finger bells and they dance with the pointy shoes.
I don't know. When I think of seance and psychics, I think of like the big crystal ball, and everyone's holding hands and saying weird things. Or maybe that's just because
everybody thinks I have a crystal ball. They're like, Oz, can you look into your crystal ball and tell us the future every single day? And I'm just like, you know what? Every time you ask me what's in the crystal ball, it gets a little bit fuzzier every time.
No, that's definitely not.
Unless you donate, obviously. If you donate, it gets really clear. Either. It's like it polishes it up,
Okay, so
I'm just messing.
The medium claims that the doll is possessed by a spirit of a young girl named Annabelle Higgins, who had died on the property several years before. And feeling sad, they gave the spirit permission to stay with them. When the paranormal activity escalated, the original owners were called in. They concluded that the doll wasn't inhabited by a child spirit, but which they said doesn't possess objects, but was being manipulated by a demonic entity, which means they were just manipulating the doll, making it like, oh no, I'm a cute little girl stuck inside a doll, don't get rid of me, when it really was just something horrible and demonic. Because that's like the case with most things. They pretend to be a little girl. Like, oh, I'm a little girl, don't...
Little girls are the devil.
They aren't, but that's how they used it. Anyways, because...
My mama said little girls are the devil.
No. Her activity got worse and worse, and then they
So-
put her in the box.
Activity? You mean like
She was
what
physically
happened?
okay. So she was either physically lashing out, knocking things over. She was never where she was supposed to be. They'd put her in one room, they'd find her in another.
You know, there's this story I have, and we had this like tiki face thing, and me and my friends like growing up, and there were a couple of girls that were in the house, you know, my friends' girlfriends at the time, and we were pretending that this thing was alive and it was doing things and it would move, and we would turn it upside down and put it in different places. They'd wake up in the morning and be like right next to them on the pillow. It was
messed up.
so like I could imagine that there could be some human interaction with this, like
Everyone just messing with each other.
yeah, like I mean it's all fun and games, like it's kind of normal for people to play tricks on each other, so like
Absolutely.
I give that a little bit of validity here.
I mean,
but
I could see where you're going with that, but according to these people who experienced it, from visitors and everything, the scratching, the feeling like they're overheating to where they're gonna pass out. Like, I mean, that's like moving something. What do you want? Like moving something, that kind of stuff, that's a whole different ball game. Like scratching people, these people really believe these things happen. So is it in their head? I mean, how do you fake some scratch marks on your back?
so here's the thing.
Oh,
This is what makes it valid for me. Okay. Ed and Lorraine Warren. Okay. They work with the Catholic Church. They were ordained ministers with the church. And if you know anything about the churches, they do not allow you to do basically like exorcisms and things like that without approval from
Correct.
the Vatican, right? So you have to have approval from the church. Somebody has to come forward and say, hey, there's some validity here. It has to be proven that there is something, because they do take into account, you know, for mischief and mental health and different things like that, right?
Well, they didn't always used to do that. That's fairly new.
Right, but they were at that time, they were doing that. Okay, so when Ed and Lorraine got involved, that was the case. So the fact that the church got involved and were like, this is serious enough to do something about it, is what makes me feel like there's some validity to what happened, because there had to be some type of thing that they saw in the doll that, you know, made them take it. Otherwise, they just thought it was a collector's item, and they were like, you know what, we could totally just take this thing and we'll put it in this little case and it'll become very valuable. But I don't see that.
It's not valuable. It's terrifying.
It's very valuable. It was stolen.
It was stolen. That was actually debunked. That never happened.
No,
It never happened, but people wanted to
see.
This is another
And
thing.
here
People
comes the
play pranks.
conspiracies.
No, but people play pranks. And I looked into that because I thought that too. And I was like, well, that's not great. I don't like dolls. I've always made that very clear. I hate dolls. Dolls are creepy. Their eyes follow you. It's odd. Like, I never owned dolls growing up. But the fact that they were so scared of it, it literally says, warning, positively do not open. The box gets taken. She does not get taken out of it.
Okay, so here's my thing is, if Annabelle is this supernatural doll thing, right? And they decide, oh, we're going to take it on tour and we're going to show it off to people. And
Yeah, because people are weird and they like being around that.
Right, and I get it. But who's to say if this thing that literally, when they brought it to Louisiana, the plantation burnt down. Okay. And I have a clip. We're going to watch the clip here in just a minute. But what I want to say is if it did go missing and it was gone, would you believe the official story that, oh, we totally found it, it was never lost? No, I would. First thing I would do is I would go get a Raggedy Ann doll, stuff it in the box, and say, look, we found Annabelle. There she is. For all we know, Annabelle is lurking in the shadows behind your bed, in your closet right now, prying from around the corner, looking to menace society right now, for all we know. As far as I'm concerned, I do not trust the official story. I think she could potentially be out there like Chucky, roaming around, doing little things and whatnot. I refuse to believe the idea that she's just, oh, she went missing. Oh no, she's back. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
You can't prove that one way or another.
Either way,
You
I
don't
choose
even
to
know if
believe
they took
to
her
look
really
over my
out.
shoulder because Annabelle's down the rabbit hole over there. Okay.
But hear me out then. Okay, so by that logic, maybe she never even left and it was all a publicity stunt and it wasn't the real doll, but because people will buy anything and people are delusional and they love this creepy kind of stuff, they could have just been faking it.
That
and
makes
she's
more
still there.
sense. Except for the videos that I found while she went on tour. Some YouTubers went and they opened the box and were allowed to like touch her.
That's impossible.
So we're gonna watch the
Because
video.
then it's not the real box. There's just no way.
You're not real, man.
None of us are real, technically.
All right, so let's start with this, okay? Let's give this a little gander here. I'm gonna put my headphones on so I can hear. Or do you want to hear it?
Drop my stuff.
Because I already heard it.
Okay. All right. Make sure it's on the screen.
So you can just put this up to your ear like this and take a little listen. And so let's listen to this. This is from YouTube. These guys are freaking hilarious, by the way. I love.
Can they see it?
Yeah, they can see the. So it's right here.
Okay.
So let's take a little listen.
Recently too, what happened in New Orleans?
What happened?
Fam, they moved the Annabelle doll. Did you see that? They took the Annabelle doll off the real case and they're doing a tour with it.
Oh,
they
brought it there?
Yes, and the first one was Louisiana.
Oh my God.
The warrant literally told that person, this is the most dangerous thing we have at our museum. You must be sick in the head if you want to do a tour with it.
And then they're doing a tour.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
look at this.
He's doing that then.
Fam, he has holy water
Yeah.
and a prayer beside him, and the Annabelle doll is right in that black thing.
Oh my
And then you
gosh,
see him
bro.
every time they have to do this.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you said a lot of like the were like buried and stuff like that.
There's a lot of that were
Fam, right after the Annabelle doll left, two things happened in New Orleans that was really big. One was the plantation caught on fire.
Oh shit.
One of the longest standing plantation houses burned to death. I saw a video where people are saying when they took pictures of the fire, there would be silhouettes everywhere, ghosts. And I'm like, yo, that makes sense because if people died there, so boom, if you see right here, zoom in on the circles, the ancestors.
Damn, so right away they brought the doll into the fire. That's crazy.
The Nottoway plantation started burning.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You see all these silhouettes like actual like ghosts, fam. No, and just recently too, what happened in New Orleans?
What happened?
Fam, they moved the Annabelle doll. Did you see that? They took the Annabelle doll.
Okay.
Can you want a real answer to that? Because I got a better answer
Yeah,
than
I
the
mean-
doll.
Okay, tell me.
What are the history of these huge plantations that have been around for over 100 years? And what kind of apparitions or ghosts would be lurking there wanting to set it on fire? Let's go back in history a little bit.
Master sir, please, Master sir. And
So if
he'd be like,
anyone
go
wanted-
pick my cotton.
If
He's like,
anyone
I'm
wanted,
gonna voodoo the ghost of Annabelle on you.
if anybody wanted to burn it down, that's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is I want to burn it all down.
Well, that's
I'm
a
with
little
it.
different.
Let's leave the government shut down. Let's just leave it that way. Anyway, let's not get too political on that.
No.
But yes, so the plantation did burn down, and also I believe it was 12 inmates escaped from prison
And that I don't
the
know.
same time. So let's pull that one up
Oh
here.
my gosh.
So the rabbit hole gets deep, chat. All right, the rabbit hole is deep. So they're moving the Annabelle doll to the French Quarter. He's blessing it and praying over it. Right, this is their little ritual thingy that they're doing, right? And that's his little prayer. He's got to read. He's got it written down so he doesn't forget. It's just like Jessie. She got
Most
it.
gracious Virgin Mary, thou
She did
who
her
was
homework.
crushed the head of the serpent, protect us from vengeance from the evil one. We offer prayers, supplications, sufferings, and good works to thee, so that thou may purify them, sanctify them, and present them to thy Son.
I'm gonna open up the case.
So,
You're gonna quickly,
keep Annabelle
I mean quick.
in the case, right?
Grab it and put it in.
This is obviously not the real Annabelle.
It's Annabelle is worn looking, not bright
Right.
and
So this is a regular.
They
this
said they can't
video
see it.
right here. You guys can't.
Close it
Oh,
up there.
sorry. Let's go back
Close
to.
it up there.
So look, he's blessing it. We saw him blessing it, right? And then this is the Annabelle doll. They're supposedly are moving. That is not the real animal.
It's not. It's that
What
red.
happens
That
with
hair
that?
is too red.
Yeah, and they move it into this other box. This is, I don't know what this is. Maybe it's a haunted house or something.
It's all right.
That's not the real doll. There
In the name of the Father,
in the
Son,
other
and Holy
video we
Ghost.
just watched.
Hail Mary,
that
full of
was
grace, the
actual
Lord is with
image
thee.
of the red.
Blessed art thou
You know what's
amongst
crazy
women,
is
and blessed
I-
is the
Any
fruit
one
of
that
thy
I
womb,
had, yeah.
Jesus.
I had a
Holy Mary,
raggedy
Mother
man,
of God,
and
pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our
my
death.
parents had.
Amen.
And
Yeah.
one year for Halloween,
Let me see your hands
my
again.
sister and I dressed up as Raggedy Ann.
Okay. And now she's
That's
transferred.
weird.
Well, my parents always
One
change
time.
it. You just gotta watch
Now
it.
she's transferred over.
It's actually holy water.
And we're going to keep her in there temporarily.
Do you
It's
remember
not
when Lorraine
that
Warren said this about the
Raggedy
Annabelle doll?
Don't
What?
ever touch
It's
any.
Raggedy Ann.
And if you do, let me know.
That's a long video.
This is the
Yeah,
worst
so
thing.
that's
And
the actual.
that doll.
But I guess some people forgot about
That's
that
not
because
it.
she's on tour right now.
Right?
So they took her to New Orleans, and why does a plantation house from
There's no-
1859 burn down after?
No.
So
This
here's the
mansion was
thing.
about 53,000 square
What happened
feet
in
with
1859 on
64
that little
rooms,
plantation
and it
there,
burns
my
down
friend?
after Annabelle
tell
decides
me.
to visit the city. The fire is still
Slavery.
under
Hold on.
investigation,
Well,
so
yeah,
you
we
could-
know that, but let's.
There's
rewind.
more things at play than a doll.
Is that
and it burns
Let me
down.
tell
after-
you.
right? But
If I was
that is not the actual doll. This is the one that
So
was
then-
supposed to be on
so if
tour.
it's still in New Orleans and nothing's ever happened because they kept it in the box, why would the fires? That doesn't sound right.
I think they took a fake doll on tour.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's why they're like,
But-
oh, we lost it to cause hysteria because people
Right.
are dumb.
So if there's like a spirit or something, and there's supposed to be like a legion of demonic entities attached.
I
to
can believe
Annabelle.
that.
It's called Legion, and if you ask it its name or whatever, it identifies itself as like thousands of entities, right? Who's to say that a spiritual force couldn't attach itself to this doll just based off of the rhetoric behind it and everything that they're doing? It could have created a whole new entity, or not created, but a new entity could have latched onto it. Who knows? They could have done some kind of ritual thing to it. Who knows, right?
Demons don't like other demons.
That's not true, because Legion is one that possesses, like Judas was possessed
That's-
by Legion, right?
There's
Which is
no actual
right. But if you go off
structure
of
to
biblical,
that.
right? But
But that's the problem.
it doesn't have to be one entity. People can be possessed, and objects can be possessed by more than one entity. Okay.
No,
Yes. Read your Bible.
no.
In the Bible, it states that there was a man that was he was full of demons, and Jesus cast out the demons and sent them into a herd of pigs because there were so many demons. They went into all the pigs,
Well,
and the
those
pigs
pigs
ran
didn't deserve it.
into the sea and drowned themselves.
Poor pork chop.
I'm just saying that
No,
this is
it doesn't make any sense. Take the Bible out. Explain it to me.
there.
Take the Bible
There's more-
out. Explain it to me.
It's a spiritual entity. It's not like it's taking up physical
Because
real
there's
estate.
a difference between demon, spirit, and
Haven't
ghost
you-
if you see it that way.
Haven't you seen people okay, so there were these people that I interacted with, and I'll tell this full story later on. Now is not the time and the place, but I'm going to breadcrumb you guys a little bit right now. This is part of the breadcrumb trail that I am leaving for you guys. But there was this man, and he would talk, and sometimes he would talk really high like this, and then and he
So he went from Elmo to Louis Armstrong.
yeah.
Okay,
He
got
was
it.
like, I see skies are green,
And now you're just Schwarzenegger.
plantations too. I whip them too.
Don't sing.
All right, just me and you. And I think to myself, okay, I'll stop singing. What a wonderful world.
I have to hear this like live. Yeah. Please
So-
feel sorry for me.
This guy was possessed by multiple entities, and each one of these entities that he had in him had a different ability. One of them was this,
Schizophrenia.
I mean, if that's what you want to scientifically call it, but I seen it in a way where God showed me through my path and my walk and my journey that there was something more than that.
Take the Bible out of it, and then there's no argument anymore.
And that's, I mean, you can label it as whatever you want, but here's the thing is we have to have an open mind that there are some things that science cannot explain.
Well, clearly, or we wouldn't be doing this.
Exactly. So tell me when I can unmute. What do you mean unmute? So
Unmute what? Are we muted?
I don't know. But basically
Oh, he's talking about your horrible singing. Now I know what he's talking about.
Oh my God.
You are correct.
You're not allowed to mute
say
me.
that.
Okay. You
I
have
get
to
it.
watch
I
the
can't
whole
mute,
show.
but you mute for me.
Okay, so we have to understand that yes, we can put a scientific explanation on everything, okay, and we can look at it from a logical perspective, but we have to, especially with these things that we're talking about, that we're looking into, we need to have an open mind, and we need to start, in my personal opinion, I think we should blend science with spirituality. I think that they go hand in hand. Because we have the separation of church and state and all these things, right? That's a no-no, right? But I do believe that they are similar, one and the same. Yes, we have physics, but there are things that defy the laws of physics. You know, there are things that we can give it this label, and that's how we can describe it and give it away for our puny little brains to understand. But there are just some things out there that we cannot explain. No matter what scientific explanation you want to put on it, for me, in my life, in my experiences, I have come to find that yes, there is versions of people who are mentally unwell and they are schizophrenic. And then there are other people that are possessed by demons and they are granted powers because of those demonic entities that are within them. And that's what I'm referring to with this guy. This is how I knew that he was possessed by demons and that he was not schizophrenic, because the different personalities or whatever that he had, they gave him abilities that no human could do. And you ever saw the movie Split? Remember? It was The Unbreakable.
I remember the movie.
And basically the Beast, right, had this special abilities and stuff. I believe that those are demonic forces that actually possess people, that give them abilities. And then I believe there are people that are just unwell and they have split personalities. But I believe that the difference is that when you are given the ability to speak perfect Latin and you never spoke Latin before in your life, that is one thing that the Catholic Church uses to determine whether or not something is just a person with mental illness or someone that's actually possessed by a demon.
Okay. Or maybe someone has access to more of their brain than we do.
I mean, that's possible.
Because you could remember, like, they've even said we could have memories of a past life, hence why we don't get the full access to our brain, because we're not allowed to have it. Our brain can only function at 20 to 30% at max. That's if you're super, super smart.
Gen X says Mark 5.9. You wanna look that one up? Should we?
I don't have the computer.
Let me see here. Let me see if I can pull that one up right now. Mark 5.9. I believe that is the demons in the man. So I have actually read every page in the Bible.
So have I. We both went to Christian school.
Well, most people who went to
We
Christian
got
school
tested
never
on
actually.
it.
Okay, so here it is. And this is from the King James Version, Mark 5:9. And he asked him, "What is thy name?" And he answered, saying, "My name is Legion, for there are many."
If you believe the Bible. Right?
I do believe the Bible.
I don't.
And you're entitled to have that opinion. But those of you who don't believe in the Bible, I would encourage you to read it. And as you read it, reach out to God and say, I would like for you to reveal yourself to me, and He will. And you will see that it is real.
Okay, I'm not having a Bible lesson with you today.
I'm just saying.
And the reason that we aren't allowed to use our full capacity of our brain, we have no idea. But as of now, most people don't ever use more than 20%, and only the high elite use a little bit higher percentage. But for whatever reason, our bodies cannot actually process using our brain at 100% capacity. And I think there's they think that we would be telepathic or whatever that case, there's a block that we're just only allowed to use bits and pieces of each part of our brain to answer that question.
And I agree with that. And I think that that is a real explanation for some cases. And in some cases, I believe that there is a more likelihood of a demonic possession. And there's a list of things that, the church calls
my
for.
whole issue is the church.
And I'll tell you this,
creating
I do not
this demonic possession thing to make experiments out of people, or to be like, these are the same people who are like, mental health isn't real, you need God, when they really just needed medication.
And I agree with that. But I think that there's also something else that is real out there that can't be explained.
Possible.
How do you explain the spirit box thing?
I believe that ghosts are real.
Right. And I believe that I don't believe that all of them are ghosts. I think that some of them are demons, which are basically the fallen angels, and whatever you want to call it. Like in any religion, right? First of all, I'm not religious. Okay. I just understand that there's something bigger out there that we can't begin to understand. I do not believe in church as a religion. I think that most churches and the people that are in churches are very hypocritical and are probably some of the worst people, and I do not find myself equally yoked with them because they have these righteous blinders on, and they refuse to see the truth because they think they're holier than thou. So I do not find myself having church with them in a building. I do not believe God is in a building. The best church I ever had was with my grandfather. We used to feed the homeless every Sunday from 1983 to 2007. Every single Sunday, never missed one. And one time, my grandfather, it was just me and him, and on a Sunday, we went down to the liquor store. We grabbed a couple 40 ounces of malt liquor and went to the park. Just me and him. I was 21 at the time. This was much later on. And we just sat down with some of the homeless people there. And we said, hey, you guys want to share a beer with us? And we passed around the 40, and we were just sitting there talking, and we were just fellowshipping with one another, telling our past stories and things that we've been through, our struggles. We prayed for them, and that was the best church I ever went to. It was helping people, even with just a beer as a way to open it up. Nowhere in the Bible does it say you can't have a beer. I don't understand where all these Christians...
if you believe the Bible, he turned water into wine.
Exactly.
And that's lit. Just saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's the kind of God I want to have.
If someone could do that in front of me, I'm like, I'd be a believer. But
I turn water into wine. I just add a little bit of fruit and sugar to it.
That's not how that happened.
That's how I do it.
You're done preaching to me now.
I'm just saying,
I get it why you guys have to believe what you do. It gives you purpose. It gives you something that's greater than yourself to explain things you don't understand. I totally get it. But there are things that just don't make sense because they don't make sense.
Right. But according to Mark 5:9, he calls him Legion, for there are many. And Legion is apparently what is in Annabelle. Okay? At least what I've come to find. So let's finish watching this clip.
Oh, it's so long.
Annabelle decides to visit the city. The fire is still under investigation, so you could call it a creepy coincidence, but if you watch
So
the
these are not
Conjuring
the
and
real,
Annabelle movies, you will know
It's a
how
movie,
evil
I
she
take it.
truly is.
Lorraine.
But that's not the only weird thing that happened over there. 10
That one
inmates
is.
escaped from a prison shortly after.
So these are the
The
inmates
way
that
they did it, they like
escaped
escaped from
prison.
a wall behind the toilet. This is not
Now
even
what
their
she
size,
says is a
this
little
Annabelle's
hyperbolic, like,
size.
oh, only a doll could fit through
She
there.
could have
No,
helped them. And
only
guess
could
where
fit
she's
through
at
there.
now? San
Okay.
Antonio, Texas. I'll be praying for you all.
Can we also point out that when these fires happened, everyone was angry? The world is divided. And these were representations of ugly history, of ugly U.S. history.
And
I don't think one
that
is connected to the other.
someone could have literally just gone out and said, hey, Annabelle is out of her cage. Let's go light something on fire because it'll go viral. You know,
What?
people are crazy. Okay. I'm just saying, but maybe it was the spirits that were let out from Annabelle that caused someone to do such a thing. Me personally, I think it was just somebody was like, hey, we should totally set this plantation on fire because,
The history that
you know,
it
fuck
holds.
these people. And two, oh, we can blame it on Annabelle.
That's what I would do.
That's what I would do too.
But right, we don't know. But that the most likely scenario, the history that those plantations have, they probably deserve to be burned. Not saying that anybody should have got hurt. I'm just saying
I don't care what happened there. I don't think you should burn down a building just because it was the man who, you know, was the judge for the Salem witch trials. Like, you don't burn the building down. No, it's a part of history, and there's things we can learn from history.
They literally rename cities when atrocities happen there. There's a few in
I agree.
California. They're like, we're going to rebrand. We can't
Right, but
be
if you
associated.
burn the building down, there's nothing there to point at and say, hey, that's where this thing happened. No, once it's there, eventually, over time, it's lost and no one talks about it anymore. There's no remnants of it. There's no history left behind
That's the point.
I know. So, like, burning down a plantation because atrocities happen there doesn't mean that we should burn all those things down, take down all those statues. No, they should be put there in place so that way there can be teaching that happens from it.
Do you know what they're taking out of the schools for kids to learn?
What's that?
Anything that has to do with that time period. So it is in someone's best interest to get rid of them so they're not landmarks and people can't be like, see, we were terrible people. No, it didn't even happen.
History is written by the winners. So whoever wins rewrites history in their favor or whatever they're liking to
Well,
be.
that's not what's happening because those plantation owners didn't win. And so if you take out there were no losers and the Confederate Army really won, where are we at here?
The South will live on.
Like, it's so weird because, like, I see that flag and I'm like, you know, you lost, right? Like, that's a loser
we're proud
flag.
people here. I'm being hyperbolic, by the way. I'm poking fun at the idea.
I believe there's some sort of balance between spirituality and logic, but I'm always going to lean towards that logic angle.
Right. And for me, I'm going to be in the middle with both. I'm going to give there some validity to the mind is a powerful thing and give some validity to that there just might be something supernatural. So I'm going to be open to both aspects and not discount one or the other just because one is easy for our mind to wrap around.
Okay.
Okay, so let's finish watching our little clip here.
It's not. It's 30.
Let's finish it here.
25. We like to fuck around and find out. So what do? We take Annabelle on a world tour. Okay, we're just moving her all over the place. They send her to New Orleans.
So they're moving her all over the place. New Orleans, man. There's a lot of creepy energy in New Orleans.
I disagree. It depends on what you discern as creepy.
I mean, there's vampires.
They literally had the fire out at one point, and it reignited
Little
itself.
clip.
If
Little
that's not
clip.
the ancestors speaking their truth.
Yeah, it's not a little clip. I know, that's what I just said.
11,
But I want you guys to see.
10 or
So these are
11
the prisoners that
convicts
escaped, right?
Escape a prison. Okay? There are 10
That's pretty much
convicts.
all there was to take from this.
Convicted
Hold on.
of unaliving people on the loose
This
in
is
New
what I
Orleans.
want you to
Actually, I
see
think they've
right
called
here.
She would cause chaos. I just didn't think it would end up like this.
Annabelle.
So this is the
a
actual Ed and
Raggedy Ann
Lorraine
doll
war.
that's made like thousands
So
of
I
other
wanted
dolls.
chat to get a chance
Except
to see
that this
them.
doll
And
was used in
this is
communication.
supposedly
having
the original
seance.
doll. I don't think it
A
is,
nurse
though.
had
Maybe it
received the
is.
doll 1971 as a
They're just
present,
kind of
Christmas
explaining,
present from
you
her
know, what
mother.
happened. The nurse
And the doll
received the
stands
doll.
about 3 foot high.
What we talked about.
Right,
And she would take
exactly.
it to bed with her at night.
So I just wanted you guys to get a little context of who they are. They're not the people that you saw in the movie or whatever. So there's that, okay? So this is the video. This one is short. So there were some YouTubers that while it was on display, and this is what makes me believe that it was the real people. Oh, did we lose it?
They've opened Annabelle's box to investigate whether she's actually haunted or
so
not,
these
and they
YouTubers
found
right
out
here,
something terrifying. Owner of the museum
they
let
were
them
given
open the
an
case for only 5
experience with
minutes
the
to make this
doll,
meeting
with it
relatively
open,
safe. And they even asked a
watch
priest
and
to
see
say
what
a prayer.
happens here.
So after opening the case, there was no coming back.
We didn't want to waste any time that we had to be able to do this.
At any point you feel threatened or anything like that, you know, don't hesitate to leave the museum for a little bit.
They used the Estes method to communicate with the doll. It's the same one they used to talk to Peggy. Watch what happened.
Annabelle, or any spirits here, you can speak through Colby to tell us a message or to talk with us. Is there anybody here in the museum with us?
200,000? What?
Are you connected in any other way to other haunted dolls?
Everybody against you.
Meeting with the doll showed immediate results because after getting into the car, they had a serious argument and finished recording.
You always believed.
I mean, these guys were seriously traumatized from this.
They've opened Annabelle's
seems
box.
pretty real and legitimate to me. This is why I believe that they had the real doll on tour. This, I think, is the real doll right here. I thought it wasn't. There was another image, though, that looked more like it. Maybe that was the wrong image. I'm not completely sure. But I do know that this image is from Ed and Lorraine's basement, where they have all these different artifacts and things that they've gathered over the years. Maybe they're just pack rats, and they saw cool things and they're like, oh, it's got a demon, we better take it with us and add it to our little collection. I think that's plausible. Maybe not. I mean, my dad's a pack rat. Okay, my dad wants, if you've got something that he doesn't have, he's got to have it, and he would blame it on the devil to get it away from you. I'm just saying, it is plausible, right?
I think you're way out there with this one.
Why not?
Because, like you said, they were religious people.
It's the devil. Give me your action figures.
You know how I feel about hiding behind God for your bad actions. Own them. Don't say, oh, I did this bad thing because the devil made me do it.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's maybe what they were doing. Like, for instance, I have this. Those of you who have been around for the show for a long time, on my desk I have the baseball here, right? Signed by Mike Trout. Now, if I had this and you were a preacher and you were like, oh, the devil lives in that ball, I better take it with me. I better take that ball from you.
People use God to do terrible things. You're proving my point.
I believe that that is a possibility. Like, I'm not taking that off the table. I'm open to the fact that there are some things that we can explain and we can wrap our head around, and there are some things that we can't. And just because something happened doesn't mean that we just jump straight to ghosts, right?
Right.
We should look at the logical explanation. Why would they have this whole pack rat, display of things?
Have you seen New Orleans? They just do stuff like that.
Well, this isn't New Orleans. This is Ed and Lorraine's basement. All these little artifacts are supposedly.
I got that picture from New Orleans.
Oh, this is from New Orleans?
That's New Orleans.
Okay. Well, there is a place, and it's Ed and Lorraine's basement. And we can maybe post a clip of it later. They moved it, though.
That was the whole thing. They gave it to this place, and they kept it in that box and gave them the box so that people in New Orleans could go see. You can go see it today.
I think they got older, and they were like, you know what? We need to make some money off of this stuff.
Yeah,
now.
they're not around anymore.
We've been pack ratting this stuff for umpteen years. It's time to cash in on our investment.
Don't you think it would be weird if you were religious and you want to have all this negativity in your basement? Don't you find that odd?
That's why I'm leaning towards the idea of maybe they're just hoarders, and they were like, "Oh, that looks really cool. I want that. It has the devil in it. Let us take it off your hands, free of charge."
Sure.
It seems plausible.
No, it doesn't. All right, next doll.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah, I know.
here's my thing: is I don't think that the real Annabelle went on tour.
Whether you believe it or not, do you believe the stories about the doll? That's what it's about. Whether it went wherever, whomever, wherever it came from. Do you believe that this doll had a demon in it that was literally just harassing and terrorizing people?
I do, based off of the video of the YouTubers. Because the YouTubers,
This is where we are.
I mean,
but there's history. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but what I'm saying, there's a lot of history of people like, oh, we visited in the doll. Well, you know what I mean? Like,
right. So there's a long track record of things happening. Obviously, YouTubers can be YouTubers, right? We're YouTubers,
Right.
I make up things on the fly all the time just for show value, right?
That's fun.
It is what it is. But, let's not,
because when you bring religion into anything, you make it a touchy subject.
I understand that. I just think that
not just for me, I don't care.
There's
but
some
for
validity
others that don't want to hear that.
There's some validity in the fact that it may have been the real Annabelle doll that went on tour. There's some validity in the fact that it possibly does have demon possession because of what happened with the YouTuber. And there is some validity to the fact that it may or may not have gone missing and is still out there lurking in the shadows underneath your bed, waiting, watching.
In this world, all of those are very, that could happen. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the main thing here. It's like, let's think about it. Let's have an open mind, chat. Like, let's explore every possibility that it possibly could be, because we don't know. We have no hard facts here.
No.
That's the fact of the matter. Is there is no hard facts.
Everything we talk about, there's no hard facts. Whether it's alien, ghosts, whatever conspiracy theories that we are jumping down, there are no hard facts.
Well, the moon landing is a hard fact.
That's
okay. We definitely have the video footage of something happened.
So
millions of people saw it.
So what I'm saying is it's all speculation, and we all have to come to our own logical.
Right. And the idea is for you as the viewer to decide for yourself. We're not here to tell you what to think.
We just decide what we think and our opinions, and everyone has their own.
You know what I think? Little girls are the devil.
That might be true.
The devil is in the doll.
I'm raising psychological warfare. All right, bring up Robert the doll.
All right, Robert the doll.
This story is a little older.
This one's freaky. Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
It looks so sweet and innocent, but my goodness.
I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so the story. This one.
Hold on. Before, let me just set the room real quick. I had never heard this story.
I did.
Until you told me about it. And then I started deep diving into it for the show. And I got a little freaked out. Okay. Yeah. This is crazy, chat. If you haven't heard
Robert
of
is
Robert
something
the
else.
Doll.
Robert the Doll.
So tell us, who is Robert the Doll? I'm sure most of you haven't heard of Robert the Doll. I would say Robert the Doll is creepier than Annabelle.
Oh yeah, and not only that, Robert's been around for a very long time.
Right. So tell us about Robert the Doll. Who is he? What does he do?
So Robert the Doll, this toy was given to a little boy in 1904.
1904.
He was originally given to Robert Eugene Otto, a young boy from the Key West.
So that's 120 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah,
121 years ago. Dang.
The doll was manufactured in Germany and was brought to Otto's grandfather during a trip abroad. They speculated that the doll may have originally intended for a window display, and it was not to be for sale, but the grandfather convinced them to sell it to him. A variation of the origin story claims that a Bohemian servant, like somebody off the street, is the one who sold it to him, or practiced voodoo, cursed the doll, the same old rhetoric.
Voodoo.
Right. It comes back to that kind of rhetoric. Young Robert Eugene Otto became so attached to the doll that he gave it its own name and instead on being called Jean. So this boy goes, okay, this doll is named Robert and my name's Jean now because I love this doll so much.
Wait a minute. So let's let's jump down the rabbit hole a little bit here before
Okay.
we go any deeper. So the little boy's name's Robert.
Robert Eugene, yes.
Right. And so the boy says, I want the doll's name to be Robert and for me to be Jean.
Right.
Now, that is a sign of demonic possession.
Well, that's a sign of some kind of connection where the doll, either the doll's like, I want your name, call
right,
your name.
right. Or basically, he's like, I no longer live in my body. I'm a vessel for this entity to take me over, and now I reside in the doll, and it has possession over me. So that is
It is odd.
Sign number one.
It is
of
odd for the
demonic
little
possession.
for a little child to be like, I'm Jean now. The doll is Robert. Like I don't know if my 5-year-old came up and said that to me. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a little weird, but sure, son. Like, I don't know how I would react to that.
Every time you say Jean, I think of Jean from Bob's Burgers going a jiggly, 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 jiggly.
Anyways, as a child, Jean would often blame any mischief or misbehavior on the doll, saying Robert did it when toys were mutilated or objects were overturned in his room. Neighbors, according to legend, neighbors claimed to see the doll moving in the upstairs window when the family wasn't at home. The Ottos and their guests also reported hearing giggling and seeing the doll's face expression change wherever the doll was.
Okay. Let's rewind a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So the story that I read about it is basically the doll was doing weird things and moving on its own, and creepy, weird things were happening. So they locked it away in the attic.
Okay. Well, before we get to that, that wasn't just the only case. The incident that occurred for that to happen. Okay, so one night after hearing commotion in Jean's room, his parents found the room in disarray. Jean was terrified, shaking and screaming in his bed, insisting Robert was responsible. All of his toys and everything were mutilated. Everything in the room was destroyed.
Hold on. Don't you think that a kid could be having a temper tantrum and did a bunch of crazy stuff, or maybe split personality disorder,
Yes.
or whatever
Very
personality,
logical, yes.
and then uses that as a reason to blame it on something? Because I'll tell you what, right now, my 5-year-old, or I think she's like 6 now, when she was younger, even now still, she would do things and blame it on the devil. The devil made me do it.
I believe that.
So, is it perfectly logical for a child to lash out and do something like that and then blame it on a doll?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The question is this. They were not home, and the neighbors saw it moving around in the attic.
Right.
That's what's creepy to me. That's what leads me down the crazy rabbit hole of this is some demonic thing, right?
But here's my issue. So Jean, and he stayed with this name. He never went back to Robert, even after he went to college. And he kept the doll. He kept it. Okay, so
not me. I'm gonna light it on fire. You know, I had a Furby one time, and this thing was possessed. Okay, and it was like going. It was going like crazy, and we took the batteries out of it, and it kept like going. So we torched it with a torch.
Yeah, that was the right move. Those things were creepy,
and it was literally on fire, still going like it was creepy.
No, so this dude, he literally brought it back to his childhood home after studying and being abroad. His wife, Anne, was reportedly uneasy with Robert and had him moved to the attic. Visitors claimed to hear giggling and footsteps coming from the attic after the doll was confined. So this is Robert's reputation. He's obviously in a museum now, locked up, like you see right here. Mm-hmm. And the story is, if you take a picture of him without asking for permission, you just get bad luck and bad things happen to you. And they literally
Elaborate. Okay.
Like car accident, something bad happens, they lose their job.
You get the bad juju.
Yeah, they get that bad vibe, that bad. And so what they have to do is send in an apology or come apologize to the doll for taking its picture
Dear
without
Mr.
permission.
Doll, Robert the doll.
Dear Robert,
we are so sorry that we used Flash. Please forgive us. Our utmost apologies. Could I please get the winning lottery numbers this week? I've been doing so bad.
I believe the government was surveillance through Furbies. I think that was like a test program, by the way. I
believe that too. They had like that little like camera sensor thing.
And you just do you remember the Simpsons? You didn't watch the Simpsons. There's a Simpson episode that made fun of the Furbies, and the thing was they were literally monitoring children to see what kind of toys they like, so they knew which toys to make for Christmas.
I mean, it checks out.
It does, right? Yeah.
I would not
when it comes to the government, anything's possible.
I would not put it past any government entity to do something with toys, especially toys, right? Because children, because it's about money, right? Like that's why they monitor everything we do online. They want the data. The data can literally, Facebook knows when you have to poop. They know you have to poop before you do. This is a real thing.
Are you talking about that? This is how we all only watch cartoons. Are you talking about that American Dad episode where she finally got a conspiracy theory right, and it was Project Poop, and they were filming everyone while they were people who were on the toilet looking at their phones, and they were filming them?
Yeah. And like, so the camera's looking at you and it's looking down. So if you're beating it in the bathroom, the CIA's got footage on you. They're watching you. Big Brother is watching you. Spank the monkey. All right. So you just remember that. And one day when you run for Congress, they're going to say, you better play ball or we're going to show them videos. We got a whole spank bank full of them, baby.
Spank bank. No.
I mean, it makes sense. Why, next time you're beating your meat and you're in the bathroom, look at what direction the cameras are looking right at your face.
Who takes their phone in the bathroom? That's disgusting. That's where germs live. I mean, never, I get, I put when I have music, when I take a shower, but when I'm using the restroom, why would you take your phone in there where germs and poop and pee live? What the hell is wrong with people?
I get my best TikTok work done while I'm on the toilet.
Oh, that's so disgusting.
Those are my best lives ever.
No.
Yeah. And you know what? As long as you're using a mic, they don't know because, if you got your regular phone mic, they hear the echo, right? But if you got your little mic going and then you're good, they don't even know it.
That's disgusting.
True story, chat.
That's disgusting.
True story, chat.
No.
Yeah. Next time I'm live, I'm just going to say this is a TP live, and all y'all from YouTube are going to know what I'm talking about. Like, we are on a TP live right now.
I don't understand it. I guess that's
toilet paper.
I'm not gross, so I'm not.
Oh,
gross.
I'm just kidding. Come on,
Don't lie.
Entertainment.
Don't lie. You're a man. I've seen every male do it. Just take their phone in there, and I have teenagers. I can hear the YouTube videos coming out of there.
If I don't take my phone to the bathroom, I have the most boring poop I've ever had in my life.
You mean you're left alone with your thoughts and you don't want to be?
Yeah. I need entertainment while I poop. At least Angry Birds. I used to do the Angry Birds while I poop. That was my main thing. Yeah. So I'd be dropping poops and shooting birds.
Okay. That's I think you're addicted if you can't. That's what I'm saying. Remember when I like doing things I put my people are like, oh, I was trying to get a hold of you. I put my phone down. I don't remember where I put it. I'm going out and doing stuff and living my life or baking or talking to my kids. People have gotten so dependent, and it's go live. Don't be on your phone. If you can't go to the restroom without your phone,
I get the most work done on the toilet and while I'm golfing. That's where I get the most business handled. I'm killing two shits at one time.
I don't think that's
two turds in one stone. What? Getting two birds with one stone? I'm killing two turds with one stone.
No.
Yeah. No. I can kill two turds and get stoned.
But think about both those things you said are solitary and confined.
Yeah, I don't like solitary confinement.
But that's what you're choosing.
No,
because you're using your phone.
I'd rather have my celly in there with me. My phone is my celly. It's my cell phone. You gotta have the homie in there with you. Can't poop alone.
I digress. All right, next one, Valley of the Dolls.
Some of y'all never been locked up, and it shows.
Okay, well, that's a different story for a different day, ain't it?
It is.
It is. I was gonna. What is it? Some of you never had a second cop car pull up, and it shows.
Yeah, I've had like 11 cop cars pull up on me.
You got me beat.
I was a menace. He told that one. I didn't tell the whole story, but they did put me in solitary confinement for 15 days straight in the dungeon. I was in the dungeon, and that was the most awful and mentally trying time of my life, was being in that situation. And if I didn't have the mental fortitude that I have, any other person would have cracked.
All right, Shelly's in second place with the 9 cars.
9 cars.
That's pretty good. I only had 2 because I was
9
pregnant
cars.
and I beat someone up.
What did you do? You got caught stealing cats, didn't you?
No, she got caught stealing horses or chickens. I knew it.
I think it was the cats. Every time I see her, she's got a new cat.
No. She's just a good person that loves animals.
I mean, I do love cats.
I do love cats. I would steal some cats. I'd be like, oh, they're sitting on their porch. They need a home.
It was horses?
I knew it.
You're lucky they didn't hang you for it.
Hey, that was the old rules.
That's what they do. They
lynch
you.
She wouldn't have stole anything bad. It would have been something that was beautiful and she was trying to help.
They said, oh, she stole a horse.
You're in the bathroom now. See, this
Call
is
for
what
backup.
look at, I'm in the bathroom. This is what I'm talking about.
See,
what is
he's
wrong
in the
with y'all?
bathroom.
What is wrong with y'all?
Make sure you wash your hands, please.
It's too late. What is it? Okay. So that's my thing. If you're on, okay, so we really got down a rabbit hole.
I know,
here,
because
didn't we? I mean, we have other stuff to talk about, but look, okay, I'm a visualize. Okay, you're in the bathroom. No. Oh, okay. You're in the bathroom. No, okay. So your phone is in your hand. How do you squiggle out? So you take your phone and you like push down, right? And the undies, and you lift up your phone, but then how do you wipe? Do you just like lean to the side and not to your phone? Like, how does that work? How do you wipe? Like,
I will tell you how.
Okay, no,
very
let
carefully.
Let me finish.
Very carefully.
And not only that, do you wipe, and you're not going to do it well with one hand and do it correctly because you're too busy looking at your phone. That then you got to. How do you?
I got one of those neck things from the TikTok shop.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
And I got my phone, and then I just use my nose.
Not only that, then
use
you
my
have
nose to
your phone.
swipe. I'm swiping like this.
Do you put it on the sink and wash your hands, your poop hands next to the phone? How? Am I crazy? Like, is that not disgusting? Like,
I would say
visualize that.
This is why I never want to touch anyone else's phone, because I would imagine that
they're disgusting
shit
like
on
you.
Every phone.
They're
Every
disgusting
phone
like
has
you.
shit on it, guaranteed. And then you put it up to your face and you talk to it. I only talk on my phone in speakerphone. All right, more on Robert the doll. Reel it in.
I know. I'm sorry.
You gotta reel it in here, guys. We're out here.
I don't know how we even got there.
Okay, so Robert the doll.
Okay, so that history. So he's still, again, he says that they say that he gives cursed energy, and not only that, you can see all the letters in the background. They keep every single one of them. There are
if you take a picture
without permission, and if you don't come back and apologize or send in an apology, you just get bad luck.
What if you call it names or something like that?
Yeah, it doesn't like disrespect. Yes, it's been around a long time.
It wants reverence.
Kinda.
So basically, you have to be all hail to the Robert.
Right.
Robert, please, if it would be all right with you, may I take a picture? Now, does it answer you and say yes or no?
No, the bad luck just stops.
I know, but what if you do want to take a picture and you're like, hey, bro, can I totally take a picture of you?
And then nothing happens to them, according to Key West, where he is staying.
Yeah, but don't you think that there's a possibility that they made all this up?
Absolutely.
And that people just get it in their mind.
Absolutely.
And it's like
They are manifesting it.
Yeah, they're manifesting the
They're
negativity
like, oh,
into their
let's
life.
see if this is true, and then they manifest it, and they're like, oh, my life sucks. I better
Right,
send
and
in
then
the-
they start
sorry.
noticing negative things happening in their life because they're dwelling on negative thoughts that this might have happened, or it's freaking real.
This doll, I knew about it because it was connected to other things that the stories that we had growing up. So, but this doll has been around. Like, look at it. Like, that is
121 years.
121 years in almost beautiful condition, but you can see it's wear and tear. It's the moth eating, like all that kind of stuff because it was left in an attic. But that thing.
Was this doll ever cute and loved before?
Yes.
I would imagine so.
Okay, so this doll's name is Robert, right? That
Mind
was
you,
the boy's name. He loved his doll so much. He gave his name Robert to the doll, and he used his middle name as Gene and still went by Gene his whole life, leaving Robert with his own name.
But mind you, that 120 years ago, the quality of craftsmanship for dolls wasn't like what we have now. Now we have all these different materials and things. So like, back then, like kids would get a hand carved wooden horse from their dad
And they would,
for Christmas. You know what I mean? So it does. This is the quality of what it was. So I don't see it being
no
of
idea
much more
what the
quality.
dog's name is. They never mentioned that because it was just an entity of its own.
I'm
was Robert
scared
the dog.
of the dog. Like it's gonna bite my ankles. I hate Chihuahuas. They are the worst dogs ever. Like I mean, will never hate an animal, okay? But I don't want it around me. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to.
They're fierce.
It seems
They
like
don't
it's an
care.
abomination. Okay, dogs were not meant to be that small and that angry.
I disagree because I'm Hispanic and I'm small and I'm angry. So
And
let's go down that road.
So
if
your
we're
new
good.
nickname is Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
We'll call you Yo Quiero Taco Bell.
No, that ain't it. Okay, Valley of the Dolls.
All right, Valley of. So that's it.
For this one, yes.
So-
There is a hard to find history on this one, except for people are terrified.
So don't piss off Robert,
Don't
or
go
you're gonna
take
have to write a
picture.
letter.
Don't do that.
If you don't like homework, don't go visit Robert.
And if you're gonna go take a picture, please ask for permission. this dude don't play.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not buying it.
I
before
history
we get
is
it,
history. It's like saying that, what does the Bible say? Some guy lived to 500 years. We know that's not true.
it seems psychosomatic. And like, wouldn't you want to write a letter that they're possibly going to put up in the case for somebody to
I would
read?
never be around dolls. So that
I'm going to
not
write a
the right
letter and
person.
never been there. Be like, I'm so sorry, Robert. I didn't mean to piss you off.
What if you do that and it's like this lying piece of? I didn't curse him.
I feel
He's
like-
cursed now.
I feel like we need to write a letter just for talking about it right now. Right? Because
What? I
if
have
it
the
is
worst
real, he
luck.
must
Like,
know that we're talking shit right now.
Well, if we send the letter.
You wrote those, you better write a letter. You better write an apology.
Look, my life already sucks, and I already have bad luck. Come at me, bro.
There you go.
I'll call their bluff. You know how I am. Do it.
Jesse is
Do
gonna
it.
get. So we got another image of Robert the doll. Let's check it out here.
Cutie pie.
Let's take a look.
I just can't see how this doll did so many bad things.
So this is another image of the doll from the side, and what I want to know is who is this guy that looking like Walt Disney right here?
That's what we're focusing on.
I'm just saying, did Walt Disney have something to do with this?
I don't know. Maybe they had beef. This doll's been around forever.
Yeah, maybe
A
this
doll that's
is-
been preserved, and it's very rare, over 100 years. There had to be, whether you believe it or not, there had to be something very special about Robert for them to keep.
Let's see. That's Walt Disney.
No, it's not. Actually,
is-
that
that
looks
is
like
Walt Disney,
Remember,
chat.
this doll was made in Germany, and that looks like a German.
That's the devil.
No, it's Germans are not. Certain people.
What about this? Look at this. This looks like an official seal
Mhm.
from the government. Maybe
They're the ones who own it.
that looks like
it
a
was
state
given to
seal.
Key West Historical Society.
This looks like the Florida state seal. Obviously, it's a bit pixelated. You zoom out, and then this looks like maybe it says like the something. So there's some kind of something to it. But look at this. This looks like the swastika with the eagle above it.
No, it doesn't.
I'm just saying, I deep dive into this stuff. I was looking at the background stuff here. What I want to know is, what is this?
I think it was the little boy holding it.
What is that?
I don't know.
It looks like a goat eating a child.
What?
You don't see the goat? That's a goat.
I think just everything's a goat to him. That's not a goat.
That's a goat.
You always think you see goats when there's no goats.
What is this? What am I looking at?
I don't know. I wasn't looking at that stuff. I was looking at Robert.
TikTok seller says, I blame Israel. I'm sure
you're probably
Hitler Youth
right.
does as well.
McDonald's.
All right.
Okay.
Reel it in.
Okay, where's
Jesse? You keep getting off topic.
It's not me. It's not me.
All right. Here we are. We're back. So
bring it up.
The next one. I think it's this one here.
Okay, that's a good one.
You want to do that one?
Yeah. Oh, we lost us.
Oops.
Oops.
Hold on, chat. We're here.
Okay. So the Valley of the Dolls, and I'm sure most people, especially if you're Hispanic, you know about this place and its history. But in case you don't, this is part of the Chimilaco, I can't say it, canals in South Mexico City. This particular
A D
island,
in English, Bobby. You speak English.
Dedicated to, okay, so there was a hermit caretaker, Julian Santiano Barrera, reportedly discovered a body. Yes, and this was in the 1950s. The body of a young girl who had drowned in the canal. This canal is infamous for the horrific things that have happened. While some say he found her body and a doll floating nearby, others, including relatives, believe he might have imagined the girl entirely due to his reclusive state. Haunted.
Wait. Hold there.
Yes.
So they're saying, because he was basically a hermit to this island, that he was seeing things, is what people are trying to say. That's you. Your Mrs. Everything has to be scientific and has to have an explanation behind it, right? Okay. Don't you think that he could have seen something?
I do. Now, I'm not dismissing what he saw, because there's something that deeply troubled him that started him on the venture that he went. Because I don't think he could have just decided one day, I'm gonna be weird. And when he grew his own food. He didn't bother anybody. People came and he traded food for other stuff. Nothing about him screamed crazy. He just didn't like people. Being a hermit doesn't mean crazy. Being a hermit means I don't like people. That's my thing.
It seems like maybe trauma could have been due to it.
Seeing a dead little girl might be traumatized,
right? And that would totally do it. But and that would explain some of this. But at the same time, don't you think like maybe there was something that happened before? Like, let's say that, because he said he found a drowned girl, right? Mm-hmm. But where's the girl? There was no body found. There was,
I'm getting to that.
Right? So my question is maybe this is induced paranoia.
But I'm the logical one.
I'm just saying, like, we got to look at it logically and illogically. That's what I was getting to. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so elaborate.
Okay. All right. Haunted by his inability to save her or by her spirit, Barrera hung the doll he found in a tree as a memorial, and it is still there, but it's in the spidery part of it. Driven by a perceived need to appease her restless spirit, Barrera spent the next 50 years scouring canals and trash heaps and trading produce for more dolls. He hung thousands of dolls, many of them mutilated, dirty, and broken across the island. So pretty much anybody could bring a doll and hang it as tribute to the little girl.
I'm hanging a doll.
In 2001, Barrera was found dead, drowned in the same spot in the canal where the little girl had said to have died decades earlier.
I don't understand. Like, how is hanging dolls?
It was like a tribute to the little girl. So when he found the little girl, she had a doll. He took the doll since he couldn't help the little girl.
I don't think the little girl liked this. I don't think
You
this
don't
is
know.
what the little girl meant.
She was deceased. How would you know? Did
if
you
she
talk to
existed
her?
at all.
She had a little doll with her when she passed away. What are you talking? Every girl has little dolls. Well, most girls. I didn't.
Yeah, dolls freak me out.
Dolls freak me out.
That's why we did this show, because I was like, what's something
I don't like
freaky?
dolls. Dolls are creepy.
Dolls
But my
freak me
thing is
out.
that she apparently when he found her and she was drowned, she had a little doll with her. So he took that doll and to appease her spirit, because we don't know what the little girl just drowned. Nobody came looking for her and all that kind of stuff. So his way of dealing with that trauma was collecting the dolls for her.
I'm leaning towards the dude was smoking some good stuff and, had a traumatic experience, thought he saw something, maybe went a little bit off his rocker and started doing this to find a way, like a coping mechanism for.
Yeah, I would think
this
that.
seems more psychological
Yes
than
and
it
no,
does. Like the other ones seem more demonic. This seems more psychological to me.
Okay, so remember he was found dead in the same spot the little girl had died. His nephew Anastasio, who had inherited the island, continued the tribute. Then he also died of a heart attack in the same location. All three of them died in the same spot. The island is now. Legend centers believe the dolls are possessed by a spirit of the drowned girl. Over time, it included the souls of the other dead children as well as Barrera's own spirit. And there's also the conspiracy that he was killing children, and this is why he put up all the. It depends.
Where's the children?
Yeah, I mean, you can kill somebody and no body, no case.
So that's a lot of kids.
But their thing is that it was to appease the spirit from bad things happening. But 3 people dying But here's the thing about this canal, and what people don't really understand. This is the same canal that is connected to a lot of folklore. I can't say this one either. Nojales? No, that is right. Dark spirits that disguise themselves as black-eyed girls or animals like fish and leopards lure victims into the water. This is the
Like a
same
siren?
canal. Yes, the canal that is connected to this island. Also, part of this canal is La Llorona, the legend of the weeping woman searching for her children that she drowned. It is also associated with these waterways. The paranormal activity to this canal's dark history, the canals were part of vast Aztec lake system. After Hernan Cortez conquered the region, it is said that more than 30,000 Aztec bodies were dumped there, potentially opening a portal of evil entities.
Okay, it's
a whole different, because everything connected with this canal is connected with a lot of dark folklore for Mexico City.
Okay, so I'm leaning towards supernatural now that we have the full story here. It does seem plausible the dude could have, went off of his rocker on this one.
Oh, of course, anybody.
But maybe something drove him to that. Maybe some type of spiritual entity. Like, if La Llorona is in my backyard, I'm probably not going to be the sanest person.
Well, think about the water. It's all about the water. Like, this is all attributed to this canal and this island that is right next to the canal. Like,
well, we do
the
know
drowned children and
water can store energy.
Right, and I don't know how familiar people are with Aztecs, but they were not kind. And if they were leaving this world, they did some horrific things.
Child sacrifices.
Sacrifice anything that they thought would please the gods, they did it.
That's terrifying. And this is why I don't like religion. For that reason right there. I'm not a religious person. I'm a spiritual person. I see it more as like a relationship. But yeah, I think when you get religious and things, it can send you down a very, very dark path. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? So, these people may have had good intentions. Oh, we're going to make it rain. Let's totally kill our children. That'll do it.
Yeah. And a lot of people disappear, then everyone gets gaslighting into believing it never happened. And that's like what you're trying. Oh, nope, that didn't happen. There was no drowned little girl or the La Llorona. Nope, there's no dead babies.
Right, right.
That's a hard one because not only, I guess what bothers me about this one than the other ones is the bodies of the people, the little girl, the owner, and the nephew all died in the same place.
In the exact same spot.
In the exact same spot.
So, hold on. Dude finds a little girl.
Correct, with a doll.
In the water, drowned,
yes.
Right? And then he dies there at the water in the same spot.
Drowns.
And then his nephew dies at the water.
Heart attack, drowns.
And then someone else?
No, nobody else. Nobody
So
wanted to be on the island
everyone's
anymore.
like, I ain't going over that
No,
spot.
they do allow people to visit during the day. They do not suggest you be there at night. It is very horrifying and terrifying. Bad things happen.
I feel like we should go at night.
Oh, yeah, not that one. I don't like dolls. I know the history. I've been to Mexico City. You stay away from that. Canal is a huge tourist spot. I grew up with the story of La Llorona because my mother was mean.
What about the cucuy?
No, we grew up with all of that. The cucuy chased you down the hallway when you were going to the restroom. Like my mom, just didn't want us to leave our room or our house at any given moment. She was just like, "How can I scare these kids?" And they were real folklores. They've been around forever.
If you get up and go to the bathroom at night,
going to the kitchen.
If you go into the kitchen and steal snacks, the cucuy and the La Llorona is going to come get you in the night.
That was what she did. She goes, that was our nighttime stories. We didn't get no Hansel and Gretel or.
And see, this is how religion can
Three
control
Bears.
people. Lore like this can control people, right? We're literally controlling children to stay in their beds and not get into snacks by telling them that the creature from the Black Lagoon is lurking in the shadows.
It's like when you get told, and I found out that this isn't true. If you go to bed with wet hair, you'll be sick the next morning. You know that's not true, right?
Yeah, but you don't want to go to bed with wet hair because it can breed bacteria in your pillow. That's the real reason, right? Why you don't go. But we tell children these crazy stories so they'll think, oh my God, if I get out of bed, the crazy demon monkey's going to grab my ankle and yank me into hell,
I mean,
because kids,
maybe that did happen.
Right, but if you tell kids things logically, they're just going to disobey, right? So we come up with the cucuy and the chupacabra to scare them into
Who says those
doing
things
something
aren't
safe.
real?
I mean,
that
believe they're
story came from somewhere.
I've actually seen a chupacabra.
A bald dog?
They have one on display.
It's a bald dog. It's a bald, oversized dog.
It's a chupacabra, and no one can tell me otherwise.
It's a hairless dog.
It's a chihuahua. Chihuahuas are chupacabras.
They're not hairless.
All right, so do we have another picture here? Let's see here. So that's our picture now. And here's my thing, is it seems made up until you factor in the idea that maybe there is...
Those are the trips you can take.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up here. So because people all died in the same spot, that's where I'm like, okay, maybe this is
the only story I give any weight to. Because they
what
were
are you talking about?
People.
What about freaking Annabelle and the dude?
Do you want my honest opinion on that? Now, I gave the story of the background because that's my job to do so. I think it's crap. The doll thing, the dolls being possessed, is crap. Just plain crap.
I don't think so.
I believe, again, whether you believe in demons or not, demons, and even the church, they want bodies. And in your thing about this guy being possessed,
like dead bodies,
they want a live vessel. They have they can't get anything accomplished with a doll. They need a person. They need a body. Okay,
that was one thing that I was researching.
Because I was like, they need a body, they need a host. So when I see these doll ones, I think those people of Annabelle, they made a fortune, and they used religion to, again, not a fan of religion. They use that to push their narrative. Second, the other doll, again, why would you hold on to it? Oh, Robert made me do it, or Robert did it. That sounds like a child didn't want to get in trouble.
It's mutilating toys, so we're just gonna put it in the attic.
He kept
I'd burn that thing. I burned my Furby.
He kept it.
That's well, maybe it was because the child was so attached to it.
It is weird though that he still let it keep its name. Like, that's still trippy. Like, he must have believed it so much. Now, again, I could be wrong. These things could be totally real. But in my brain, the two dolls are complete bullshit. To me, it's crap.
I want to believe.
I get it, and people do. People do. But the Valley of the Dolls, knowing Mexico City, knowing the lore behind this canal, pushes me in the other way. Because I know there's some especially, so my native heritage who settled here in California, in Southern California, are the sister tribe to the Aztecs.
So you sacrificed humans and children.
They did. They for sure did. It explains why I'm so mean. But here's my thing. They did horrific things on that land. I'm not going to make excuses. So did the Mayans. So did most tribes all around the world, but I honestly think, out of reading all of it, the Aztecs were pretty freaking bad.
Right.
So,
and like the Annabelle doll thing, it goes back to what, like the 70s. You know, the Robert the doll goes back to 121 years ago. This goes back like what, thousands of years ago.
Right. These folklore have been around for a very long time. Now, granted, this guy who had the Valley of the Dolls was in his, it started in the 50s. He was older, and he was very reclusive, so people wanted to dismiss him. And he literally traded like fruits and vegetables for dolls to keep her happy, to keep her spirit alive.
I saw that he was literally farming to basically survive and to buy dolls
and to get the dolls for the little girl. What would he wasn't asking for money.
Well, I will tell you this.
He wasn't asking for anything. He just wanted to appease this little girl that he couldn't help, and he felt so devastated he couldn't help her.
After he passed, and then his nephew took over and he passed, there wasn't as many dolls as there is today.
Nope,
the reason it's so much is because people go and visit and they bring a doll. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of people probably every year that are bringing dolls. So now it's more overridden and it's become more of an attraction.
A tourist attraction. But as long as they keep bringing the dolls, the spirits are happy.
Maybe there was a couple dozen, maybe a few hundred to begin with. Now we're talking about thousands. So it's a whole island of the dolls. It's become this lure over time. I wouldn't put it past Mexico to do something like this to bring in tourist attraction and American US dollars.
That's true.
For every supernatural thing.
But the story of the two deaths are documented.
Follow the money. The money will tell you the truth.
But these little things didn't start till a few years, like 10, 20 years ago. This happened in the 50s. I think we forget that we're not in the 1900s anymore. We're in the 2000s. And so the reason why this was cornered off for a while, because Mexico is very superstitious. Whether you realize that, I get Americans are. No, Mexicans, Spanish, any of that in that family, were superstitious to the max. And I think their big thing was, we need to stay away from it. The canal wasn't used for a long time unless it was necessary, because they were afraid of the bad
now
spirits.
They're doing tours through it.
Because Americans
it must
are
have
dumb
not been that bad.
Because Americans will pay to do dumb shit.
I don't know. We went from we're not going anywhere near it to like, oh yeah, let's just totally take families with their children through the canal.
If
it was unsafe, why would they do that?
No, I'm not saying it's unsafe. I'm just saying it's haunted. There's a big difference. I live in a house I know is haunted. I see it all the time. I'm not move. We're going to live together, and someday I'm going to try to get them to pay rent. Do you understand?
This studio is haunted.
I believe that, because the house you live in, the house I live in, these houses were made in what, 1930,
like
1940?
80 years old.
They're almost 100 years old.
Yeah,
there's some sketchy shit.
Everything around here is old. And I think the older something is, the more likely it is to have like something attached to it. So Yes
So
and
something
no.
can be haunted. Okay, people. Okay, you're saying that. Oh, people don't. Why are they? Okay, you say that, but how many people go to the Winchester house? How
Well, yeah,
many
because it's
people?
freaky and weird and different.
Because it's haunted.
Is it though, or is it just
Because
a
there's
staircase that leads to nothing?
But
A
that's what
door
I'm
that goes
saying.
out to
People will pay.
nowhere.
But I'm saying though, ghosts or not, people will pay to see haunted stuff. And
Absolutely.
it doesn't mean they're not haunted, or they are.
Or the story when the 50s was something completely different, and then they rewrote the story for cha-ching.
But what
You
I'm
know, so
saying
that
is
way
you
they can
coexist
have their
without,
tourism.
but you can coexist without being possessed. I think that's what people don't understand. You can coexist with the ghost. You can coexist with aliens. You can coexist with things you don't understand.
Well, I think there are good entities and there are bad entities. And I think in this circumstance, I would say this is a bad entity because, you know, 2 people evidently lost their life and possibly a little girl. So there's probably something evil and demonic. You know, when I look at the La Llorona, okay?
Doesn't that tie in? She was looking for the children she drowned, and there was a little girl that popped up on the guy's island.
I think this is La Llorona. This is probably the
That's
real
the one story I believe
It's
because
the postquel, right? Like it's not the prequel, it's not the origin story. It's this is what happened
a very long time.
Right. So I'm thinking this is what happened after. And what I think is La Llorona's origin story comes from the Aztec background that comes with this. So like
correct. That's
a lot of
more likely.
A lot of evil and demonic and you know, killing of children and people and mutilation and all that stems to cause a dark force and energy which then possessed a mother to drown her children, which then possessed a man to see basically he saw the them getting drowned, right? So here's the thing: it's like a cascading domino effect, right? So he now saw an apparition of this drowning girl, or maybe it was a real drowning girl, or maybe he drowned a girl there. We don't know, right? But it obviously is this cascading effect of demonic energy over the years, and it's probably the same entity because these things are timeless. They don't die, right? And so over the years, it's transferred itself, and it transferred itself into this man who caused him to go crazy, or maybe it was in the doll. Right now, you say it's not in the doll. I think it can be in the doll. Maybe it's in the island. Maybe it's in the water. Maybe it's in Annabelle. Maybe it's in the air, in the ether. Right. I do believe that entities can attach themselves to you without entering into you. You have to give an entity
like
permission.
A tick?
No, like you have to give it permission to enter into you, right?
So I would like to hear when a demon asks for permission.
Well, it's like, I mean, when you do like a Ouija board, right? You're giving it permission to communicate with you.
You know, those are fake, right?
No, they are not. And let me tell you something. I will give you a firsthand experience of a demonic entity trying.
I played with Ouija boards growing up, and the only creepy thing was my dad turning on and off the lights so that we would scream.
Right. Maybe there was no entity that, you know, no energy in that space and time. What I'm saying is those things do exist. They are real. There is a scientific explanation for the Ouija board, and we'll do a whole thing on Ouija boards probably one of these days. But what I'm saying is I know for a fact from my personal experience, I have dealt with demonic entities. I've dealt with these spiritual forces and battles that have happened, and I have seen, or not seen, but interacted, and they would basically tell me that, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Every single time I've encountered one of these things, it's always said the same words: let me in. Let me in. And I always am like, you can get off, but you can't come in. Bye. Get out of here.
Okay, so So you've experienced that.
Yes.
Okay. So then you should believe all the other stuff, right? You weren't
I
there.
do believe it. We were talking about
I'm saying like
we need to have an open mind to scientific reasoning and to supernatural.
I just can't buy the supernatural part on this one. The only one I can, and it's not so much the Valley of the Dolls. I believe he saw what he saw. I believe that he believed what he believed. But I also know with the folklore that I was raised with, the reason she drowned her kids was, you were correct, the Aztec Indians were going to sacrifice them, and the better way to, so that they weren't mutilated and slit their throats, she drowned them. Because, and then she cried because that was her way of saving her own children from a horrible fate.
They do say that drowning is one of the most peaceful deaths.
I mean, I don't really want to try it, but I know the most peaceful death is actually freezing to death.
Yeah, but I mean also drowning though, because
really?
you go into a dream state. You obviously there's some panic behind it. Yes, if you're panicking.
That sounds horrifying.
But like there are people who have drowned, died, and then were resuscitated, and you know their experiences, what they talk about is that it, you know, it's not a painful death. It's not, basically you go into like a dreamlike state of hallucination and you're just gone.
According to science, it's better to die from freezing to death because your sensors just start shutting off.
I don't know, man. I feel like being cold, shivering.
You stop shivering at some point.
Yeah, but it seems like that would be long and drug out, you know? Whereas drowning, it's a few minutes.
But at least you can still breathe. That's the difference.
But you actually
breathing in water.
You get
is
to a
fun
point where you breathe in the water and like you don't get that gas. You know how like when you're holding your breath and you have to.
It is horrifying.
I'm just, yeah, that's the panic state of it. But I've actually saved someone's life and resuscitated them. I had a pool at one time, and we were all drinking, heavily drinking, and this girl, she was very drunk. She dove into the pool off the diving board and was like swimming around. And because she was so drunk and got disorientated, she couldn't find her way up. And I actually had to jump in and dive and grab her and take her to the top and do CPR. And, you know, someone in that state, they're drunk, they don't know which way is up, they're just swimming around. They're probably not thinking it's probably not a horrific thing. You know, you're drunk, you know, you're not
okay. So under the right circumstances, drowning is fun. I mean,
no,
listen,
I'm just saying.
Like, but I get what you're saying, and you're getting frustrated with me. But that sounds insane. That does not sound like like heat exhaustion would even be better. Like, you just fall asleep and you just don't wake up. I want one that I can just fall asleep.
I
and
feel
you don't
like
wake
low
up.
oxygen would be the way. Whereas
That's what I'm saying. Cold. That is. Anywhere you go, the best way to die is to freeze to death because your oxygen slowly lowers, your sensors slowly turn off, you just fall asleep and you never wake up.
Yeah, and I mean, so like I used to collect insects, and one of the ways that we would collect insects is we would collect them and then put them in the freezer and they would fall asleep, and that's how they would go.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a humane way to do it. So I could see that. Okay. Also, lack of oxygen. Basically, you get really tired and you take a nap and you don't wake up. I don't know. I hate the heat. I hate. But
if you were to go lay down because you were so hot and your breathing starts
I am hot.
You're so hot. I had to.
Did I go too far?
I had to see.
I went too far, chat. I don't know. Maybe it's the mustache. That's what's so hot. Maybe it's the red beard.
Help me. Anyways, but heat exhaustion. You just get tired, go to sleep.
Yeah. Anyway, so back to what we're talking about, the Island of the Dolls, right? Honestly,
I want to know what people think because I don't know how people are familiar. Again, I love Hispanic heritage, and this isn't just Mexico. Spain has a lot of their own folklore as well, and that's where most of my ancestors are from, is Spain, and from the sister of the Aztecs that settled in Southern California. But my thing is that what is the difference between taking this tour bus to this haunted island that it is all these Americans and foreigners who go to the haunted houses that are all over California, or I mean the United States. How is that any different? People, you're like discrediting it. Well, it's not that scary if people go, but there's haunted houses everywhere.
I think people will find any reason to monetize something.
Well, yeah, but this wasn't monetized till, I guess you want to call it that, for a while back.
Right. So, yeah, maybe it was just ancient lure that turned into something that they could market.
But what the point is for, this is why this all comes together for me, is the drowned children, the black-eyed girls luring people into the water. Doesn't that seem like, even though they came at different times, doesn't that seem like it's all connected? That's the only one that I could find that was connected to something else, to something else, to something else.
Yes, I think that this is the most likely to be real.
Right.
But at the same time, I think there's some truth in all of it. I'm leaning towards all of it is real. Every single one of them.
No.
I think the least likely one is the Robert one.
The oldest one?
Right. Well, it's not the oldest because this goes back to the ancient Aztecs, right?
Right.
But I would say that one because I would write a letter just to get my letter posted up there.
Of course you would.
Yeah. Why wouldn't? Who would? So many.
Because I'm not weird. It's not.
But I do think that entities can attach to objects, but I think they would much rather attach to a human. And I think in the Robert case, the human was the little boy, and that's why he switched names, because the little boy went into the doll and the demonic entity took over the little boy.
But Gene, what he called himself, had a fairly normal life. Went to college, married, had kids.
And there's lots of people that are demon possessed that live normal lives.
This is all based on the fact that
and then
demons
next
are
thing
real.
you know, one day they snap.
I think you and me have different words for demon.
Possibly.
Yeah.
When I think of demon, I think of fallen angel, nefarious
and I can't
entity.
Wrap my head around a religious answer.
Like when I say ghost, I'm thinking of a disembodied soul, right? Roaming the earth.
That I believe. Limbo, that's where people get stuck at. I mean, I don't believe in whatever, but I do believe that we either reincarnate or we get to have we get just the same life over and over in a multi-universe. Like, we don't know anything.
When I say demon, I'm referring to some nefarious, evil entity that has, ill intentions.
Okay.
That's what I refer to as demon. I think that ghosts can be good or bad. I think more or less the ghosts that are bad are more likely demons, and the ghosts are more likely just disembodied people. And I think people inherently are good. I think people do evil things. And I think there are very, very evil people out there.
Correct.
And those are probably some evil spirits, But I think generally, if you're going to encounter a spirit, it's more likely for it to not be evil, because people, I think, the majority of people inherently want to be good. At least I feel that way, because I want to be good. I want to be a good person. I want to help people. I want to do good things. I think, people as a group, as a whole, as a society, are very ugly and gross and very malicious and selfish and,
Yes and no.
But I think the individual deep down inside has a yearning want to be good, right?
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. You're talking about, I don't believe in this whole demonic thing. I do believe in lost spirits, I guess what you would call them, ghosts, spirits that are stuck in limbo and they have nowhere to go. The reason I don't believe in the whole demonic thing is, one, science can prove that it could be mental illness, schizophrenia. But one of my problems is most criminals, do you know what they hide behind? The devil made me do it. And if that
Isn't there a
wasn't
show
used-
called The Devil Made Me Do It?
Yes, which I've watched in its entirety. But here's my thing. That is my issue with this whole demonic thing. It needs to be labeled as something else. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I get it. It's a
That's
cop
why
out.
it's a religious. That's why I have my whole thing with people who are like, oh, you have to one, I don't forgive and I don't forget, but one, oh, you have to forgive them, the devil made me do it. First of all, that is not an excuse. Do you know right from wrong? Great. Now people who don't know right from wrong, who suffer from psychopathy, that's different. They don't know right from wrong. They think what they're doing is okay. I know you don't like my logical answer right now, and I'm not discrediting that they maybe I'm completely wrong and demons are real and I have no idea what I'm talking about, but from a psychology perspective, it sounds more like a scapegoat. Do I believe in spirits that live on this planet? Did you just say goat?
I heard goat.
Scapegoat.
I'm the scapegoat.
Just a goat. But I do believe in spirits being lost, because whatever happened that led them to
like
that
limbo.
fate. Yeah, limbo. I've always believed in limbo, and until they find peace, they can't leave to wherever you believe you go after this life. I believe in that. But demons is very specific. All these personalities stuck inside of you. And I know the movie Split, great movie. Like, if you had to think of something demonic, but that wasn't who he was, what did they classify it? Schizophrenia.
Right, it was classified as schizophrenia, but I think the difference is someone that's schizophrenic, split personality disorder, they have those different personalities, they have different things. I think what makes it demonic is those same characteristics, but with abilities attached to it.
And that could be very true, but they could have always had those abilities.
No, like there was one I was seeing, and the girl took an apple and
I know what you're talking about. We're going to cover that story.
Yeah, and so like it's like that's a supernatural ability.
Or okay, so here's my thing.
You can't just do that. You just, I'm sorry,
not
but
with these arms, but I mean, if I pump some, metal,
I would challenge like a really ripped. We'll get John Cena because you can't see him.
We can't see him. We're just going to see an apple explode.
Just see an apple, right? Okay. And I think that even someone like John Cena would struggle with doing something like that, because it's just not human nature. And an average person being able to do something like that, that's a supernatural ability, right? Like almost like a superhero type ability that they don't normally have that ability. And then in that moment of possession, they are granted, call them gifts or abilities to do things that defy the laws of physics, defy, everything that we know that science tells us to be true.
Okay. So
that's the difference.
No. So do the demons, do they know that the demons live in them?
I think some people don't. I think some people are full of demons and don't even know it.
I mean, that is, if that's what you call it, that's very probable. But my thing is like, okay, people aren't going to like this one, but, Hitler could have been like at the end, demons maybe do it. I'm not actually crazy.
I'm not saying that blaming it on a demon, it's not a reason for
but that's why it gets
to absolve you.
But that's why it gets discredited, and
I
that's
agree.
what my issue is with it. Now, if you were telling me this back, and this is even back in the '60s with killers and people creating atrocities, and that was their thing. I was, a demon had me, or the devil made me do it, and that again, maybe that's what bothers me so much. But and then it makes it so like it's not real.
It's a cop out, but I don't think that just because something possessed you to do it doesn't mean that you get a free pass.
Exactly.
I think you still have the consequences. I believe that if you are possessed by a demon, you have to give it the ability to do so and basically have to grant it permission. Therefore, you
I don't
are
think you just said
responsible.
it doesn't need permission, though. It just jumped into little Robert.
No, I think that children are easily manipulated. So it's easier for entities to go after children because they can manipulate those children into doing different things. That's why, children are not allowed to have consent because their brains are not mature enough to understand the ramifications of the decisions that they're making.
That's one thing about when you read up on demons and stuff, they always look like children because you feel bad for children.
Right.
Like, if that's real, and I could be wrong, if that's real, that is genius because I would help a little girl. I would help a little boy if they needed my help. And you wouldn't think twice. They'd be like, oh my God, be there and crying, and you'd go hug them, and then they're like, zoop. Thanks, bitch.
Yeah, I think that, and these entities are nefarious, and they will do whatever it takes to manipulate people, or to get their end result. Right?
Why did it in my head went to a Dave Chappelle? Gotcha, bitch! Like,
gotcha, bitch!
Gotcha, bitch! Like, that is what it feels like if there's a little. Because I'm a sucker. If it's a child, like, I'm gonna want to help, and I'm like thinking now, I'm like, if that's true, oh man, so quickly I would have a demon so fast because they'd be like, oh, help me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, come in.
I think that's why they choose to use the form of children. I think that's why they go after children. One, because children are easily manipulated, and to be in the form of a child is because it's easy to manipulate someone else to help a child. Just like the guy at the Valley of the Dolls, right? He wanted to help the child, and therefore it drew him to the water, and it evidently entered into him and attached itself to him. I do think that the entities can not enter in you and possess you, but can latch on to you and follow you.
Like drain you? Right.
So like, you don't necessarily have to be possessed by the entity. You can just be, what is the word? Like, it can follow you, and it can, wreak havoc on you.
These dolls, and they're like, oh, they're demonic. My thing is, things that are really demonic just drain you of everything. The worst that most of these dolls,
vampires.
Right, like they're just but these dolls were just jerks. They're freaking assholes, throwing shit, jumping everywhere, scratching people. Like, they were just jerks. Like, even if that's the case, and they were somehow, these dolls were just jerks.
I think they feed off of fear, because fear is a form of energy. Even with like the adrenochrome, they have to,
No.
The adrenochrome is stronger and more pure the more stress and torment that
we're not talking about Monsters Inc. right now.
I'm just saying is that they do this because it's energy. They're energy vampires. They feed off energy. That's why if
they feed off fear.
Right, but if you believe in the entity, then it gives it more power. And if you are more fearful of it, then it will more likely communicate with you. Whereas like somebody's like, whatever, it's all bullshit. They're never going to have those experiences because it doesn't have the energy to feed off of. It's too draining on the spirit to interact with you. Whereas if it can make the hair stand up on the back of your neck, then it's more likely that it can feed off of those emotions and that energy.
Okay, so look, I believe in spirits and ghosts. I do not believe in demons. I just don't.
I believe in demons.
I can't
because
wrap my head
I've
around
encountered them personally is why I believe it.
And I guess because I don't, I never will. But I believe
that's
in spirits.
Exactly what I'm saying.
I believe in like spirits and ghosts.
And
that makes sense to me.
That's probably why the ghost actually talked to you on the spirit box. And I believe in spirits and ghosts too. That's why when I talked to it, I got the same result when I started asking the right questions, same as you. We believe. I think someone that doesn't believe, it has a harder time.
Doesn't that seem convenient though? Wouldn't you want to go after the people that don't believe?
Well, look at Elon. Elon does not believe whatsoever.
No.
But he's a believer now.
A little bit.
He's a little bit now.
Still hesitation of what he.
Right, because he's very logical.
And he's like, well, maybe I didn't hear what I thought I heard.
Right. But he doesn't have as many encounters as we do.
Because he doesn't believe in it.
Because he doesn't believe in it. It's too much energy wasted on someone that doesn't believe. But if it can make someone
So
who
then
already
I'm
does,
good. Like you're in danger.
I'm not in
good.
danger. I'm
no,
covered.
you believe in it, so I'm good then, right?
I'm
like,
filled with the Holy Ghost, so I cannot be possessed. Okay. Me
I
personally,
feel like
you're in
people-
danger
I
because you
think
don't believe.
People, the majority of people that do get these demons are religious. Look at it. Look into the history of
I
all
believe-
of it. They're religious people because you guys buy into it.
And I don't believe that you have to be a religious person in order to be saved. So if you are someone, you call it whatever you want, but if you believe that you are protected, then therefore you are. That's the difference. Someone who doesn't believe is not protected, therefore could be manipulated.
That's different conversation for another day because I know what I wanted to say, but I feel like you guys are the most vulnerable then.
I think
because you believe in it and you're religious, and if God can't save you, no one can.
I think me personally, I feel like I'm I'm not vulnerable whatsoever because I have that protection, but it also does say in the Bible that you should not, engage in those types of behaviors, right?
And what are you trying to do?
I don't want to engage. I didn't even want to do that thing. Honestly, I was just like trying to see, okay, was this actually interference? And I probably should have never done it. But, the curiosity killed the cat. Okay.
True.
So curiosity got the best of me. I'm a human being. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. But, I.
Because you don't know what you were talking to.
I do not know what I was talking to. But I do know this, that I am safe and I am protected.
None of us are.
I believe I am. I believe, therefore I am.
I believe I'm a cat. Do you see how that works?
You need a cat box?
I need a cat box. My thing is this whole, I guess because we're on different ends of the spectrum. I'm going to be okay because I'm choosing to be okay. You need something to protect you because you don't think you're strong enough to do it yourself?
No,
From like demons or whatever?
I do myself, but I have.
You need to believe in something.
I have a hedge of protection, like a shield. Like
what if it's not
called
real?
putting on the armor.
My thing is, I've listened to your sermon. This
and if
whole
it's
time.
not real,
what if you're wrong, and this is all a simulation or whatever it is, and we reincarnate? What if you're wrong?
Then I slept at night, and I'm okay with being wrong.
Yeah, but then what if
But for me, I don't feel like I'm wrong because of the things that I have seen.
But why can't people who have a whole bunch of demons just be schizophrenic?
I think they very well could be, and that would be a scientific explanation. The difference is the supernatural abilities. Having a mental disorder doesn't give you the ability to do things that you just can't do or possibly know.
Well, maybe they didn't know they couldn't do it, and then they did it.
If you've never been exposed to certain languages and then all of a sudden you start speaking them fluently.
The first time you're exposed to food, you eat it as soon as you smell it. You don't have questions. You're just like, oh my gosh, this is it.
Speaking in a different language, for instance, if someone who's never even heard the Latin language
access
just
that part of their brain, and we just don't know.
How did it get there?
We have a whole bunch of brain. We don't know. We don't know what's in there.
I believe your brain has to be exposed to something in order for it to retain it there. Now, I get what you're saying, that maybe it's from a past life or something like that. Maybe. But
that
for
makes
me,
more sense to me.
I don't think so. I don't know. But I would say that, supernatural ability from, split personality disorder seems more likely to be demonic possession. I do believe that split personality disorder does exist, and that is a real scientific explanation. But I think when you add that other factor into it, that's when it becomes something different. And we have to be able to realize that there are just some things that we can't explain or understand.
Yeah.
And that we have to be open to the possibility that maybe there's something just completely that defies the law of physics, defies the laws of science, defies everything that we know, because it's something that we can't comprehend.
And I believe there's things out there we can't comprehend, but I guess you're going to call it demons and I'm just going to call it schizophrenia. And it's all the same thing. It'll all be the same thing in the end.
I think a lot of the arguments with all these different things is it comes down to the names.
I agree.
I think
that's what I'm saying. Like, you call it this, I call it that, but it's the same thing.
Right. We're arguing over semantics of the identity of the word that we've created for something. And
that's what people don't understand.
It's all the same thing.
We're all talking about the same thing. We're just giving it different names. Even in the world now, like, we are all talking about the same thing. We're just using different words to say
right.
it.
And the problem is we're not moving forward with understanding what is actually happening because we're too busy arguing over the semantics of the words.
Now, with that being said, I would still want to help, even if they were schizophrenic or demonic possessed. I would still want to help. Does that make sense? Like, I don't have to believe in it to want to help somebody be okay. And that's where we all fall on. Like, okay, how do we help this person with whatever is wrong with them? But
and I think, help can come in different forms. I think some people find help from medication. Some people get help from prayer and
from religion.
Exactly. And prayer doesn't necessarily have to be religion, like I said, I don't believe in religion.
Okay, well, I mean in God in
But
general.
that's us arguing over the semantic of the word.
The semantic of what you call it.
Exactly. That's a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
So, I think we get to the root of all this, the sooner we as a society accept that there are things we can't explain and stop arguing over the semantics of the words and start having a more open mind about the different things that we are encountering, because there are just some things that science can't explain.
I mean, yeah. And the reason I do agree with that is because I believe ghosts are real.
And if you're watching, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends.
I forgot we were live because that was in my head.
The subscription button if you're watching on YouTube and you're not subscribed already. We are trying to get to 500 subscribers, so help us out with that. And we appreciate all of you that are watching and hitting the like button consistently. We are live on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Abstract at Ozthecryptogoat. So come check us out. If you're watching on TikTok, you're not watching on TikTok because we're not live on TikTok anymore.
I'm done with
because
TikTok.
We can't say what we want to say. And that's the beauty of the show, is we get to openly talk with free speech and expression.
While we still can.
While we still can. And that's why I pushed so hard to start this show now, because my intention was to do this much later on. And
we appreciate you guys so much. So much.
Thank you, everyone. You guys are incredible.
One thing I do want to touch on, though, because this is my same thing with the moon landing, is these dolls, little Robert and Annabelle.
Mm-hmm.
What if those stories are true and we're assholes? Like, we're discrediting their whole experience. Like, they're terrified and scared for their life, and we're just like, it didn't happen.
I think that's why it's important to have an open mind.
That's my only thing. Like, that's always sits in the back of my head. Like, I know I'm wrong sometimes. I mean, it's not really that much, but like, I know I can be wrong sometimes. I am me. How often am I wrong?
All the time.
Never.
That's why you're the fact checker, because you're always freaking right. I hate it.
It's annoying, right? But more times than not, I try to be as, as educated as possible about everything. But in the back of my head, it's that I could be wrong. And that's what hits me with these dolls was like, gosh, what if I'm wrong? And these dolls did all these horrific things. And I'm just telling these people, your experience is wrong. What you felt is wrong. Everything you went through is wrong. That's not fun either. I don't want to do that to anybody.
Think of people that are demon possessed, right? Telling them that they're discounted, we
I don't want to do that either. I don't want to discount somebody's, like, and what did I say? Perception is, 90% reality. What you perceive is your reality. And to them, that was their reality. Whether they made it up. Now, see, that's where we're going to have to, that's where we try to decide. But perception is reality. And
See,
that
for
reality
me,
for them is, that's what was real.
For me, I've experienced demonic entities. I've experienced schizophrenic personality
my mother
disorder
seems pretty demonic.
People, you know,
Maybe it's true.
I've experienced both.
Probably.
And there is a fine line that where you can use discernment to identify the difference between each, because I believe both do exist.
I do. But again, the back of my head, it's like, could be wrong, but the reality is I'm too logical to think anything else. But again, I don't want to discredit someone's perception. That just seems mean. Like, I believe that you think you saw those things, and I wouldn't discredit that because that was your experience. It wasn't my experience. So only you would know that experience. Does that make sense?
Right. And if you're watching, I would implore you to have an open mind about things. Do not, you know, put people down or discredit their experiences, because we as humans may never understand any of these topics. And you should never, you know, mock someone or put them down or anything like you know what you're talking about, because the fact of the matter is that no one does. That is,
we don't know
the
nothing.
pure truth. Yeah, we have no
we
idea.
have no idea.
Right. So no one is right, no one is wrong. So for you to go into the world and act as though you know what you're talking about and you know everything, that is when you realize that you know nothing, is when
you stop learning.
Right. So if you cannot be taught something and you cannot be receptive to something new, that is a form of holding yourself back from learning and educating yourself. So I would implore you to have an open mind, question everything, listen to everything, but believe nothing.
And I know we bicker, like, but it's more so we have very, very different of opinions and thoughts and how we do things. But at the same time, there's a mutual respect because his comes from a real place, mine comes from a real place. You don't get to discredit the other ones. I don't believe, and he may not believe what I have to say, but the point of this show is to listen to all perspectives, listen to all the theories, come up with your own way of thinking. Maybe you learned something you didn't. Maybe you think we're crazy. It doesn't matter. Like he said, listen to everybody's point of view. And I think especially right now with the world being the way it is, just listen. You don't have to always react. You don't always have to comment. You can just listen and go from there. Just my thoughts and opinions.
And that's why I brought you to be on this show, is because we are complete polar opposites. We basically agree on nothing.
True.
Right. And at the same time, we have the ability to sit in a room together and discuss them without yelling and calling each other names and stuff, and understanding each other's perspectives. And I think that that is something that we need to normalize as a community, as the world, and as society and humanity together. It's okay to agree to disagree. You don't have to hate someone just because they don't think the same way you do. And unfortunately, we've lost that somewhere along the way.
We should stop being human beings. Like, just love. We're all human. That was always my thing when I was a kid and everyone hated everybody. I'm like, we're just human beings. All of us are human. Just be kind to other humans. That's all you have to do. That's
my
simple.
goal with this show is to lead by example. Show people in the world that we do not have to hate each other because we disagree. We can get along, we can sit in the same room, break bread, and conversate with each other without tearing each other apart. And let me tell you something right now. If you are in an argument with somebody and you stoop as low as to start name calling and using derogatory marks, you've already lost.
You lost.
Yeah.
I can't stand that. Like, you know how I am. I'll make a factual statement and it'll bother somebody and they're like, oh, you're a stupid bitch. And I was like, I won. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Say it again. Say it a little louder. Please say it.
Argue with people with intelligence and facts and even opinions, right? That's how you win an argument. When you stoop down to hateful rhetoric and violence, then you've basically lost. You've already lost because you could not come together and put down a complete thought. And the moment you realized that you lost, you decided to lash out. And that's how you know.
Like a tantrum, like a child.
Like
That's
a
what it bothers me. Even my kids have better composure than most adults these days. And it's like, just, they're all listening to each other. They're all joking. Nobody you know what I mean? Like there's camaraderie, and we no longer have that.
Yeah, your kids are unhinged.
I know, but they're fun.
Yeah.
They're completely unhinged. They say the most crazy things, but they all get along. I
Mine
never
are like
have to
cookie
worry.
cutter children.
Yeah, mine are. They're like me. We're like, nothing matters. Everything matters. It doesn't matter. Live your life today. There could be no tomorrow, and we have a lot of fun with that. But there's a camaraderie and a closeness because of the way we are. And I'm sure you have a different kind, but it's the same. And my kids, they will make fun of everybody and anybody. You are not off the table. They don't care what anything you are.
Yeah, with this show, everyone's getting roasted.
Yeah, everyone's
on the table.
What is it? I used to tell my
It's
mom.
all or nothing.
My mom would say, "Oh, that's racist," and I'm like, "It can't be racist if I hate everyone equally." Period. And I'm sure you're on the other side. Well, I love everyone equally.
Exactly.
I hate everyone equally. Therefore, I don't care. I can't be prejudiced. I will roast anybody. And that's just because, I don't know, I have thick skin. Come for me. I don't care.
The most hateful, evil people in my life, I still have love and compassion for them because I feel like something must have happened to them to bring them to that place of such hate and anger. And I feel that maybe with compassion and love, there is a way that something good can come from it.
Horribly disagree.
I think you get out of this world what you put into it. So if you put in good things will come out of it.
I believe that, which is why I try to be the best kind of parent I can be. But there's a parent in my life who made the choices they made, and they deserve what they get. There's no forgiveness. There's no, oh, I feel sorry for them because of their upbringing. I had a horrible upbringing, which made me change it, change the direction, then being brought up the way I was. I don't have that love. I don't know, I'm different. Once you cross me, that's it. You're done. You get exiled. There is no second chances.
I will forgive you, but that doesn't mean that I need you in my life. If you are going to destroy my peace and what I am doing to live and put me in an environment where you're taking away my happiness and my joy, then there's no room for you in my life.
That's understandable.
But that doesn't mean that I don't forgive you for the things you are. I still have compassion.
You're a good person.
What is it that made you that way?
You're a good person. Because even if things made them that way, they chose to stay that way.
Absolutely.
That's unforgivable.
And it's not that it's unforgivable for me, but it's like if you choose to stay that way, then I choose to remove you from my life. Doesn't mean that I hate you or that I, don't love you or whatever it may be. I just choose to not have that in my life because my peace is more valuable.
And I get that. Like I said, you're a good person. I clearly took a different direction because I cannot forgive. I don't forgive and I don't forget, but I also don't dwell on it. That's what people are like, oh, it's going to eat you up. It doesn't. I live my life perfectly fine. And I dismiss and disregard. That's just who I am. That's just this particular person did that to themselves. And I had to break generational curses that she had every opportunity to do, but she didn't.
Yeah. And that's what we're doing here. We're breaking generational curses by coming together and listening and understanding and having an open mind.
Because, like I said, so different, but yet I respect you and what you are trying to do here.
I want to save the world.
We can't save the world.
We might be able to save one person.
And that's probably all that's going to happen.
If we save one person, it was all worth it.
I guess. But right now, we're going to need a lot more than one.
I agree with that 100%. We're building an army, chat.
I know. I hope everyone's getting ready for whatever might happen, just because I am terrified. Not because, I mean, not for myself, but for other people.
I'm not
scary
terrified.
as it
I'm
is.
prepared. I've been preparing myself for what is to come for a very long
No,
time.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not scared for myself. I am ruthless. But I'll do anything for my family. But what I'm worried about is other people that think that, oh, this is going to get better, or oh, it's not. The theater is on fire. I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
The theater is on fire, but it's not on fire.
The screen says it's not.
Yeah, screen says it's not. And people are missing it. People really think, oh, we just got to get past this and it's going to get better. I'm like, it's not getting better. Be prepared. Stock up.
What if it's a special effect in the theater of fire, and then that's why they put it on the screen? The theater's not on fire because you're watching backdraft, and it's a 4D immersive experience. And
I mean, that's a good lie, if that's what you mean.
I'm just saying.
But it's true. And people don't want to see, like, both sides, man. They're both freaking nuts. They're freaking crazy. Yeah. And I'm like, and the more people
reel it in, baby.
Yeah,
reel it in.
Come back to earth. This ain't happening. Like, it's. You think my kids are unhinged? The world is unhinged.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, my kids a little bit more though.
I think your kids are unhinged in a good way.
Yeah.
They question everything.
Oh yeah, they don't believe nothing anybody tells them.
My kids, they believe everything you tell them. You tell them that XRP is made of cheese, they're gonna believe you.
Every show, you gonna bring in just a little sprinkle of your damn crypto.
Hey, I am the crypto goat.
Just because your mustache Frito Bandito does not make you a goat. Although it kind of does look like horns. Demonic. Are you demon? Oh, that's why you're. Oh.
The goat has nothing to do with demonic, and that's a misconception.
I just realized that
so many people demonized me because they thought that the goat was an emulation of a demonic presence or whatever.
I just realized that that was the figure because I went to Catholic church. That was the figure.
Yeah. So. Let the record show the goat represents sacrifice.
Now we know why he's so pro demonic and pro helping, because the goat thing.
I will tell you this. I do not need to be here. I do not need to sit in front of this camera.
You're having fun.
And spend obviously I am having fun, but I sacrifice a lot of my time, energy, and resources for the betterment of mankind, because I want to not only tell my story, I want to help people along the way. And so the reason I chose the goat,
lady.
I know, but the reason I chose the goat is because the goat represents sacrifice.
They did sacrifice a lot of them in your Bible.
Yes. And so that's why I chose the goat. Obviously, there's a more of a story to it.
The lamb.
Yes, the lamb. We went with the goat, though, because the goat, lamb, same thing. But the goat is willing to defend itself.
True. We used to have baby goats.
That's why I went with the goat. And also because there's an inside joke. If you were here when we first started the show, you know why we chose the goat, too, as well.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know. Oh, that was so annoying to listen to.
It was so long ago, too.
Oh, my gosh. Who sent the 100?
I think it was TikTok Seller.
I think it was TikTok Seller.
Yeah.
You do know. I think it was you who sent 100.
And it was like Seamont did as well.
Yeah.
And a couple others. At some point.
The ones from the beginning, man.
Yeah, those were the real OGs.
They're the only ones who know the whole Switch thing, like Commodore 64 or whatever.
Yeah,
it was.
the Nintendo Switch live
I still want a
stream.
Commodore. Yeah, like, I feel like I got old. I mean, you got old. I'm still young, but
I'm a delight.
I'm not. One has nothing to. Yeah, see.
I'm gorgeous.
There we go.
They all listen. Everybody says so. They all say the goat is the beautifulest man I've ever seen. He's the biggest, most goatiest of all the goats.
Help me.
They say LeBron's got nothing on the goat.
I don't want to be. I'm scared.
Listen, losers. Okay.
It was 8 months but I miss it. I know.
I know.
Right?
What's crazy? That's so long ago.
That was before
We could have made a baby.
You did
in that time frame.
What I don't understand.
Could be having birth right now.
I know, like we're totally off topic now, but that's fine because it doesn't matter. It's late. But you know what I don't understand? Back then, you said way more crazy things, and weren't always getting banned every 5 seconds. Like
The
it kind of
algorithms
started
changed.
that way, and then all of a sudden, like we were fine. And you know what I noticed? Like when you got an agent, it got worse.
It did.
It got significantly worse. Like they were targeting people with agents because they didn't want them. I don't know. Doesn't it seem like that?
I think more or less what happened was, well, I don't want to say it on camera.
No, I know.
But
well, I'll say it. The other
they're just
people are
bad
fucking
characters.
assholes.
Yeah, there's just some bad characters.
Those creators
out
are
there.
assholes talking shit in the same network as you, and it was being allowed. I'll say it. That's fine.
And stealing my
Yeah.
ideas.
And then there would
content.
we would say it one day, and the next day they're saying it, and then they're like, oh, they're copying us. Bitch, go back. Go watch the video. It's on YouTube. We know
the
where you
problem
got it from.
is you can gaslight the people, and the people will always listen to their creator and listen to whatever they say.
But I was doing what they were doing, watching in the background and not actually clicking on the video and listening to them talk shit. Fuck that. That's why we're not on TikTok. They can suck it.
You know,
I
what's
said
great?
it.
You know, TikTok is the only platform where you can actually be attacked by someone that is trolling your show.
Oh, and that
Here-
psycho crazy
Right. But
bitch.
and she showed up here on YouTube, but there's nothing she can do.
I know, great.
That
right?
we're here. No one can do anything to retaliate against us. The only people
Have a
that
good night.
can actually retaliate against us is YouTube itself, and YouTube is minding their P's and Q's because they got
Right.
sued like crazy during
Right.
COVID for the censorship.
I thought.
The love letter.
He's talking about from Crazy Bitch Lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do copy, and that's he can be nice as he want, and he's a better person than I am. I'm not a good person. But I sat back and I listened to the things they said. I was even in their chats while they were talking shit. And it's the big ones that you can think of. The girl and the boy that worked together, the other one with the weird, hair on his face as his emblem. They're all douchebags, period. And the fact that they're going out of their way to get rid of people that might be competition for them and push them out of the space because they are wrong and this one's right is fucked up.
You know what's great is since I've left TikTok, they have nothing to talk about except for argue and bash each other now.
It's like freaking
They've
the
become these
novelas.
little-
That's all it is, novelas.
Yeah, it's what is it? Crypto Days of Our Lives. That's all it is.
The crazy angel lady gave you another love message.
The crazy
Yeah,
crazy
that one
angel
too,
lady
TikTok seller.
literally is messaging people going around saying that I'm a bad person and not to listen to me, but then in the same breath, like I'm speaking major truth, and everyone in the chat is like, yes, everything you're saying is right. And then she's saying, don't listen to him, and it just makes her look even more crazy. And then at the same time, she's like, I bought XRP because angels told me to.
My problem is that they buy into her and they spread that because she gifts them like crazy for listening to her stupidity.
Yeah, they're bought and paid for.
Dude, that's another thing. I want people to go look at people's chats when there's like 200 people in it and there's only like 4 people commenting. Why is that? Just take a good look.
Yeah.
Why would that
massive crazy numbers, yet no one engaging.
Yeah, crypto days of our lives. That's pretty much what it is. And my thing is like 200 people, only 4 people commenting.
And it's the moderators.
Bought and paid for, but what do I
Yeah.
know? You know? Doesn't
That's
make
why
any
I
sense.
call TikTok LARPing.
Yeah.
When I realized that the TikTok people run the same way as the news, I had to stop following them.
Yeah.
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 You know what's crazy is now that I'm not doing crypto content, they have nothing to talk about. I'm not even making it on
but,
YouTube.
Like
The only
Alexa
place
said, it's days of our lives. It's just the freaking novella is talking. They're all talking.
Yeah. The
Nothing's
only
crypto.
the only place you can get TA from me or any crypto knowledge is through my Discord. And so if you are watching and you're not a part of the Discord, join the Discord and I will be more than happy to help you. I have not left crypto. I am still doing crypto. We're still doing the TA class. We're still, trading and doing all that. I've taken a bit of a step back from crypto, but if you need help, I'm here to help you.
You have a class tomorrow, right?
Yes, I do have class tomorrow.
Good. Okay.
2 p.m. tomorrow, Pacific Standard Time. We have a special guest. The CEO of Wi-Fi is coming into the class to help teach some
really
of his
cool.
strategies.
Also, for people in the Discord, if you are not in the class, you will be taken out of certain chats. It's for the class only, because I'm going to say it. So.
Yes. So if you are not in the class, you will be removed from the moonshot.
Which is the funniest, the funniest one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't read that.
I'm just holding some right now because I'm afraid news will rug everything. So, and it's going to.
Oh yeah. Please be careful with the news right now. It is so misleading. Oh my gosh. Like
moon cycle. We had the full moon. Now it's time to come back down to earth.
The world is on fire. Theater's on fire. The world is on fire right now.
The theater's not on fire. But the screen said so.
No. But everything's on fire right now. The markets are bad. The food prices are out of control. Gas prices are out of control. All of that is out of control.
Yeah, people think that things are going.
Who has money
crazy.
To invest right now?
Yeah,
I'm on YouTube.
The liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been, and people don't have money to invest.
And what are they going to do? If you can't afford food, you're going to start pulling out investments.
Exactly.
Because you need food. So people are like, oh my God, the market is dropping. Yeah, of course it is. Dude, I can't.
Did you see the shit show at the airports today? I did not.
Oh, are you talking about in California? Because they took out the people that are needed for the landing, and they had to delay flights and there we go, 30 of them, because they cut. Remember, he did a huge cut, and I guess something happened. There was chaos.
Well, they shut down the government, so there's
the 30 traffic control. So what happened?
There's no TSA, but there's ATC.
Yeah, traffic control went bye-bye, and they had to either cancel or delay flights. And now, what is it? They don't want you to leave. They want you to stay, pay the prices. They don't want you to leave.
Prison nation, martial law.
We're already there. They've occupied Chicago. And the thing is, all the Supreme Court says can't do it. They're doing it anyway.
I feel like we should do a prison nation show for the rabbit hole.
You said you wanted to do spooky.
I do want to stick with the spooky, weird stuff, but
there's real life things going on right now.
If it keeps going, we'll probably
Oregon,
take a tangent
California, and Illinois.
Yeah,
literally occupying them. Which isn't, what is it? It's not the Third Amendment, or what is it? The Third Amendment?
Fifth Amendment.
Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
We don't have to.
It's occupying soldiers in your home, though.
That's pretty much what it is. They went into an apartment building. I know we're off topic, and it doesn't matter because they went into an apartment building and ripped out people, and these children were like naked. You can watch the video online.
I believe
There's a couple of them.
I believe it.
That's occupying an apartment.
Why don't we do another live in a couple days, and we can cover that one. Then we'll go back to spooky stuff.
Oh, you want me to go on Hinge, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
What do you guys think, chat? Should we do more of these lives more often? Because I was thinking like a couple times a week. But
I saw that, and it was U-Haul cars too. They threw them into U-Haul trucks. That one that I'm talking about, they ran into the apartment and ripped all those people.
Let's save it for the show. Let's do a whole show on it. And
they're slowly moving into red states, and they're telling them it's for your protection.
We can do a political rabbit hole show. What do you think?
That's fine.
What do you think, chat? Should we do a political rabbit hole show? In a couple days. And
I have to research.
I'll post it to the Discord when we're going to do it.
I research everything. I type it all out because I can't.
The news show needs to come back.
We can do news once a week.
I can do the news show, I guess.
But it'll be on here. It will not be on TikTok. If you want me involved, I will not go on TikTok.
Here's the issue is the rabbit hole show gets a lot of engagement. And
Well, she's
every
but
time
Shelly's right. We can just do a little segment here and there.
Well, here's the issue is the Rabbit Hole Show gets a lot of engagement and has really boosted our algorithm in YouTube. So whenever I post crypto stuff, we get low, bad engagement, which hurts our algorithm.
So let's not do it for
So
YouTube.
I'll
Let's
probably
do, it for
do
every
a
other
TikTok
platform.
only, or maybe just
I will not
abstract.
go on- I will
Why
not
don't we
go on
do
to-
Okay, I will bring the news
How
back to
about we-
abstract. Abstract exclusive.
Okay, but I will not go. One, I will not go on TikTok. But two, why can't we just do the other platforms then? Why not? Why can't we just do YouTube?
The problem is it hurts our algorithm. So every time I post something on YouTube that
You don't think something political isn't gonna push the
no, I
algorithm?
think political would, but we're talking about bringing the news show back, doing the news 5 days a week, like
I'm
I
not
used
doing
to.
5 days a week. We can do.
No,
a
I would do
segment.
it, but I'll do a shorter show. I won't do 4 hours, and I'll do it
I won't
5
do
days
it
a
if
week.
it's on TikTok. I'm
No, it
not
would be
gonna do
just
it.
me,
Okay, that's fine.
and because
That'll be your thing.
I can't afford to bring you in at
No,
5
I'm
days.
doing
a week.
a lot of work already.
Yeah, so we'll do the Rabbit Hole Show.
But the thing is you
and
don't
I'll
need to do
the
5
news.
days a week of a segment. Jesse,
I think we do
less
because
work,
that's regular
a 15-minute
news.
segment. That's what I said. Jesse, less work, a 15-minute segment.
We'll talk about it. We'll discuss it, and we'll see how we can move forward. But I do want to continue, doing.
I like the
media
show a lot.
and being like a news anchor, right? That's basically what I was. But we'll scale the hours back on that, and we'll put the long hours for the Rabbit Hole Show.
If it's TikTok, I'm not.
I'm not really going to be doing TikTok. TikTok is our promo show. We're going to be doing live battles and just building a platform there just to get new viewers to come to YouTube. That's the
Right.
only reason I'm still doing
On
it.
YouTube, I can say whatever I want
Yeah.
about whoever I want.
On abstract, we can really do whatever we want as long as it's not diddling children like Trump.
Oh, okay. Diddy? Diddly? That's
Diddy
what you
diddle?
said earlier, didn't you?
Diddy diddle.
Oh my gosh. That's another one. I'm gonna see if I can pardon Maxine Glenn. I can't believe that.
He acted like he totally gaslit everyone, like he had no idea who she was.
You don't remember the person that sold you children?
Yeah, that's crazy.
15 months.
All right, if you're watching, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to this channel,
Recommend
share
it
the
to
show
your
with
friends,
your friends
so that we can all have fun together. We do look at the chat, and I know we get off subject a little bit, but it makes it a lot more entertaining seeing your feedback.
And if you like this content,
Thank you,
please.
Shelley.
And if you like this content, please. I'm trying to do a little promo.
I'm
clip.
sorry. I can talk
Let's
too.
be professional for just one moment, just for a nice little clip. If you like this show, please hit the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube. And don't forget to hit that like button and share this show with your friends. When was the last time you called your mother or your mother-in-law and told them, hey, I saw an amazing show. You got to check it out. We'll see y'all next time. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Ozthecryptogoat. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and we're going to get started with it. In just a few moments, let's get to 10K likes, and then we'll get going with it. How's everybody doing today? Are you making any money? Hopefully you're making any money. And if you're not, that means you didn't buy the bottom like we did. We bought that bottom, didn't we? What's up, Crypto Trey? How you doing, fam? And if you haven't been watching, Jesse the Fact Checker, that's at Jesse the Fact Checker, has her new show. I believe she was live today. So make sure you follow Jessie. 294. I know, right? It's kind of crazy. She got bananaed, but she's got a good agent with MVP. Crypto TV with Trey. He's in our agency. And Eve got her taken care of very quickly, and she's back. Yeah, make sure you give at Jessie the Fact Checker a follow. Don't miss her show. It is actually really good today. Well, not actually. It was really good. Rabbit holes, I know, right? We were going down some rabbit holes. It's funny how people talk about these certain issues that are rabbit hole issues, right? And I have inside knowledge. Like, I've seen these things with my own two eyes. And people don't want to believe the truth. I'll tell you that right now. You can't handle the truth. TikTok seller says he caught a little of it. Yeah, we had a lot going on. I'm sure you got a lot going on, so no worries if you missed it. There will be more to come. Make sure you're smashing that like button. All you guys together at once. Let's get the likes rocking. I need a rubber band. Yes, tap all. We'll get started once we get the likes up a little bit more. All right. 5.6K likes. You guys are doing it. Tap away my tapping machines. Let's take a look at these gifts here. We got a little bit of gifts coming in here. And I do appreciate it. I'm sure you got your money in the market, so you can't afford to give right now. Totally get it. Crypto TV with Trey. Make sure you give him a follow. He's in our family with the MVP network. Great crypto creator as well. Thank you for the heart me, Trey. And Revolution, thank you for the heart me and the 5 popular votes. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me and the 2 popular votes. Simon, thank you for the heart me and the 12 popular votes. Thought this was meme coins? No, bro. We don't do no meme coins around here. We want ISO coins, man. So does the Switch get flipped today? Is today the Switch flip? Yeah, right. Simon, thank you for the level up. Sparks and Nate, thank you for the heart me. It's so funny that people actually believe that mass adoption happens today without any regulation. People are just, ay. I'll tell you this though, buy the rumor, sell the news, right? We just got the news that ISO went in. Now we have one more bit of news. They're going to vote on the legislation for the Genius Act. That is on Wednesday. All right. And I think Wednesday, we get a slight pump and then a dump. Yeah, the moon cheese is real. The moon cheese is real strong. It's some stinky stuff. What do you think of the mustache? I don't know if you guys can see it on camera. I got the twisty mustache. I've never been so into rumors till I got into crypto. Look at all these rumors surrounding me every day. Just need some time to get away. All right, I'll stop singing. No singing. Jesse was like, I will quit the show if you keep singing, I swear to God. Jason14 says moon cheese. Yep. The moon cheese is real, guys. It's real stinky cheese. TikTok sellers, I don't blame her. Yeah. She's like, please don't sing, bro. Like, nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants it. No one likes it. Okay? Just don't. I was like, all right, fine. Oh yeah, moon cheese is being served on a platter as we speak, and they are gobbling it up, and guess what's going to happen? They're buying now. Don't worry, crypto bros. We're going to have plenty of opportunities to buy this stuff. Everyone thinks that there's no more chance. It's over after this. No. We're going to have plenty more time, more bull cycle, more trading to be done. Just think of all those poor saps that are literally going to buy the top right now and have to hold it till next cycle. Guys, they're mass adopting at $3. I know, right? Oh, it moved like 2%. That's mass adoption. Yeah, right. Only reason it's pumping is because of retail. Patiently waiting for another big dip right here. Exactly. Buying the dips, guys. Buying the dips. That's what we want. Don't be one of those poor saps that bought when Trump got inaugurated and held till now and you still haven't breaking even. Oz, you have a nice vibe in here right now. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Hey, Web3, when are you coming on the show? We need to schedule a day for you to come on the show, man. I'm booked out till end of August, though. Web3, thank you for the heart me. Jason, thank you for the donut. Nate, thank you for the popular votes. Jason, thank you for the other donut. And Nate with looks like a level up Sparks from Simon, and Nate with a heart me. And if you haven't signed up for the TA class, I got bad news for you. The class is full. I will allow, if you've been a subscriber for a while, and there's a few of you I've already talked to that want to get into it, you're just not financially there, I will allow it to be open for you. But if you're not a subscriber, and I mean, you have to be subscribed. You can't just subscribe right now. You have to have been a subscriber. I will allow you in the class. Otherwise, the class is full. The TA class is completely full. And I have it that way because I want it to be a more one-on-one experience with you guys. But no one seems to talk too much. There's a few of you that we talk and chat and communicate with. Others are just silent, listening in the background. If it continues that way, I may allow new people to come in. As of right now, class is full. Let's see. It's I'm an exclusive F, but we should talk. It's fair. Yeah, dude. I think we should talk, man. I think you have a lot to offer the community. If you don't follow Web3 Glossary, make sure you do. Great creator as well. We need good creators, and creators need to support each other. And I think it's good to have these discussions because you could probably learn something from me. I could learn something from you. You're not allowed to give gifts? If you're not allowed to give gifts, just so you know, you need to submit a ticket with TikTok. So report a problem and submit that, and they will fix that. TikTok seller, thank you for the 9 roses plus 3 more. Appreciate you. I guess that's a total of 12, right? I got 60 in gifts this week, and they won't let me use it without doing KYC. Really? You need to message TikTok. Web3, do you have an agent? You should have an agent, man. Highly recommend MVP Network. If you want Web3, send me a DM and I'll get you linked up. I'll get you in, bro. I can get you in my agency, 100%. I got Jessie in, and she only has like 400 followers and growing, but she started a brand new account. And she's already represented, making money, doing the live thing. Doesn't even have enough followers to go live and still gets to go live. So Web3, reach out to me. I'll get you hooked up. You need an agent, 100%. And it's free, man. It's free, but you need a good one. And my agent specializes in crypto creators only. I plan to take bigger strides here once I finish my building, but we'll talk at some point. Yeah, man, let me know. It's not anything you have to do. It's very simple. You can have it done within 10 minutes and be good to go. I'm full port shorting BTC right now. You might be a little early on that one. I would short it Wednesday. Not financial advice. It's going to get one more pump. It's going to 125. Just like I told you guys, I've been telling you guys for months now, BTC is going to hit 125. Michael Saylor said to short BTC if you hate money. Yeah, because he has everything to gain from the price of BTC pumping. I don't trust anything these people say that have a bias. Don't listen to Michael Saylor. Don't listen to Brad Garlinghouse. Don't listen to Donald Trump. Don't listen to anybody. I mean, listen to them. Listen to everything, but believe nothing they say. All right? Use your brain, people. It's all psychology. Look, it's right here. We were actually talking about this in Jesse's live. Harvard University 1969 psychology textbook. This is MK Ultra right here. Right here, baby. This is MK Ultra. You won't find this bad boy. I know I just thought it was funny. You're right, Oz. What they do, not what they say. Exactly. Look at what they're doing. Revolution with the pineapples. Revolution, you trying to get freaky? Revolution's trying to get freaky with me. She's trying to be a swinger. Is this happening? I'm not totally opposed. Revolution's cute. I had to apologize for hitting on her because I didn't know she was married. I'm married too, but you never know. We should talk. We could make a video and we could post it and people would pay to watch it. Would you guys pay for that video? You want to see this sexy dad bod? You guys want this dad bod? Me and my wife have a deal where it's okay if the other person is dumb rich. Hey, Jesse, it's okay if the other person is dumb rich. I'm dumb and I'm rich. Hey, this could work. We could make this happen. Out on the dad bod video. You're out, bro? Nah, man. TikTok seller says, let's talk. All right, bro. Pony up the dough. Hey, I ain't gay, but $20 is $20, right? Jesse's a cutie, though. Check this out. There she is right there. That's our fact checker. I'm about it. I'd suck a fart out of her ass like a bong toke. I'm just kidding. All right, my real personality is coming out right now. I gotta be more professional. This is my show. Got a little carried away there. She's a cutie though, right? This is our fact checker, Jesse. Make sure you follow her. That's at Revolution. Or no, it's at Jesse the fact checker. Yeah, look, there I am right there. Boom. Look, see the face of disgust when I got close to her? She wants nothing to do with this. She's all about the Benjamins. That's all she cares about here. Jesse only cares about the Benjamins. She's like, pay me, bitch. Web3 says, pretty woman, no doubt, but I want to talk to Jesse more and know the brain. Reach out to her. Send her a DM. No, I'm smart, not pretty, duh. You could be both. I think there are pretty smart people out there. Pretty smart. Let's see here. Rabid with a rose, Jesus with a heart me, and Jesus with 25 goats. Count them, 25 goats. 20 popular votes. 1 greeting heart, and TikTok seller with 11 roses. With a total of $1.27, we made this live. Oh yeah, we are swimming in the cash right now. Swimming in the cash. Appreciate the gifts though, guys. It does help the algorithm. We already got 43 people watching right now. That's not bad, and we haven't even started. Are we looking up at a pullback on XRP soon? I think Tuesday or Wednesday. Probably Wednesday after we get the news. Like, the bill's gonna pass. It's gonna shoot up. And I think after that point, probably the next day or by that weekend, then it'll pull back for sure. Don't forget tariffs are coming. Nasty, nasty tariffs are coming. Yes, I can do H-bar. And if you were in the TA class, we've been deep diving into H-bar actually. We've been looking at the charts, reading the candles. It's been pretty awesome. Oh yeah, nasty, ugly, disgusting candles coming. You think those green candles were beautiful? Wait till you see the red ones coming in. Just you wait and see. Algo looks ripe for the picking. Algo's kind of been ripe, but yeah. Algo barely moved, huh? Let's take a look at Algo. Algo's one of those ones where it's a late mover. Oh yeah. Algo hasn't even gotten its next push yet. So if you missed one or you got profits in one, you can move it into one of these, man. But I'll tell you what, it kind of hit that spot 30 cents, but it could potentially do 33 cents to 35. We shall see. Jesus says, good TA class this past week. Yeah, man. Hopefully you're learning. Hopefully you're using the paper trading. Use the paper trading. I'm telling you, if you want to be a trader, that's the place to learn. Don't do it with your own money. Do it with fake money. Lose fake money first. I'll tell you what, when I first started trading, I was doing paper trading on, I think it was like 4X. And dude, I would lose 50 grand a week on that thing before I even put real money in the market. Once I started making money, I'm like, okay, I'm ready. And I was a kid back then, man. Just a kid. I'm buying pie coins. Like just a slice of pie? You're buying a slice of pie? Just a slice. Honestly, if you're buying right now, you're borderline unwell in the head. I wanted to say the R word, but Jesus, thank you for the level up. H-bar does the same as algo. Exactly. Exactly. How you guys digging the music? I'm an old school raver, man. I'm one of those 90s ravers, man. What about buying XDC? I mean, yeah, it's just a bootleg XRP kind of thing going on with that one. Same thing, double bottom, kind of played out already. It could potentially go more, but it's kind of got this trend line here. So it could top out right there at 85, 085, or 875. We'll see. I think everyone's going to be severely disappointed with crypto this year. Who's being naughty with the comments? I'm being naughty. I'm being naughty today. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples. Spam the chat with pineapples and make Jesse blush. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples. Yes, I'm being very naughty. Web3 glossary was like, they have a rule where they're allowed to have an open relationship so long as the other person is stupid rich. And was like, well, Jesse, I'm stupid and rich, so this kind of works out, right? TP? What do you mean TP? Toilet paper? It's gonna run out. Everyone's gonna run to buy the toilet paper. You're gonna have to use pineapples instead. Revolution says you're half right. Yeah, I'm rich, but not stupid. Actually, I'm broke. I am so broke right now. I haven't been this broke in a very long time. I'm so broke because I'm crypto rich, cash poor. I cannot wait to cash out. Get ready for the demon candles. Okay, not the god candles, the demon candles when I sell. SXT, how's it looking? Man, SXT looks dead skis. It looks like 9 cents might have been it for SXT. I'm kind of bummed out on it a little bit, but it could do more. It's one of those projects when we go into alt season is when it's going to do parabolic things. So make sure you're taking profits, you know, getting in at lower prices. That one's going to do what it's going to do when it's time. XRP to $5, maybe. let's say Bitcoin crashes, it should bring everything down with it a little bit, and then if it loses dominance, expect all that money to flow into alts, and then I could see a $5 XRP. When is alt season? When Bitcoin crashes. When you see Bitcoin fall below 75K and start inching towards 50 to 25K, that's when. I am on Discord. The link is in my bio. What happened to the pineapples? Spam the chat for pineapples. I'm trying to make this thing happen. Francesca, thank you for the heart me. I feel like the more pineapples that come in the chat, the more likely it's going to happen. So send in those pineapples. Let's make this happen. Come on, Jesse. I won't bite hard. I won't bite too hard. I can be gentle. I'm a gentle giant. This is going to happen. If we get like 100,000 comments in pineapples, it has to happen. If we get 100,000 comments and we're just flooding it with pineapple, you'll have no choice. The internet has spoken. Oz, it's not Fran After Dark. I know. My true personality is coming out today. No tap or comments. I like the Fran After Dark show. Alexandria with the pineapples. Is Alexandria trying to you trying to say something to me or to Jesse with those pineapples? Jesse, I think Alexandria is about it. She's sending you pineapples. I'll tell you what, man. Doesn't it feel great to see the market going up finally? It's not going to last forever. What goes up must come down. Look at all the pineapples in the chat. Me too. We have so much fun and talk a lot. Shiza. Not about people. Exactly. We have fun. I can't wait to do another late night live with Francesca. Eric says I missed out again. That's all right, bro. There will be more opportunities. Eric, I'll tell you this. If you missed out, maybe you should consider being in the TA class. You've been a subscriber for a while. I'd let you in, man. The class is full, though. The charts have been saying yes. The news has been saying no. And I think everyone just doesn't care about the news right now. They're like, we need to make this pump so that we can make some money here because our children are starving. And then it'll be short-lived. It'll be sad. When you get a spot open, let me know. Well, Eric, I do. The class is full, but I'm leaving it open for subscribers. So there is space because you're a subscriber. So if you're interested in getting in the TA class, it's on Sunday. If you missed the class, I will record it. By the way, I don't know what happened with the recording for the live or for the last TA class. I did, however, make the video today. So if you missed the TA class, make sure you DM me today after the show and I will send you out that video. When are the classes? What's the format? It's on Sundays at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. and it's on Discord, and it's on like a phone chat, so we like actually talk and communicate with each other, and I teach you guys all kinds of stuff. And if you join the class late, everything is recorded, and I will send you those videos so that you can get caught up and get up to speed, and then you can rewatch them and burn them into your brain, so you're not have to pay every month, you know. How many members do you have on Discord? What do you mean, in the TA class? I'm not sure. There's quite a few. The TA class has only 5 people in it right now. I'm trying to keep the class size low. I want to keep it low so it's very personal and I can answer your questions. If it gets overwhelming, no one else will be allowed in it until somebody drops out. Thank you for the hashtags. Francesca, thank you for the 2 paper cranes and the heart me. Much appreciated. What happened to the pineapples? No more pineapples? I guess it's not going to happen. Seamont with the hashtag pineapple. Pineapples for days. Keep the pineapples coming. Let's make this happen. We threw them out. They're going bad. You talking about the pineapples? Threw out the pineapples? You better save your pineapples because you're going to need toilet paper soon. Supply chain shortages are coming. You're going to need those pineapples for TP. Oh, that's why someone put in the chat TP question mark. Save your pineapples. You know the little top on your pineapple? You should save those because if you ever run out of toilet paper, you know you're good. Sign me up. I'll take a listen to the TA. It does cost money, Justin, but I would be more than happy to. So if you want to get in the class, send me a DM, Justin, and I'll give you the rundown of it. And for those of you who are not subscribers, make sure you subscribe. How many subscribers do we have now? No, subscribers are invited to join the class, but it is an extra fee for the TA class. Because if I teach you this, you're not going to need me anymore. What's your predictions for the markets tomorrow? A bit of a pullback and maybe more upward movement. I don't think it's going to crash. Maybe like consolidation. What am I up to here? I do day trade crypto. That's how I pay for all of this. I'm gonna pay for Jesse to have some pineapple time with me. I don't think I could afford Jesse in that manner. I can barely afford Jesse now. I don't think she'd even be down. She's not about that life. TikTok seller with more pineapples. Hoping for 119K to enter into alts to go long for tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see. I want to see Bitcoin lose more dominance. But I think you're right. I think we're on the verge of alt season. We're on the verge. You thought these candles were nice. Wait. Just wait and see. But remember, the liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been. And that means with more liquidity spread out, the less these alts are going to move. Stack your bags, last chance. I think you're right. I think you're right. One last move. I'll tell you what, Big Baller is a smart investor. You're going to get one last pump, and then that's going to be it. Make sure you take profits. We're too close to Valhalla to not hit it? Nah, man. You need money. There's just not enough new people in crypto. I mean, Eric, yes, you can still buy in, but I think the next candle is gonna not be as great as what we've already seen. But there should be some candle to catch. And I would imagine it's gonna be your top 10 coins are gonna do the best. The bears are bearing hard. I'm with them. Dude, I'm with it too. I still have the green light on because I do believe we're going to get one more pump. But let me tell you, the red light is coming soon. Soon coming. But right now, still green. I appreciate you sending. Sending what? Did I send something? What's up, Fredrum? And make sure you guys are subscribed. And if you were subscribers, resubscribe. Keep this community going. The subscribers are what really keeps everything going here. Not just financially, but with the status that this live is at for growing into the FYP. The more subscribers you have, the more you're promoted and pushed. I feel like it's going to tank on Thursday. That's what I'm thinking. Respect to all of you. Hope you're making money today. I mean, yeah. I think we're about to get a little pullback, but there should be some more money to be made. Should be some more. I think you got one more. One more hopium, one more moon cheese, and then... And I could be wrong about that. It could pump until the end of the month, but I'll tell you this. Like the 30th-ish, around the 1st, it's going to dump hard. And it's going to be dumping for like a while. And that'll be your second chance to get in for September, October, like maybe some rate cuts, maybe legislation coming out. You're going to get a second chance. I got one too. Feels good with a haircut, doesn't it? Oh, dude, it was so hot, bro. Oh, it feels amazing. Look at, don't I look nice? Look at, yes. It just feels incredible. It is so hot. It's like 100 and a million degrees out here. Yeah, I hope you like the mustache. Maybe Jesse will be down with some pineapple time because I'm looking good. What do you think, Jesse? Some pineapple time with this strapping young lad? I'll tell you where that pineapple goes. I'll tell you right where I'm going to put that pineapple. Just giving respect. I love women. Yes, I do too. I love women too. Jesse, I'm going to talk to my wife. I'm going to say, hey, the internet has spoken. It has to happen. You know, no one knows what it means, but it's provocative. Gets the people going, right? You got to give the people what they want, right? I only jest and joke about this because I know never in a million years would she ever consider it whatsoever. That's why it's so funny to me. Like when if I get too close to her, she's just like, go away, ew, gross. Alexa, thank you for the heart me and the rose. Alexa, I'm so sorry. I keep calling you Alexandria. I am the worst at pronouncing the names of the people in the chat, by the way. I'm the king of messing your chat name up. I'm going to actually make it a thing. I'm going to try to pronounce everyone's name so poorly. That's going to be my thing. And I'll be like, what's up, Restitution? What's up, Javier Acevedo? Yeah, like I did with Ginny. Guinea Marie's name is Ginny Marie, and I call it Guinea. I'm just gonna call her Gina. I'm gonna just make that the thing where I totally butcher everyone's names. What's up, Jace? What's up, Jace? How you doing? Everyone's name is getting butchered. Jace says BTC definitely hitting 150K at very least. Maybe 125. Alexa Delgado's name is Alexandria Gustavo. It's Eric Bro's name is now it's Aaron Bra. What's up? It's Aaron Bra. Okay, I'm looking and I missed out so much. I'll be here all the time. Yeah, dude, don't miss out, man. Everyone here that heeded the advice made money. We shall see. It all depends with like crypto regulation. What's going to happen? I'll tell you what, if that bill doesn't get passed, if it gets passed, then maybe upward movement with some sideways movement until the end of the month. Loan protocol and XRP, don't sleep on it. Fredrum's new name is Freedom. XRP is going to hit 380. Oh, definitely. Within a couple hours, it's going to do that. It'll recover back. I'll tell you where support is on XRP. It's like 270, 275. That's where support's at. Like it right here. Do that consolidation zone. And then our wick, 277, 275. I'm here to learn. Thank you for all your knowledge. Just don't take my humor anyway. Oh, of course, Fredrum, you're fine. Hey, Fredrum, I have the TA class. If you're interested, when there's an opening available, I can get you in. Why 380 today? Just natural pullback. It wants to retest support. Yeah, Fredrum, send me a DM and I'll let you know. There's a few people that are on like the waiting list. If they fall off, I'll put you on this week. How about that? But you got to be a subscriber. I'm only letting subscribers in, and I said that, you know, it does, you know, I said that new subscribers I wouldn't. Fredrum, you've been around for a very long time, and I believe you used to be a subscriber, so I will extend that courtesy to you. Oz, where in the heck has your humor being? Gotta show it, man. Well, I'm trying to be very, what do you call it? Like professional with this show, but my actual personality is very humorous, okay? Very humorous. And pineapples just get me going. Something about a pineapple, using it for toilet paper, makes me laugh. Think of all the people in 2020 that were using pineapples for toilet paper. Alexa, thank you for the rose and the 4 goats and the heart me. This month it will hit 380. Yeah, it'll hit way lower than that. This month, like the 30th, it's going to hit like, and like beginning of next month, I think it could be all the way down to like 250. Yes, this is XRP. Let's put on the rage bait. This'll get them going. We're already getting our first red candle for, was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. A whole week of green candles. Corn husks in Mexico for TP, yeah. That's what you do. You eat the tamales and then you get mud butt after, and you get, it comes with toilet paper. Hopium is going to the garage to hit another. Oh, I know, right? Remove the ghost and put it back in August. The ghost has been our mascot for so long. I can't get rid of the ghost. The ghost has been our mascot since day 1. Remember the ghost? I used to hand draw the ghost. You guys remember when the ghost was hand drawn? It looked like this guy. That was bad. It was like, this was our ghost. Remember this guy? Who remembers this ghost? On the iPad? No, it was, everyone called it a Nintendo Switch, but it was like a tablet. Yeah. It was my Chromebook Duet tablet. Yes, the Switch. I have the Switch right here. Somewhere around here. I have the Switch from back in the day. How long ago was that, man? That was so long ago. How far we have come as a community here. I see you all as my family now. You've all been here for so long. I feel like I know you. Like you guys have become a part of me. Don't date yourself. Time flies. Yeah. Yes. I gotta stop dating myself. My palms are getting raw. Oz, do you watch Paul Barron? If not, check out today's YouTube video. Might be insightful. If I remember, I'll look into it. But I try not to let other people influence what I'm doing. Everything I try to be my own original thoughts that I come up with on my own. Uninfluenced, unmolested by the media and other pundits. Calvin never came back in here? No. Calvin's too cool for school now. NK, thank you for the heart me. Danny Gibson, thank you for the heart me. Much appreciated. Let's do a gift goal. Let's do a gift goal. Let's do a galaxy. Who's coming with the galaxy? I know you all got money now. All right. I know you all got some money, so like, let's up the gift game a little bit, right? Like, I mean, a penny rose is beautiful, and thank you. And Alexa, thank you for the rose. Give what you can give. But I know you all got some money because you've been watching this show for a very long time. Nah, my boss is cheap. Remember, the money that you send in gifts goes to Jesse, right? And the IT guy. This is for them. How did Jessie make more money than me in her 1 hour live? Jessie made like $30 in 1 hour on her live, and I made $2.64 in 1 hour on my live. What the heck? Alexa, thank you for the Galaxy. Appreciate you. Thoughts on what Brooke said? I think Brooke is right. I just don't think that buying and holding forever is not the way to make money in crypto. Oh, I like this song. Is the Fedwire live right now? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Which means it has nothing to do with crypto. ISO 222 has nothing to do with crypto. There are just some cryptos that are compliant. In other words, leave a moon bag for XRP. Yeah. Maybe a small moon bag. I mean, yeah, not financial advice. Do what you want to do. But we're coming back down, ladies and gentlemen. The way to make money in crypto is by trading its volatility. It's not an investment. It's not an investment. It's for day trading. At least right now, in the long-term future, 5-10 years from now, yes, it will be an investment. Right now, it is not an investment. If you're investing into crypto right now, you're doing it wrong. Let them know it's just a messaging system. Yes. So ISO 222 is just a messaging system for the banks. It has nothing to do with crypto. It's basically they're doing all the same thing the bank has always done before, but the messaging system is different. Yeah, it's an upgrade. The whales are there to take our money. Exactly. The whales already bought a long time ago. Everybody that bought in at $3, thank you for the money. You guys put money in my pocket. And look at this looks like a crazy move. This is nothing. This is nothing. There's money to be made there, but it's not blow your O-ring money, okay? It's not generational wealth money. People did buy at $3, and I'll tell you why. They bought it at $3. They bought it like $3.15 because this formed a bull flag right here, but then tariffs just sent it the opposite direction. XRP topped this cycle $8 to $25. No way. Maybe $25 next cycle. Maybe. I think top this cycle $5. Maybe $8. And I'll tell you why, Josh. Tariffs on the 1st are going to erase everything that happened today or this week. Everything that happened this week instantly erased, just like this one right here. Boom. Everything that you got out of this candle, boom, instantly erased the next day. Canada, EU, and China. Yep. Retaliatory tariffs. We're literally talking about countries are going to cut us off from trade completely. Like they're not going to trade with us ever again. Do you say the 1st? Yes. August 1st. all downhill from there. It'll probably start turning downward before then. Yes, the Ponzi scheme will collapse. True, because we're holding back. If the US doesn't get on board, we will be left behind. Exactly. Short, maybe not just yet. Maybe Thursday or the right before the end of the month. The end of the month, I would definitely say short. Definitely. I think it's got one more push. I think it's got one more last little. China made them deals. They said no proof yet. But what is something pretty Eddie would do? Exactly. They will pump it right after the dip. I'm not worried. Yeah, but unless you're trading that, there's no money to be made there. You should be buying the dip, taking profits on the pump, rebuying the dip. Obviously, you haven't seen Daddy TikTok rebutting what you just said about the messaging system. What did Daddy TikTok say? If you're wondering if you should sell right now, QWERTY, I would recommend becoming a deluxe subscriber, and you can get one-on-one coaching with me. Everyone's situation is different. Everyone bought at a different time. Everyone has a different amount in there. So what I would recommend is become a deluxe subscriber and get one-on-one coaching with me, and we can come up with a strategy that works best with your portfolio. So you're saying sell shortly before the first and then rebuy after the red drop from tariffs? I'm saying everyone's situation is different. But what I'm saying is we're going to drop hard and basically erase everything that just happened. Oh yeah, 50K likes, baby. Make sure you guys are tapping the screen. Let's get to a gazillion likes today. I want to see a gazillion likes. A quintillion. How many is a gazillion? All of them. We're still bullish too, right? Kind of. I think we'll probably form a bull flag on XRP anyway. I think it forms a bull flag and then from there. But maybe not. Maybe not forming a bull flag on the 1 day. But if the crypto week thing keeps getting sell off from it, shorts keep coming in, then it would form a flag and then go. We'll see. XRP can't hold over $3. Exactly. And I'll tell you why. You know, there's a reason, and Ripple said this themselves, why they hold 44% of the supply is to keep it regulated so that it doesn't go crazy. And because they make money, of course. That's their reason, but we all know why. It's keeping the lights on. It's sending them on yacht party vacations. We still in for 190? Sheepman. 190 for what? We already hit the 190. 190 was back in June 23rd. That's when we hit that. That time came and passed. Oh, I thought maybe a retrace. No, maybe not 190. Probably like 250 is where I would call it. 250 to 230 is where I would call it right now for the retrace. Yeah, the tariffs on the 1st will affect it. It's going to basically erase everything. That's why it's all perfectly timed. The ISO thing, and then the crypto week, and then they pushed back tariffs one more time. Like, yeah. 250 sounds good. Nah, that's too rich for my blood. Maybe if alt season's about to happen, Bitcoin's losing dominance, yeah, I'm going to buy at 250. Did I look at H-bar? All right, I'll pull up H-bar. Sorry. We just were chatting away. I guess I should start the show now. I haven't even started the show. We've just been like chilling. Let me look at H-bar. The music was on. I was having a good time. The markets are up. I'm all giddy and having a good time. We're spamming the chat with pineapples. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples. Everybody send a pineapple. Let's make this thing happen. H-bar looks like it's got another day of retracement before continuation. And I think that that's going to correlate across. I think tomorrow we get another retracement and then a continuation. And if you're in the TA class, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're in the TA class, what do you see? 1, 2, 3, boom. And that's Wednesday, and that's the day they vote. Boom, turn around. So Tuesday, Wednesday. So either today is the last candle, red candle, and then another push back up. Yeah, totally textbook, right? Jesus knows what I'm talking about. He's in the class. Isn't it amazing, even just after yesterday's class, how much more vivid the charts look to you? You guys have learned quite a bit. I know we haven't covered much, but these fundamental things, like, you're going to start seeing them now, and you're going to start like applying this into your trades. And oh man, it's going to totally change your life. That's the whole plan. A small little investment into yourself, into your knowledge and understanding of this stuff is going to just pay off phenomenally. And then one day you can thank me. I'll take my boat in emerald green and gold trim. You can all buy me a boat. We'll have a fleet. I told you before, you should write a book, dude. You're such a good speaker. I am going to write a book. I'm working on it. I've actually been talking about writing a book for a very long time. The problem is getting it all out. So when I have story time, I'm recording those things so that way I can remember and put some of them down, because it's kind of hard. There's a lot to remember. My life has just been so wild. I could never remember all of it. But I do want to put it into a book. Maybe I'll make it audiobook. Viewership is way up. I'll tell you what, when the markets are up, viewership's up. And this is with no promotion. This is great. All right, let's do a gift goal. My favorite one. This is my favorite gift right here. Who's got me with the dragon crown? I want to go with the fire coming out. So much fun. No way this cycle, end of the July though. Too early. I smell fake out. No, dude. Yes, but Danny, thank you for the dragon crown. Appreciate you, man. My agent says that I need to berate you with more gift goals. I'm not doing it, okay? We'll have our days where we have those gift-a-thon days. We usually have them like the end of the month. But yeah, I don't want to berate you guys with gifts. If you guys want to send gifts, I appreciate it. I'm not going to be constantly putting them in the chat. That's not what this show's about, okay? I do like getting them. It is nice to have less money that I have to pay the staff. And it is nice to get that push in the algorithm. But that's not what the show is about. The show is about the information and everything that we do here. Thanks to Oz the Crypto Goat. Oh, thank you, man. Yes, Danny Gibson has been doing pretty well, but he takes advantage of the deluxe subscription. He'll message me, him and a few others, though, is Simon. Simon takes advantage too, and they'll be like, hey, what are you seeing on this one? I got in at this price. What should I do? Because I can't do that on here, right? But if you're a deluxe subscriber, oh man, those two are raking in the dough. Can you check DAG for me before I load up? Yeah, I got you, bro. Big Baller's sending me on vacation tomorrow. We're going to hang out, and I'm going to get my beer gator. And yeah, we're going to have a good time. I got to figure out where to get the threaded CO2. I'll tell you this, though. I got some ideas for the whole beer gator thing. I got some ideas of how we can market and not just sell beer gators, but sell so much more. Dude, you think beer gator is going to make you rich? Wait till the add-ons for this thing come. And I'm just so appreciative of you, bro. I'm gonna let you in on my insight and knowledge of what it. If you feel like bringing me along with you and doing it, like, I'm down to work something out. We're gonna talk about it over dinner tomorrow. Dag nabbit. Constellation, right? That's the one DAG is, Constellation. DAG has military contracts. Ooh, this one hasn't moved yet. All right, if you missed one, this is one that didn't send yet. This is gonna, stuff like this won't send until, what do you call it? Alt season. All right. Stuff like this won't really send until alt season. They'll get a bit of a push. But yeah, this is basically that double bottom. And it could potentially fall lower. I would say 0.028 to 0.030 are going to be some nice entry points that you should be able to get in on this one. It could potentially fall lower. 0.025 probably the lowest. 0.024 would probably be the lowest this one will go. Yeah, this one's more long-term for sure. That doesn't mean that it won't send this cycle. See, it sent in December, hasn't sent yet. But look at, this is that classic bull cycle. See that big run up and then a taper off, big run up and then a taper off, big run up and then a taper off. And it'll probably get another big run up in like September, August, September, October, November, somewhere around there. It's going to get one. Alexa, thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. You're so sweet. So, my TA class people, how are we liking it? Am I okay? I've never taught a class before in my life, so hopefully I'm doing a good job. Let me know right now and do it in front of chat. Tell me if I should change something. Tell me, I want to know. TikTok seller says I like it. HD malicious says it's great. Alexa says I like the class so far. This is good. If you think that I should do something better, or if there's something you want me to cover, reach out to me and let me know. Because you know, I want you guys to get what you pay for. You know what I mean? I want to do a good job. I've never taught a class before in my life, and never did I ever think that I would. But I feel like I do a pretty good job at it. My son wants to take your class. Do you have room? For you, Danny, yes, because you are a subscriber, I will allow your son to take the class. So message me and I'll get him in. Sorry, just got home from work. High do you see XRP going? How high do I see XRP going? I mean, technically it's played out. Maybe if it breaks $3, it's going to 320. All right, but it's starting to lose steam. The candles are getting shorter and shorter, and the wicks are getting longer and longer. I'd like to take it, but I work this weekend. Here's the thing, Raydan, if you work on the weekends, I record the classes, and I didn't record one of the classes on accident. I went back and I did a recap video of the class. So they're all recorded for you. So if you miss one, you're still going to get the class. So Raydan, if you're interested in getting in it, but it is open only to subscribers that have been around, okay? And if you were a subscriber and your subscription is lapsed, I'll allow you to resubscribe first and then get in. But it's pretty much subscribers only are going to be allowed in the class. It's pretty much full. But I understand that the chat hasn't been too crazy. Everyone's been pretty quiet in the background. They ask a few questions, but I don't want it to get overwhelmed and bombarded. So I'm trying to keep the class size small. But if it does get to a point where it's too much, then I will either have to kick somebody or who knows, right? But we'll figure it out. I don't want it to get too much. I want it to be a few. But the way it's going right now, the class is full at the amount that I had originally put to have people into it. But it doesn't seem to be overwhelming for me at all. So I'm allowing the deluxe subscribers to get into it. Let's see here. All right, let's get into the news, right? So XRP, maybe it sees all-time high. Maybe. If it forms a bull flag right here at the $3 mark, definitely get ready to see 340. What was the chart before? What do you mean? But I think 315, 320 is the next zone of resistance, but it's not as strong as the $3 zone. I'll tell you that right now. Is the magnet representing downforce? Yes. Actually, I should take this way. Okay. Once this tops out, that magnet's coming right here, and it's going to bring it right back down to $2. The tombstone represents XRP really doesn't have any utility anymore, in my opinion. It has some utility. Hi, no TikTok tonight. TikTok is on. We're on TikTok, Ginny Marie. Or on Twitch, I should call you Johnny Marie. Johnny Marie. I'm messing everyone's names up today. Gracias. I'm just kidding. Chris Garcia says for DAG, what do you want to know on DAG? Probably some downward movement. Obviously, it's going to move up. This is a descending channel, so it's going to pump up. It's a double bottom, so it should see 69 cents or 0.69 to 0.73. This is going to move up, okay? This one's behind. Yes, Oz got a haircut. If August 1st is a fake out where we're cooked and it could happen again. Yeah. It'll be like, I wouldn't call it a fake out, man. It's a Ponzi scheme, bro. Viewer description says, what's up, buddy? What's the top for XLM? We're getting there, that's for sure. Let me look. What coin was on the screen? That was DAG and XRP. You missed XLM? Oh, I posted it. I even sent out an email alert on XLM. I'll tell you this right now. XLM is going to pay you way better than XRP is, and they're not dumping on you, right? Ripple is not dumping XLM. XLM is going to give you everything you want from XRP and then some. Lower market cap. This is the one. If you're into XRP, this is the one. Here's the thing. Is if you're an XLM, you should be taking profits, okay? It's probably going to get one more downward move. Let's see. Today is Monday, so Tuesday, a little bit more downward movement, and then possibly another move up on Wednesday, but I think 51 cents. What it'll do more than likely is double top. And it may go up a little bit further. And I could be wrong on this, okay? Bitcoin could lose dominance and altcoin season goes into effect and everything sees all-time highs. But this is if Bitcoin does not lose dominance. This is what will happen. Big Baller says, take your profits out of XRP and put it into XLM. Yes. Yes. But remember, XLM is going to move the same with XRP. So if XRP is going down, so is XLM. However, XLM just got an update. Man, SXT looks kind of dead. It doesn't mean that it won't move again. Let me look at XLM on the hour. Yeah, so this is what I think happens with XLM. We have this descending channel. It get another pump up to like 250, 252, and then back down. And more than likely, it'll probably go up, come down, consolidate, and then boom, head and shoulders all the way down to 29 cents again. 30 cents. Unless we go into alt season, or this could potentially pump to a new all-time high. Or not an all-time high, but pump higher. Let me go into the 1 day. Let's say it's going to pump higher. I don't think it does, though. To be honest with you, look at these peaks. See how they're one's lower and the next one's lower, and they kind of choo, choo, choo. You're going to see the same thing. Choo, 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 all the way down. But there is a potential that it does like this is right here, where it pumps up, 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 and then down, 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 down. So this could potentially go up to 79, 80 cents. All right. Maybe even like 69 cents. I'm going to lean towards 69 cents, but probably more like 80 cents if it just continues onward. This is XLM. This is if we go into altcoin season. It's going to hit like probably 80 cents, come back down to like 60 cents, and then go up to like 95 cents for a new all-time high. And then it would be toasty. And that would put it out at around October, November, which kind of lines up with the timeline. Is it a good buy now? No, I don't know. I don't know. I'll tell you what, it looks nice and red, and things are probably going to go bullish again because of Crypto Week. So I'd say, yeah, potentially it's a good buy. It should come down more. Rich, you got to become a subscriber. I got too many projects to look at. Josh says SXT is definitely mega pumping during alt season. I agree with that. Look at the returns we got from the little pump it got. Cardano.
In the comments, your subscribers for 80.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay. For me.
I just got yelled at by Jesse. Everybody send pineapples in the chat because Jesse yelled at me. Send the pineapples. Oh, yeah. Cardano looks like a nice little bull flag. Cardano's going to pump. Cardano will see 89 cents to $1, possibly $1.02. Where are my pineapples at? Jesse just yelled at me and I got no pineapples coming in. Let her know who's boss around here. Get out the whips and chains. Handcuff. I'm going to get in so much trouble. I'm going to get in so much trouble, not just from Jesse. There's the pineapples. Now we see the pineapples. Gina Marie, thank you for the rose and the heart me. Big Baller, thank you for the heart me. Nate, thank you for the heart me. Revolution, thank you for the club's cheers and the 5 popular votes. When is Crypto Week? Today. Crypto Week started today. Ada will do a 10x trust. Possibly. Yeah, I think so. But based off of this pattern, look at here. Here's our trend. Boom. 95 cents to $1. What's a good number to buy XLM? That depends, Guinea Marie. That depends on a lot of different things. Let me look at it one more time. Got a lot I got to look at. Yeah, we got to break out. Guinea Marie posted a pineapple. No, you got to put a pineapple emoji. Everybody spam the chat with pineapple emojis. No one tell Guinea Marie what the pineapple emoji is about. It's an inside joke. She came late, so she's not in on the joke. Guinea, Ginny Marie is so mad right now. She missed out on the pineapple joke. We were saying that people are going to run out of toilet paper, so they're going to have to use pineapples instead. Jesus, thank you for the backy monkey. Marco, thank you for the heart me and the 10 popular votes. Like the tight shape up. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Pineapples in the chat. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples for the entire live, okay? And from here on out, nothing but pineapples for days. I want to see all the pineapples. V-chain pineapple. What is there a pineapple coin? And if it's gonna screw you, does it come with lube? They don't know, but you can clean up well, Bretta. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate that. What the heck do you get pineapples? It's an inside joke. If you missed it, you missed it. Because I'm not going to get hit when I end the live right now. We'll just chalk it up. It's toilet paper. Pineapples are toilet paper now. All right. I can't remember. Okay, SXT. All right, I'm going to do SXT, last one, and then we're going to get into the news, all right? And then we'll do TA at the end, all right? Revolution says, I hate it here. Oh, XLM. Well, you got to wait. I got to do SXT, then I'll do XLM, okay? I have to go in order. HD is posting coffee mugs. And if you don't know what pineapple's all about, post popcorn, because you're just sitting on the sideline watching. Everybody's spamming the chat with pineapple. Pineapples and popcorns in the chat. Let's see here. Space and time. I don't know why, but I love this project. Okay. Maybe this one's about to get one. I don't know. There's a lot of sell pressure at 9 cents. A lot of sell pressure. It had like a triple bottom here. But this could potentially be a cup and handle. However, it's a drop into a cup and handle, so it's not. But it could. It just goes from like 60% to 30%. Likely. Yeah, people bought it 17 cents. That's true. That's very true. Well, 1642, but yeah. Marco says I'm not sending it. Marco, you better send pineapples right now. Pineapples. Let's look at the 1 hour. Okay, that kind of looks like a bull flag, but it also looks like a double top. Interesting. This one, I would say I'm in indecision on it. Because it's clearly a double top. All right, it's clearly a double top, but look at this consolidation. It kind of resembles a bull flag, doesn't it? Or is that a flat bottom? No, this is a triangle pattern. This could be bearish. That looks like a flat bottom. So, double top, flat bottom, it's probably coming down. It doesn't mean that crypto week and Bitcoin new all-time highs and things can't change that. It could potentially pump. But this one's a little concerning. I'll tell you though, I made plenty of money off this one. I'm going to hold this one for alt season. I hope it comes down. I'm just going to buy some more, wait for alt season on this one, and it's going to make stupid money. Stupid! This one will give you everything you're looking for from Bitcoin and XRP, and then some. The thing is it's so new. No one knows anything about it. This is Space and Time, SXT. SXT. And Oscar. This one is a one of a kind right here. It's only been out since May 8th. It is a one of a kind. There are no other coins that can do what it does as far as utility. There are some that are like, but nothing does it like this one. You're bananaed from SXT. All right, Guinea Marie wanted XLM. Let me do XLM one more time. All right, and then we're going to get into the news. Okay. XLM, it looks like it's at support right now. 43 to 50 cents seems to be like support. Major support is at like 42 cents or 40 cents. If you can buy this thing at 40 cents and it looks like it's going to send, then I would say that's a good spot. But it's hard to say right now because we don't know. And Guinea Marie, I would recommend you get in the TA class. It's pretty much full right now, but I'm leaving it open for deluxe subscribers. Okay, Guinea Marie, I think that you would benefit a lot from the TA class. I'll tell you right now, everybody that's in it is really learned quite a bit, and they're already seeing it. Like, you guys are quick, man. I can come in next week. All right, we'll get you in next week. And we're going to learn gap trading probably next month. Maybe this month we'll see how far we can get. But I'm going to cover gap trading. Oh, man, you guys want to talk about printing money. Oh, my God. Gap trading, baby. It is, if you're like a high-frequency day trader and you just want to print money every day, oh, man. You don't learn well watching videos. It's a live, Guinea Marie. The TA class is a live class with a voice chat instead of keyboard chat. So you can ask questions and we can learn. It's like classroom style. Oh, the others that you missed, that's all right. I'll send them to you, right? You can watch them, and if you have questions, we can cover them in the next class. What time is my class? My class is at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. But viewer description, you would have to upgrade to a deluxe subscription as well to get in because it is full, but you have been a subscriber for a while. So I will allow you to get a spot if you're a deluxe subscriber. Yes, every Sunday is going to be a TA class for however long as you want to stay in it until you feel you've learned everything. And eventually it's going to get to a point where I'm like, okay, I've taught everything that I know, and then maybe we can learn together, or I'll start it over and it'll be something, restart the class. And if you want to take it again and hone your skills, whatever, that's up to you. AB, what's up? What's up, AB Writer? I will see you on Sunday. If you want to get in the TA class, you got to be a deluxe subscriber. So if you're already a regular subscriber, I'll let you upgrade, but you have to have already been a subscriber because the class is basically full. Okay, but I'm leaving it open to deluxe subscribers. So if you're a deluxe subscriber and you want to get in, I'm telling you right now, it's going to pay for itself. All right. And if you want to get on the waiting list to get in, send me a DM. Marco, yes, you are a deluxe subscriber. But the TA class is different. So you do have to pay for the TA class. But I'm telling you right now, it pays for itself. It pays for itself. You guys are going to be printing money. Marco, do you want to get in the class? If you want to get in the class, send me a DM, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, it's $25 an hour. It's a 1-hour class 4 times a month. Okay? It is not free. Just bought $20 in SXT. Hope you're right, buddy. I didn't say anything about a SXT, man. It definitely more of a when alt season comes, you're going to make stupid money. Your $20 is going to be, if SXT holds where it's at and doesn't drop too much lower, like if it doesn't hit 5 cents, and like let's just say that it keeps either where it's at and continues going up when we go into alt season, it could potentially see dollars in value. It's at like 9 cents right now, and the market cap is so low and the coin supply is so low and the utility is off the charts. The partnerships is Microsoft and Chainlink. It works on multiple ledgers. So like it works on Ethereum, it works on XRPL. It basically works on everything. And it's off-chain data verification. It is like the biggest project you ever saw. This is the future of crypto right here. Guinea says, I currently have 3K SXT. I bought at 8.2. So you're in the green. You made a lot of money off of that. From 8 to 9 cents, okay, on SXT is a lot of freaking money. I'm going to tell you that right now. Guinea Marie got thousands. Guinea Marie has made thousands from a 1 cent price increase. It's like printing money. It's stupid. It depends on how much you put it. Dude, you could put $20 into this thing and it moved 10 cents and you've made thousands. I think it has a potential to do more than 10x, bro. I think SXT is one of those ones that could do 100x to 1000x. It just doesn't, no one knows what it is and no one's talking about it yet. Wait till it has a crazy run this cycle and then it gets on everyone's radar. And then next cycle, it's going to be face melting crazy. It could potentially go to like, once it gets traction and people know about it, I could see it next cycle hitting like $10. Okay. It's 1,000 per every 10K you put in because I did the math. Yeah, it's a lot for 1 cent. That's a lot of returns. I tell you what, right now, I turned Mega Crypto onto SXT a while back. I'm sure he is grinning ear to ear right now. Y'all can thank me later. I tried to tell people, I was like, hey guys, buy a SXT. You can thank me later, right? And everyone's like, what's that? What's that? I'm like, just do a little research. Go look into it. And then after, every person that I tell about SXT buys it. Every creator, every crypto guru out there, everyone that sees this coin, there's no rhetoric behind it. There's no narrative yet. It hasn't been pushed. Okay. Everyone that sees it says, oh yeah, this is the one. Jesse, give us STX. Yeah, STX from, so I said get SXT. Jesse accidentally bought STX. And STX is actually freaking phenomenal too. STX gives Bitcoin, makes it not a meme coin. It makes it have utility. So STX is also going to do massive too. XRP going back down now. Guinea Marie, I just said all of this. I don't know. I think we get one more pump. We're going into crypto week. They're about to do the Genius Act thing. I think we should see another pump and possibly one or two more with some retracement in between or consolidation until the end of the month. All right. That's what I think. I think it's pretty much up until the last week of the month. Got a little bit more time, a little bit more. Think of all the people that are buying for their first time right now just because this thing is going up. All I heard is going down long term, okay? April 1st, or excuse me, not April, August 1st, everything's going down. Your dyslexia paid off for STX. Yeah, Big Baller, dude. I kind of want to know what your wallet address is, Big Baller, and I just want to copy your trades. Because, dude, my guy, Big Baller, and not like copy your trades, but copy your portfolio. Whatever you're holding, and like, so it's like if I see you buy something, I'm going to buy it. When I see you sell something, I'm going to sell it. Big Baller is on point, man. The dude prints money. Like, I thought I was good, which I am good at the TA, but Big Baller is good at picking the projects. And dude, we're meeting up tomorrow. We're having dinner and everything, right? I want to talk about that because we need to link up, form an alliance or something. Because you just, if you're buying something, I need to know it. And so does chat. Because, dude, every time you buy something, it takes off like right after. And then, so like you call the projects, I TA them and tell us where to get out of them. We could be just printing money like crazy. Guinea Marie says, can Big Baller include me too? I'm going to talk to him about it because I want to come up with something. Maybe we can do our own Beer Gator show thing. I don't know. I want to brainstorm with you. We're having dinner tomorrow. We're having a business meeting. We're going to be talking about our contract for Beer Gator and moving forward with that. And he's sending me on vacation. Thank you, Big Baller, for the vacation. I appreciate that. It's the only way he could get me to drive down there and pick up a Beer Gator. He's like, dude, I'll send you on vacation. Just get down here and pick up my Beer Gator, dude. And I'm like, all right, fine, man. Like, I'm coming down. I'm not telling you where. You're going to show up, creepo. Big Baller subscription? No, Big Baller is one of the people in the chat. Amazing dude. I would say that we've grown a friendship over this time. I'm not going to show up. I'm just teasing you. Let's see. Alexa, thank you for the 8 roses. AB Ryder, thank you for the heart me. And Revolution, thank you for the club's cheers. Let's do a new gift goal. Let's set a new gift goal. I want to do something fancy, and I know y'all got the money for it. So don't even act like you ain't got it. Okay. Here we go. The whale. The whale diving one is so cool. If you're a whale now because you made a ton of money, send a whale. I appreciate the gifts. Remember, all these gifts go to Jesse. Okay? All the gifts. And I literally take the gifts and into her live and I gift them to her live because I get coins for it to help promote her new show. And then I also give her the cash. Like, Jesse gets all the gifts, just so you know. It's not going into my bag for me to buy more SXT, okay? No, Jesse is not bananaed. And if someone could put F1 in the chat, because Guinea Marie said the banana word, capital F1 in the chat. Someone reset it. Thank you, TikTok seller. Please do not use the banana word. Please do not use the G word. Please do not use the words we're not supposed to say on TikTok because it messes up the algorithm. Yeah, I'm giving you a hard time, but please, it is very detrimental to the show. F1 basically restarts the algorithm for the chat. So now you guys got to put all the new hashtags, hashtag FYP, hashtag must watch, hashtag, all those different hashtags all have to go back in. So it's basically resetting the algorithm when you put the F1 in there. All right, let's get into the news. Don't forget to spam the chat with pineapples. Hashtag pineapple, everybody. Hashtag swingers. Hashtag swinger party. Yes, all the pineapples. All the poops. Spam the chat. Because we put the F1 in the chat, we got to spam the chat again. We got to get it, everything back up. It's like we restarted it. So spam the chat with poops, pineapples, stickers, Gadsden flags, the Corvettes, the Rolls Royce. TikTok seller with the Rolls Royce and the Corvettes. You'll never guess whose Rolls Royce that is. You know whose Rolls Royce that is? If you guys can guess, I will take my shirt off if you can guess whose Rolls Royce that is. I will do a handstand. Nope, it's not Elon's. All right, I will do a handstand if you can guess whose Rolls Royce that is. It's not my Rolls Royce. That's my Corvette. Not Tom Brady's either. Come on, you guys can guess this. It's not Trump's either. I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. That picture was taken backstage at Crypto Arena. Mr. Meach, nope. It's not Brad's. I'll tell you, it was I'll give you another hint. But if I give you another hint, no handstand. All right. Here's the hint. Not Taylor Swift's, but that's very close. Taylor Swift was there. It's not Andrew Tate's, not the Tate brothers. Okay, so the first hint, it was taken at Crypto Arena. It's not Katy Perry's. The second hint is it was taken at the Grammy Awards. What was it? 2023? It's not Beyonce's. I'll give you a hint. It was the Grammy Awards where with Miley Cyrus and Flavor Flav were there. It's not Eminem's. Do you guys give up? It's not Ellen's. It's not Ice Cube's. I will give you a hint. And I don't even know if they actually own it. But it was what they were writing in. TikTok seller says mine. No, not DMX, not Whistling Diesel, not Drake, not Biggles, not Lady Gaga. I'll give you a hint. It's a guy. No more handstand because I gave you guys way too many hints. It's a guy. Not Justin Bieber. I literally said his name. You guys couldn't even guess. I said his name. Tom Jones Porter. Nope. Nope. I said it. I said it, and you guys still didn't guess it. I said his name. Not Tyler Perry. Not Harry Styles. You guys want Frank Sinatra? You guys want another hint? All right, last hint, and this is going to give it away. He wears a big clock on a chain. Flava Flav. Yep, that's him. Guinea Marie says, what the hell, just say it. Yeah, Flava Flav. You guys see the pictures of me with Flava Flav? I believe it's in my profile. I got pictures of me with Flava Flav. I said it wasn't him. Did I say it wasn't him? Well, it was Flava Flav's. My mistake. Can I be real with you? Do you not understand social media? I'm trying to get you guys to spam the chat. I need you guys to be spamming the chat. Yeah, it's a rental more than likely. Gita Marie, thank you for the 5 Let 'em cooks. Rage bait. Yes, exactly. It's funny because sometimes I'll post something, but it's really important information that I need to get out to people. And everything will be the truth, but I'll make one slight little mistake. Because by making that mistake, people will want to correct you on social media, right? And say, no, that's not that, that's this. And it's very close to what it is. So I'm still giving real news. But like, so like when I posted the artillery and everything coming through, I put that the artillery was a 50 BMG. Obviously, it's not a 50 BMG. I know what a 50 BMG is, okay? I've shot one before, all right? But I put that in the chat because that way people will chat and correct me, and then that's how you get to like 20,000 views. What are you and Big Baller going to eat during the meetup? He said he's buying me a steak dinner. He said he's buying me a steak dinner and a beer gator and a week vacation. And I'm much appreciative of that. He didn't have to do it. I was still going to do all those things, but I was able to, I was like, all right, because he's like, oh, I'm leaving the country in like a week. I need to get this done. And I was like, all right, you know, and so then I put it at the top of my priority list because I wanted to meet him for Costa Rica Sizzler. Now I think we're eating at where we're staying. But he got me a room for the week and set me up. So I'm going to have a good time. We shall see. I don't know what's on the menu. Yeah, I'm probably thinking ribeye. Ribeye's good, man. I like ribeye and I like what's the other one? Prime rib, which are basically the same thing. They're just cooked differently. If there's prime rib, I want prime rib. That's usually what I eat. If not secondary, I will get the ribeye. Giddy Marie says, okay, maybe I'll crash it. Yeah, it should be fun. I'm actually excited to meet it. I like meeting the fans and stuff like that. And I know it's kind of like a business thing, but it's cool. Like, I don't know what you guys see. I'm just a dude on the internet. Okay. But when you guys see me in person, you guys treat me like a celebrity. And I really appreciate that. Is this my first time meeting Big Baller? Yes, it is. Are you going to put out because he's paying? Depends on if he brings a pineapple. Marco says you are Oz. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just a guy on the internet. I mean, I'd like to become a celebrity. I'm sort of a B-list already. I'm a B-list on the internet. But I don't do this really for the fame. I mean, the fame is cool. I like fame, okay? I want to be famous. Sure, why not? Who doesn't? But I do this for you guys. Says, yeah, but a very rich guy. I mean, I'm poor right now. I am cash poor, crypto rich. And I'm becoming crypto poor because of this show. I have to pay the staff and everything. Like, it's very expensive. Is anybody going to send me the whale? Can we get the whale? If not, no big deal. I mean, if you can't give, obviously hit the like button, right? Spam the chat. Spam the chat with pineapples. Everybody send pineapples to Jesse. Uh-oh, Jesse just came in the office.
If you don't stop.
Stop what? The pineapples?
Yeah.
You don't like pineapple? It's delicious.
I know almost everything about you. You want to go down this road?
Nope. What would you say? All right, spam the chat with pineapples, everyone.
Dare.
I just got the evil eye right now. No, you stack on the side. You said it. I do reinvest into other things. Kodak, thank you for the chili, the heart me flex, and the ice cream cone. Go, Jesse, sell them out. No! I just sent a message. Like I said, I'm new. Like a DM message, Oscar. So just so you know, DMs are only open for me for deluxe subscribers. So become a deluxe subscriber if you're new, you want the coaching one-on-one chat with me. Become a deluxe subscriber. There's a little thing in the bottom here somewhere. It's a star with a circle around it. Click that, become a deluxe subscriber, and I will coach you. I help you set up your wallets. I'll do on-demand TA for any project you need. It's Monday through Friday, and I do them on the weekends as well for donation basis. So, and usually, like, people don't pay me. They'll ask me for the TA, and then my price points hit like perfectly, and then they send the donations shortly thereafter because they made a bunch of money on it. So like, I'm not like harping on you, but at the same time, like, I would like to have my weekends to myself, but I get it, it's a 24-hour market, so I make myself available on the weekends. But Oscar, if you're new and you need help or coaching or whatever, highly recommend it. But DMs are open for deluxe subscribers only. Oz is very accurate and the best TA on the planet. Thank you, Marco. I would have to say I am pretty freaking accurate. It's kind of phenomenal how accurate I am. And so advanced into the future, right? Like, we can do TA in the short term, no problem, right? But that long term, like seeing what things are going to do months ahead of time so that you're way ahead of the curve, that's what makes you money. Marco says, you have been so far. So predictions on XRP by November, we'll have to wait and see. It depends on tariffs and things. The predictions change every month or so. Marco says it's your superpower. He's the crypto whisperer. I know, right? Hopefully it's printing you guys money. How low will BTC drop tonight? Josh. Josh. You're not even a subscriber, Josh. Josh be coming around, be coming on the show, like literally, I would even say a part of the show, and isn't even a deluxe subscriber. For shame, Josh. You just putting it all into SXT, huh? Can't even contribute. We have President's Chaos, so it goes up and down. Exactly. It changes. You know I'm bullish. I just like to ask, so you're bearish. I'm not saying I'm bearish. I think 125K to 150 for now. I'll tell you this, when the tariff shit comes, that could spark the pullback that ignites alt season. That's what I think. What's the best part to learn first when learning trading? Denim Fears? Become a deluxe subscriber and I can coach you on trading. And I also have the TA class. When an opening comes for the TA class, I'll get you in. So click the deluxe subscriber button. Everybody wants information, but nobody wants to pay for it. But I'm literally paying for everything that's in front of you that you're seeing. This set, the equipment, the staff here. I pay for all of it. And it all comes from my trading. So the idea is if you're looking to trade, okay, you have to have money to do it, okay? So don't tell me you don't have any money. What I'm telling you to do is make an investment into yourself, okay? Invest into yourself and into knowledge, okay? And then it all pays for itself. I'm telling you, if you apply yourself with all of this, it all pays for itself. It's all in crypto. Maybe it's time to take some profits. Take some profits and reinvest. That's what I do. I take profits out of crypto and I reinvest them into hard assets. Check Kraken. What is Kraken, like a coin, or isn't that an exchange? How long does it usually take to get a complete understanding? If you're brand new and you know absolutely nothing, I would say a few months. But you would be able to start trading and being profitable, I would say within a couple weeks. I would say by the end of the month, you should be making some money. Anybody here that's in the TA class, let him know he's in good hands. It looks like his name's Denim Fears 05. Chat, help me out. Let him know he's in good hands, and let him know that I'd be calling the market. If you can't afford to take the TA class right now, then just become a deluxe subscriber and let me do the TA for you, but I can coach you. And it's only $10 a month, man. Like, it's going to pay for itself. And you can message me 5 days a week. You can message me on the weekends too, but you're going to have to give a donation on the weekend. I want my weekends to myself. And then on Sundays, I have the TA class, so I can't help you from 5 to 6. So all my TikTok videos on trading and stocks right now, I've been seeing people identifying patterns. There's more to it than that, man. And let me tell you something. What I do here is something very special. It's very special. Not very many people can trade like this. Alexa says the first class he gives you something that helps a lot, unless you already know it. Yeah, exactly. If you already know it, obviously, but it's also good fundamentals, you know, learn the fundamentals and we will grow. But next month, I'm going to be covering gap trading. We're going to be printing money. Okay. You guys want to learn to print money? I got you. Verbose, what's up? And don't forget to send your daily heart me's in, guys. And Kodak, thank you for the 5 heart puffs. I guess the whale is too big. Everybody's super bullish on XRP and not so bullish on whales. So let's do a new goal here. Something not too crazy. TikTok wants me to do certain ones. Let me see here. Let's do... I wish they had a pineapple one. Let's do the tiny dino hot dog. Tiny dino hot dogs. Verbose with the pineapples. Everybody spam in the chat with pineapples. Well, when I rack up a few coins, I'll give that class a try. Thank you for your insight advice. No problem. I'll tell you what right now. If you want help with racking up those coins, you want that on-demand TA, man, deluxe subscribe, bro. But I get it. If you can't, you can't. No big deal. Whatever. But I want to help you. I'm here to help you. And I'll tell you what right now, you will become profitable very quickly. Very quickly you will become profitable because you can start day trading right now. And you could have your subscription paid for in a day. Maybe 2 or 3. Because basically I'm going to do the TA for you. You're going to make those trades and it's going to pay for itself. It's up to you. You get out of it what you put into it. But if you're just going to buy and hold and wait, you're doing it wrong, man. You're doing it wrong and you're just not going to make as much. You could make so much more money. Revolution with the 2 tiny dino hot dogs and Carlito with the 3 tiny dino hot dogs. Let's do another live goal. Here we go. Hand hearts. These are good for the algorithm. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm going to change that. TikTok wants me to do certain ones. Let's see here. Let's do... Here we go. Let's do a little crown. Little crown. Did you buy the dip on Algo, Oz? I mean, I bought Algo at the bottom a while back. I'm irritated. TikTok won't let me see all the comments like I'm being censored. Really? Interesting. All right, let's get into the news. It got warm. I need my little fan. 96K likes. Let's go. 96K likes. Those are rookie numbers. We need to bump those numbers up. Everybody hit the like button. Hold on, bear with me for a second, guys. Trying to get this fan working. It is hot. All right. Sorry, had to reload stream. Did you buy some algo? I did. I did buy some algo. I'm also taking profits on algo because there's a potential for pullback at any time. I am kind of holding out right now, but day after tomorrow, probably gonna be taking some profits. I got my bags back not right before the pump, but just in time, but not 100% in, but I did put in more. I did all right, and I'm still holding most of it. I am taking profits out now, though. But not massive profits. I'm not like exiting the market. Where's Cardano's resistance to buy in? That depends on the time frame. But I'll tell you what, Cardano looks like a good buy. What's my take profit strategy? David, you got to become a deluxe subscriber. Message me directly and I will tell you all of that. I do, not all of it do I put back in. But during the bull run, yes. I will take it out, put some back in on the dips and so on and so forth. It all kind of just varies. And then I exit the market around the top. I wait for it to run down and then I re-enter everything and then I go back into accumulation. So I'm feeling bearish again. The green light is on. But yes, by the end of the month, I will be bearish for sure. I think we keep pumping though for the rest of this week, probably. Maybe some pullback. Maybe crypto, maybe Wednesday the bill doesn't get passed and then that's when it gets bearish. But I think for the rest of this week, maybe even for the rest of this month, it's going to be bullish, but then it will be bearish. I promise you, all of this will get erased. Should I be writing it down and recording how much coins and how much capital is moved? What do you mean? David, what I would recommend is become a deluxe subscriber and I'll coach you on all this. You can ask me all these questions as a deluxe subscriber. DM me. I will help you out. That's not something I do here in the chat. Why is Dogecoin not moving? Because Dogecoin is a meme coin. We're not in meme coin season and Dogecoin's kind of dead, man. That was so last bull cycle. That's like, why is Shiba Inu like, and Shiba Inu's still kind of moving because Doge was dead when Shiba took off. Like, Doge has been dead. All right, let's read the news. We got some news to cover. House preps for crypto votes on Wednesday and Thursday. The bill comprises House Republicans' Crypto Week. The House is expected to vote on Wednesday on a sweeping cryptocurrency market structure overhaul before taking up the Senate stablecoin legislation Thursday, according to the three congressional asides with knowledge of the schedule who were granted anonymity to discuss unannounced plans. So basically, the bill will comprise the House Republicans' Crypto Week, will all be considered by the House Rules Committee at 4 p.m. on Monday. So right now, they're looking at the new bills today, and then they're going to vote on the Genius Act on Wednesday, and I believe the Clarity Act on Thursday. If the Genius Act passes on Wednesday, Donald Trump will sign it. It will go into law. The Clarity Act still has to go through all the hoops. All right. And then let's see here. Bitcoin's crypto week climbed to 120,000 points to a possible bubble, says crypto expert. Yes. If this is the bubble, this is what we've been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Because I'll tell you what right now, there is no Bitcoin reserve yet. So with no Bitcoin reserve, means nothing holding up the price other than Michael Saylor. The price of Bitcoin topped 120 on Monday in a climb that reflects both genuine enthusiasm at integration of crypto into mainstream finance and firm-driven volatility, according to one cryptocurrency expert. The anticipatory rise in the price of Bitcoin comes as U.S. lawmakers are set to debate legislation impacting the industry. The price of Bitcoin topped. It's possible there's a bit of a bubble building, Sarathi says, but there's some important context here. When it comes to Bitcoin and bubbles, it's never quite so simple. A number of things are going on with the price of Bitcoin. For one, Bitcoin and crypto more broadly have been undergoing a process of legitimation thanks to the part of the Trump administration crypto-friendly approach and the gradual adoption of so-called decentralized finance, DeFi, by mainstream investors. The Securities and Exchange Commission has been paving the way for large financial firms and asset managers to offer crypto-related financial products, specifically ETFs, exchange-traded funds, that allow investors to hold Bitcoin. The change in guidance signals to investors that it's safer to hold crypto assets as mainstream financial institutions start to diversify into crypto. Portfolio managers now have the option to include assets like Bitcoin and their other digital currencies, which they're buying up to include as part of that high risk, high return basket. This wasn't possible before. And that's kind of why you're seeing things go up. ETFs and speculation on it. You buy the rumor, sell the news. It is a bubble, though. I'm not going to read all this, but Bitcoin is a bubble. If you've been in crypto for a long time, you should know that it is a bubble. And eventually it will reach its top. It will pop. And then altcoins will explode. And then meme coins will explode. I'm not seeing the charts anymore. That's because I have the news up. I'm reading the news right now. Duggan, thank you for the heart me. Oh, the chat. You're not seeing the chat? If you're not seeing the chat, put in a thing to TikTok. So go to TikTok and report a problem. If that's what's happening, report a problem with TikTok. And they should fix it. If it's too much effort, then you're just going to have to deal with it. Oh, Guinea Marie lost her subscription status. It says you're not a subscriber anymore. Did you not resubscribe? That could be part of it. But if you're not willing to put in the report a problem, that's how you support this show. when you do things like that. So if somebody is having that problem and can put in a report a problem, Revolution, somebody, much appreciated. For some reason, it's saying that Guinea Marie is not subscribed anymore on my end. TikTok's probably just glitching. EU warns that its trade with the U.S. could be effectively wiped out if Trump follows through on his threat. European Union has warned that its trade with the United States could be effectively wiped out if Washington makes good on its threats to slap a 30% tariff on goods imported from the bloc. A tariff of 30% or anything above 30%, or excuse me, a tariff of 30% or anything above 30% has more or less the same effect. So practically it profits the trade. The EU Trade Commissioner said he has arrived ahead of an EU meeting in Brussels. If 30% plus, if the tariff stays 30% plus, simply trading as we know it will not continue, with huge negative effects on both sides of the Atlantic, he added. I will definitely do everything I can to prevent this super negative scenario. In a press conference following the meeting, said this guy from the EU. So this is not good. We got to come to a deal. And I'll tell you what the deal is right now. Trump doesn't want to trade with anyone. He wants massive tariffs on everyone so that production comes back to the U.S. That's the whole point. So this could play out. Everyone's mad at the U.S. Yeah, but I mean, I get it. We've been getting ripped off for a while. For a very long time, this country has been ripped off. So I kind of get it. Trump administration imposes 17% tariff on fresh Mexican tomatoes. All right. And so since that tariff went into place, this is the video.
This is the consequences when we chose the wrong direction. Oh my God. Yes.
All the tomatoes are rotting in the field.
It is what it is.
And by the way, this is fake news. This isn't because there's no migrant workers, okay? This is the tomatoes rotting in the fields because they're not being shipped to the U.S. So this is actually Mexico. So I did a little research on this. Go ahead, Jesse. You're live.
Okay, so this, I think people really don't understand. We live in California. And so if you've been to California lately, you've seen that we're pretty much the southern part of California and some of the northern California is under, I guess we're like hostages of the United States Marines and, you know, whoever else, you know, National Guard that he sent. I'm so tired of those pineapples. We actually contribute 45% to 50% of fruits and vegetables to all of the United States. And that is why we are getting hit so hard with ICE, because we're the fourth largest economy in the world. What's happening, and if you know anything about SoCal and go down the hill and see these farms, there's nobody there. Nobody. Because they're so scared of ICE, and we are heavily invaded by the Marines and National Guard, police, all of it. And they even set up shop in front of these farms, and now all that food is just going to waste. And we give 45 to 50% of all our fruits and vegetables to everyone else in the US. So, yes, this video, but this is what is happening in America. And I don't think people really grasp. They wanted this strong immigration and who's picking your fruit, because nobody is out there picking it, because nobody wants to pick it at 50 cents on the dollar. This was really passionate to me because I live in California. We grow all that stuff. And it breaks my heart because this is going to inflate your groceries to the max. And we are going to be in a lot of trouble when people cannot find fruits or vegetables. So in my opinion, and my suggestion is you better start growing your own, because you're not going to be able to afford them.
I'll tell you this. I believe all that's true. You should be growing your own food. Our food system should be decentralized. Just like we're trying to decentralize our finances, our food should be decentralized. You should be growing your own food. Grow tomatoes. They're easy to grow. All right. Throw an old rotten tomato out in the ground, kick some dirt on it, and give it some water, and it will grow. Okay. It's that easy. Here's the thing. This is where I'm at with it. We have to fertilize our ground all over the world because we overproduce our ground, right? You're supposed to grow in a plot and then migrate it to a different plot and move it around and give the ground an opportunity to rest. So as this is a bad thing right now, I look at the long-term future of this, and this may be a good thing to allow these things to rot into the ground, to be able to produce food that isn't full of fertilizers that are harmful to our bodies. This could be part of what's going on. But the long term, I see. Short term, yes, cost of food's going to go up. Do something about it. Grow your own food, okay? You grow your own food at home, it's going to be better for you. Anything you buy on the shelf is bad for you, okay? They're pumped with all kinds of pesticides and fertilizers and things. Whereas if you're growing it at home, you can literally just throw something in the ground and put water on it. It should grow, especially something as easy as tomatoes. So tomatoes being a problem, you can mitigate this problem by growing them yourself. All right. It is not hard, but allowing the ground an opportunity to rest. The Bible, whether you believe it or not, this is a true thing. The Bible says that we are to give the ground a rest every 7 years. 7th year, you're not supposed to plant on it. We have not been doing that for a very long time. Whether you believe in the Bible or not, this is a real thing, okay, where the ground needs time to rest. And doing this could potentially allow us to have food in the future that is less full of crap. Okay? And this could spark the decentralization of our food sources. So I do see where this could be good, but at the same time, expect groceries to go up, expect them to not be on the shelves, expect hardship before things get better. Listen, you won't starve if you grow your own food. Simon says, I plant my vegetables. Yeah, we have a farm here. And I have a massive plot of land, and I move where I plant every year so that the ground has a chance to rest, so that it doesn't become overgrown and doesn't suck all the nutrients out of the soil. And I literally put stuff in the ground, I water it, and I plant extra because obviously pests are going to come in or whatever. I don't put any pesticides on it. I just grow extra so that way the yield is enough to sustain the wildlife and sustain myself. And it takes a lot. It takes a lot to do this. But if you can be okay with eating food that doesn't look perfect, you'll be just fine. If you can grow your own food at home, you're going to be just fine. Revolution says I grow pinto beans, long shelf life. Yeah. You know what I like about I grow pinto beans here too. So pretty much everything grows out here. This is California, right? I like pinto beans, and you get them early before they mature, and they're super sweet and tender. And they're kind of like sweet peas. They are so good. But this is bad short term. I think long term, this could be a net positive for more healthy food. But yes, people could potentially starve. And one thing I wanted to talk about is I grow that wild lettuce only. Oh, man. I haven't partaken of the devil's lettuce in a long time. Big Baller grows the devil's lettuce because it pays money. Big Baller is about the Benjamins. That is for sure. That's one thing I've learned about that man right there. But I'll tell you this. One policy can affect an entire country and starve millions of people. Jesse, do you have that article pulled up? I had you fact check earlier that I didn't have time to pull up. Can you read that about what happened in the Mao dynasty? This was recent, ladies and gentlemen. In the 1950s, Mao made a decree and said that birds were disgusting and carried diseases and things, and ordered all the birds to be killed. And because of that, all the locusts came out and ate all the food, and it was like, I believe the number is 60 million. The article she read was like 20 million people died, but still, that's a lot of people that died because of this. So, Jesse, go ahead and read that for me, will you? You're live. Go ahead.
Okay, so it was the Four Pests campaign in China. And this led to the Great Chinese Famine. And so the four pests were, so what they did was to eliminate all flies, mosquitoes, rats, and sparrows. They were all targeted because they consumed foods that everybody ate, or whatever some of them wasn't really unintended consequences, because when you get rid of things in the wild, because like sparrows eat insects, locusts, and then what happens if those get eaten? Locusts eats up, nobody's eating the locusts, and so locusts are eating plants without, they were the bird control. The famine, which lasted from 1959 to 1961, resulted in an estimated 35 to 45 million deaths. And they eliminating all four of those pests significantly contributed to a horrible disaster.
Thank you, Jesse. And it looks like Denise said, and I'm messing everyone's name up today, so Denise said, well, recently they killed all their honeybees. Was that China killed all their honeybees? But yeah, that's another problem, is all the bees. Another thing is they released a bunch of mosquitoes that killed, or that will kill all the mosquitoes off. What is that going to cause? So all these different things happen. It's the butterfly effect. So yeah, we can't live without bees. But they're talking about making genetically, or not genetically engineered, but engineered like drone type bees that can go and pollinate things. But yes, we do need bees. And the problem is we have Africanized bees, which are very aggressive. But the regular honeybee is actually very gentle and sweet. They don't sting. But the Africanized bees are the killer bees. They are a invasive species of bees that are actually really bad. Will Powell resign? No. Listen, we'll get into the Powell thing, okay? No, they can't make anything better than God. I agree, but what I'm saying is there. Why not just protect the bees, then try to make fake bees? I totally am in agreement with you, but they're trying to make fake bees because we have a bee problem. There's a shortage of bees. But also, the mosquitoes, what is that going to cause? No fish? All the fish are going to die because there's no mosquitoes for them to eat? Think of that. No more mosquitoes for the fish to eat. So how will killing off all the mosquitoes be beneficial? That's probably what you'll see is, and that's coming. They already released the mosquitoes here in the US and I think in other countries as well. Jesse, can you look that up about the mosquitoes where they released the genetically modified mosquitoes that they're basically male mosquitoes that are cannot reproduce? And can you tell me where it was they released those? I know they released some in the US here. But if there's no mosquitoes for the fish to eat, then does that kill all the fish? Are we looking at a new Mao dynasty? Is that what the time we're living in? Honestly, I think that these people are a death cult. Actually, I know that to be true. It is a death cult. And they worship the earth. And they want the earth to live and for us to die. And they want to reduce the population. Jesse, let me know when you have that information on the mosquitoes, where they were released to. I'm sure it's going to be difficult to find it. I do know that they released them in the US, I think possibly Canada as well. That's why these diseases are coming back up. Yes, because the mosquitoes are dying and we would get our immune systems would be stronger. Okay, so Florida and Brazil. So they released the mosquitoes into Florida and Brazil. And so think of Florida, all those fishing lands are probably no more fish. Coming to Florida near you, Alligator Island, and no more fishing. And schools brace for wave of parents seeking opt-out after Supreme Court ruling, ABC News. What are you talking about, Revolution? Jesse, come up and just talk about it. I'm gonna mic you right now. Go ahead. You're live.
I'm sorry, talk about what? That was the wrong thing. I was trying to post something else because it was a different city.
Oh, got you. All right.
But I copied something else.
Oh, I thought you had a
But
point.
what were you asking?
I thought you had another point to make. Okay, thank you. Big Baller says homeschool your children or find a good school for your children. And I have an NDA on something that I really want to talk about, but I don't know if this goes outside of California, but if you live in California, homeschool your kids. That's all I can say. I have NDAs. I was on the school board in California here, and it's quite concerning. Revolution says our schools are awesome out here in this district. Yes, but the districts out here have the same policies, and it's terrifying. I wish I could say what it is that they have done. It's already done and in place. And you know what? I kind of want to break my NDA right now because I feel like it's the right thing to do. Maybe we need to go over to Twitch right now. Everybody come over to Twitch. And yeah, it's 8 o'clock right now. Let's come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces, where we're going to talk about things that we can't say here on TikTok. I'm going to break one of my NDAs. Don't miss this, especially if you have kids. You're gonna wanna hear this, okay? Especially if you're in California and you have kids. But I'm not sure if this is just California. I'm sure there are other places that are doing this as well. So make sure you come over to Twitch. Easy to find. If anybody is not signed up on Twitch that is watching in the chat, reach out and download it real quick. Because sometimes we get bananaed from here. So this is our place where we can go and talk about things, or when things get taken down, we can talk about certain things. Big Baller says, I live in California and they can take your kids away from you. Stay out of California schools. We're going to talk more to it than that. I can't say this stuff on TikTok. So save it. We're going to give everyone a chance to move over to Twitch. So come on over. We're going to end the live on TikTok here. Don't miss this, guys. Don't be addicted to TikTok. Do something positive for once and just come over to Twitch real quick. We're going to talk about some stuff that we can't see on TikTok here. I don't want to get bananaed for another 9 days again. I will be breaking one of my NDAs right now. Oh yeah, it was without cause. I was literally telling you things that you should prepare for. Twitch convos, get over there at Ozthecryptogoat. Yep, come on over. What's my Twitch? My Twitch is Ozthecryptogoat. It's same as TikTok. Ozthecryptogoat on Twitch. Oh, by the way, on the 16th, I'm finding out if I'm going to be speaking at TwitchCon. And it looks like it may be happening. They reached out to me and told me, don't buy a ticket to TwitchCon yet. We're going to let you know. And if we don't have you speak, then we'll give you an opportunity to still get a ticket. So that's a pretty good sign that I will be speaking at TwitchCon, which I'm really excited about. I really want to. And Twitch is free if you have Amazon Prime. I mean, Twitch is free either way. You just got to watch ads sometimes. But if you miss something, I'll recap it. Also, people are amazing on Twitch. They will gift you a subscription if you ask in the chat. Many people have been gifted subscriptions. So come over there. It is free, though. If you miss something, also, everything is recorded and you can watch it on Twitch or on YouTube at Ozthecryptogoat. Everything is all recorded. Every one of these lives, if you're watching the live and you've missed something, you've missed a live, you came in late, you can go back and rewatch everything. So I understand that everyone can't be live all the time every day. So everything is available, resources that you can go back and look up. So if you're wondering price points when I give out this technical analysis, you can go back and look. And chat, you can go back and look at my track record of how accurate I have been in the markets consistently. It's kind of ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous. We're going to give it just 6 more minutes. We're going to move over there at 8 o'clock. That's usually the last hour. We'll have a Twitch exclusive over there. And I want to talk about some of the things we talked in Jesse's live today. Stuff about like Diddy and Beyonce, Drake, Epstein, all of that stuff. We'll talk about that. So make sure you come over. I don't think we're going to get into all the news. I'll speed read through it. We'll cover the headlines. I kind of already dug into these things, and if the headlines don't line up, I'll let you know what you need to know. Jesse says, "Yeah, we did today." Oh yeah, I want to touch on some of those topics a little more, and I want you to speak on it too, because we had talked about that stuff. And if you're watching on TikTok still, send a little crown. Send a little crown. Help me out. We've raised $11.42 this live. Hell yeah. Jesse's getting a raise. everybody wants me to give Jesse a raise, but we don't receive gifts. Like I go into like J-Dan's live and dude is receiving hundreds of dollars every single live. And I'm just like, man, like if we had that kind of support, of course I'm going to give Jesse a raise. Everybody's going to get a raise, but we just don't get that kind of support. Change your category to just, oh, it is. Okay. Need to change it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we were playing Civilization the other day on Twitch. I've been gaming more on now that I'm trying to have some more free time to myself. Yeah, J-Dan's fans are crazy. And what's crazy is he's wrong a lot and they still give to him like crazy. I just don't get it. I don't understand. And he's right a lot too, though. But maybe it's just his charisma. I love him to death. I watch his show. He's got a good show. I'll tell you that. And I don't talk down or bad about any creators here. All creators need to be sticking together. But I don't know how he does it, man. I'll tell you what, if he is live and we go live, I chose our time slot partially because he ends his live when ours starts, because I can't compete with that. Dude is just phenomenal. And that's great. I'm really happy for him. All right, so if you're watching on TikTok, we'll be live on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Come on down, watch the show. We got 0.1 million likes today. Awesome, awesome sauce. Love it. We'll give it 2 more minutes, give you guys a chance to come on over to Twitch, and then we'll do our Twitch exclusive where we talk about things that we can't talk about. Diddy Bop? Jesse, look up Diddy Bop. We're going to talk about the Diddy stuff. We'll talk about the Epstein stuff. We're going to talk about some Drake, Beyonce, Jay-Z stuff. And I have information, okay? And I've been slowly breadcrumbing you guys to the real story. But I have to grow this show and become famous enough to where if something happens to me, that enough people know about it that it becomes like news. But one day I will spill all of it, but we have to become big enough. And that's why I'm putting, I know things that need to be exposed. Yeah, I'm going to tell the NDA in just a minute. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. All right. I know things that need to be exposed, but I can't do that until this platform is big enough. That's why I've invested so much in time, energy, and resources and done everything that I've done, is because I have to become famous in order to say these things. Give you the Epstein list. I can tell you what I know a lot of people on the list. I haven't seen the list myself, but I have seen things. Can't say it now, okay? Can't say it right now. We're still on TikTok. I'm giving everyone just 1 more minute to come on over. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Come on down and learn something. All right, so you have 6 minutes of ads. And if you're watching on Twitch, don't forget to subscribe to HelloFresh. Use my promo code for 10 free meals, free add-ons for life. 1 item per box with active subscription if you're in the US. Outside the U.S., local discounts will apply. Free meals applied as discount on first box. New subscribers only, varies by plan. So sign up for HelloFresh. Great food, saves you time, money, makes you healthy, and it also helps support this show. Food is expensive. This is actually cheaper than buying food, and it's saving you time. Time is money, so it does help. All right, that's it for TikTok. If you want to watch the show, we're going to continue on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces, on Twitch, where we talk about things we cannot say on TikTok. So don't miss out on it, guys. We will be there. Thank you for your overwhelming love and support. We will see you on Twitch at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. All right. We are officially on Twitch now. What's going on, chat? How are we doing? Let me move some things around. I got to shut down TikTok Studio and whatnot. What is going on, chat? Remember, if you sign up for HelloFresh, not only is it going to save you money on meals, guys, it's going to help the show. I get $90 for every person that signs up. The Diddy case is no better than Epstein. I kind of knew that that was going to happen with Diddy. Okay. I kind of knew. And remember, if you want to support the show, you can click the donation link right there. 50% of all donations sent in this month will go to help SAing children. Jesse, can you look that up for me right now? I think it's called the Tim Ballard Foundation. I've been so busy, I haven't had a chance. I was going to do it while I was on vacation this week. Can you look and see what Tim Ballard's nonprofit is that's for trafficking children? Let me know when you have that information, because that's what we're going to be giving to. If you guys don't know who Tim Ballard is, that's the movie Sounds of Freedom. What it is about him. It's basically a documentary. And I'll tell you what, if you haven't seen that movie, you need to see it. Not only is it really good, it is the Tim Ballard Foundation. I knew, okay. I've been wanting to do, so we will be giving 50% of all donations this month to the Tim Ballard Foundation. And I'm tempted to do for the rest of the year. It just depends. I haven't quite decided, but the Tim Ballard Foundation, I want to see how well it performs, because we did really well with the Save a Warrior Foundation. Okay. If this one doesn't perform as well, I don't know what we're going to do, but we will see. Oh, wow. Look at crypto coming down. Yes. Sound of Freedom. What if they did under the rug to forget about the list? Alexa, you hit the nail on the head there. All right, because we're not doing crypto so much anymore, let's change the lighting. I like the way the white looks. It just looks well, right? Curtain's got a little messed up, but whatever. It's a bit of a distraction. Diddy was the fall guy. I heard that movie was greatly exaggerated. Okay, so let me tell you this. I actually spoke with Tim Ballard myself. And I will tell you what right now, that movie was actually very true. And there's a lot of people that are out there on the internet that are they are trafficking children, and they want to do everything they can to discredit the story. It's under exaggerated, exactly. And let me tell you something, Drag's empathy. I know firsthand from being in Hollywood that stuff exists. And I've seen it happen firsthand. I've seen a lot of things. Jessie, actually, I told her recently one of my stories that one day I will tell you, but I cannot tell you until I'm famous enough. for my protection. But Jesse, back me up. Did I not tell you some pretty crazy, intense things? And what was crazy is Jesse actually knew this person and had no idea. And then I explained to her what was happening. And she was like, now it kind of makes sense. Now that I know, that's exactly what that type of person would do. And wolf in sheep's clothing. But one day I will tell you this stuff, but I'm not famous enough to where if something happens to me, that it will be news coverage all over the world, so that way the story gets out. Because one day I will tell the story. I have a badass to protect you when you need it. He has saved me lots of situations. I actually have private security. Jesse knows my private security guy here as well. He's coming with me to Vegas. I've known him for over 10 years and I trust him with my life. Okay, so I'm pretty locked in on that. But yeah. Yeah, Jesse knows everything. No, you can't what about Bob me. Good, I'm trying to protect my cash cow. I know, Jesse was like, are you sure you want to go meet this big baller guy? I was like, well, it's a business meeting. And she's like, yeah, but you do financial stuff. Like, what if somebody hates you? I was like, I make this guy a lot of freaking money. I doubt he hates me. I doubt he wants to hurt me. And there you go. Big baller has to protect me because I am his cash cow. I'm all y'all's cash cow. And, you know, that's how I got your attention, is I got your attention with your pocketbooks. And that's fine. I want you guys to become rich. But I also want you guys to know this information and understand what is going on in the world and try to find a way to stop it. Yeah, Marco, they actually tried to stop the release of that movie, The Sounds of Freedom. And they tried to discredit a lot of it. The theaters were even shutting it down, shutting off the air conditioners when people were trying to watch it. And that's because these people that are, so it was Angel Studio that did it. And then Disney had the contract for like the longest time and kept it suppressed. And then once it got freed up, it was able for Angel Studio to make the story or make the movie. But it was being suppressed on purpose. We'll get into the homeschooling thing. Hear me out. We'll get to it. If I just spill the beans, then you're going to hear it. I could literally say everything I'm going to say to you in 5 minutes, and then the live's over at 8:05. Show goes till 9 o'clock, okay? Give me a little time to tell the story, all right? And then once the story's told, we'll get back into TA, and that'll be the end of the show. All right? So, yeah, the whole Tim Ballard thing, true story. If you heard that it was not real and that it was over exaggerated, that is the people that push that stuff. Either they are someone's in their pocket, or let me tell you right now, the powers that be in this situation will stop at nothing. Will stop at nothing to suppress that type of information. Stop all of it, because they do not want to lose their business. I watched an ex-prisoner on TikTok last night. He said they child rapists in jail. They kill child rapists in jail. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I don't want to go too deep into that. Watch him talk. You can feel how genuine he is, and still to this day helps kids escape. Yeah, he does it more. He used to be like a secret agent doing it. Now he is like working in like the intel side of it now, and not actually because they know who he is. He's too famous. But yeah, he still does try to save children. I'm trying to save children. That's why we're doing this special live, because I do care about children. I do believe that Donald Trump is one of them. And I've actually been saying that since 2016. I'll tell you this right now. Everyone in Hollywood, they have to. So when John Lennon and Yoko became very prominent, right? They had too much control over the people, right? During Vietnam. And the government realized that they couldn't allow people that are influencers, people that are high profile celebrities have that much power and influence over the American people, because they use propaganda to control people. So they turned these celebrities into the propaganda machine. Okay. And now they have a way of controlling them. And that's where Epstein comes in. Epstein was intelligence. And they say, oh, no, he wasn't. And are they going to reveal that? No, they never will. Okay. Epstein was intelligence. They would set people up, politicians, anyone that was somebody that would have influence was being set up in a certain way. And that's the beauty of TikTok, is because TikTok is in a different country, and we have a decentralized influence on the world now. And that's why I've chosen to do this, because I need to become a prominent influencer so that I can get this information out and I can share my story and I can tell people what I've seen. But the world isn't ready for it yet. I'm not ready for it yet, because once I do spill the beans, they will kill me. They will. However, I believe that with decentralized social media now, I have the ability to maybe possibly become influential enough to tell my story and be protected, especially with the rhetoric of people wanting to change this stuff. So I think that there's a ability. But I have seen things. Jesse knows. I've told Jesse the whole story, because Jesse's like, what are you doing here? Why are you doing all this and everything? And I was like, look, this is what I experienced. Okay. And I have to tell people it. And I have to do it at whatever cost it costs me. Even if it takes my own life, it has to be said and the information needs to get out. And then that's when Jesse was like, okay, I'll do this. And because I'll tell you what, Jesse was tempted to walk away at one point and leave the show. And that shortly thereafter, I told her what I knew. I know I'm being careful, but once Jesse knew, and Jesse knew some of these people as well, it was she understood and was like, okay, I know you're telling the truth. Oh yeah, Diddy is a monster. They're all monsters. But let me tell you, these people have sold their soul, okay? And you know how they say, oh, they've sold their soul to the devil? Yes and no. I mean, it's kind of like a ritual thing. Yes, it's all that stuff. But the selling of the soul in the satanic aspect of it is more of a symbolic thing. The way that they have sold their soul is they have sold out on their values, on their morals, on different things in order to become wealthy and have fame. Oh yeah, Ellen for sure. But selling your soul to the devil kind of thing, it's not what you think, guys. And one day you will get all this information. One day I will spell all this out for you, but I have to breadcrumb you into this, okay? But you will understand it is a metaphorical and it is a physical thing. So understand that I know some things, okay? Some people And let me tell you this right now. It's probably someone you know. That's how big this organization is that are doing these things. Chances are you probably know somebody that is involved in it in some way, whether they're participating or facilitating in it. That's how massive this industry is. I don't think it's Trump at all hiding the list. I think it's some people in the administration hiding the list. Let me tell you something, Ozzy Nate. Did you not hear what I just told you? You cannot become rich. You cannot become powerful. You cannot become prominent without being a part of it. They are all guilty. They all have blood on their hands in some way or another. Some of them operate in ways where they can feel like, oh, I didn't actually do it, but they are a part of it. They are a cog in the system. Okay? Every single one of them are. And I came very close to being in the club. If not, I was actually already in it, but I was just a cog. Okay, but once I realized where I was, what I was doing, what I was a part of, that's when I said, I'm walking away from this. No amount of money is worth this. And I set up my life to be where I'm at today so that I could walk away from it. Because I knew that I could only go so far before it would consume me. Well, then you will never reach that level for safety. You're wrong. So we are going into a decentralized financial system. We are now going into decentralized media. This is a media source, okay? People are looking for new places to get their information because they know they can't trust the media on the television and on the internet now. And that's why this show exists. That's why we fact check. That's why we deep go into the articles and read them, and we fact check the articles and do everything we do, because this is the opportunity. Because I had first walked away. I had walked away and I said, I'm just going to go into hiding and I'm going to say nothing. And then this opportunity presented itself to me. And I said, this is my chance to make a difference. So I can become influential, and it can become those things because our media is now decentralized. Our money is becoming decentralized. Everything in the world, our food, we just talked about it, is becoming decentralized. This is what we're seeing. This is the move towards decentralization globally. It's not just in our money. It's happening everywhere, and it's because of the internet. So there is an opportunity to become what I'm talking about. We are so censored in the US, yes. But that's why I use TikTok and I use Twitch and I use YouTube and I use multiple places, because if one censors me, I can go to the other. Eventually, we will get so big that we cannot be censored. And I believe that. That's why I've invested so much into this. That's why I hold it in a way that is very professional, because I know the potential of what we have here. We're definitely on something. Biden could have released it. Dude, Trump had the Epstein stuff when he was in office last time, back in 2019. Wait till Oracle takes over TikTok. I heard something about that. Jesse, can you do a fact check on that? Oracle taking over TikTok. What information you can find about censorship and whatnot. Biden didn't even know what planet he was on. I know, right? Hey, man, you got no soul, man. Come on, man. Listen. You're a disgrace to the country, okay? Everybody says so. Nobody likes Biden, okay? He's with China, all right? Nobody likes him. Everybody says so. Hey, man, you got no soul, man. Come on, man. Trump wants total control. He has it. Buckle up, people. You are right. You are right. Okay, you kind of have something. All right, go ahead. You're live.
Okay, so Oracle, it's saying that they're not acquiring TikTok outright, which means they don't want to be associated or have people know that they're associated. But they are in advanced talks to become a key partner in the potential deal to secure TikTok's U.S. operations, which would mean you wouldn't have any access to what's happening in the world, which is very smart. The security partner, Oracle, would play a crucial role in ensuring the security, and I guess that's the lovely word they like to use, of TikTok's U.S. user data and operations. Oracle is likely to take a minority ownership position in the new US-based entity. Oracle would be responsible for storing and managing all of TikTok's user data, addressing concerns about potential data access. While ByteDance, TikTok's partner company, may retain some ownership, Oracle will retain the most. Political context, potential deal is happening between US and China tensions. Looming over the deadline, it will be sold soon. Project Texas, the Oracle was set to host US user data on its server. So it's a user data miner, and it's just going to show us whatever it wants to show us, and it has complete, total control of what we're going to see.
So a new algorithm, basically, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it is going to be an algorithm that they want you to see.
Yeah, that's a problem. All right, thank you, Jesse. I'll tell you what, TikTok's only good because of its algorithm. Guinea Marie, you don't have to put the orange for Trump anymore, but I get it. If you want to put the orange, that's funny too. Why did Trump get control of everyone? Totalitarianism. We're moving towards totalitarianism. A one world government. And in order for that to happen, this government has to fail or take control of all the other governments. You got the info? What do you want to know? I mean, I just want to know what Oracle was going to do, what role it played with TikTok. Why is people letting it happen? Because they're sheeple. They're a bunch of sheeple, okay? And they just believe whatever they're told by the TV. Their brains are rotted from TikTok, and they march in lockstep. They lick the boot. Look at what happened during COVID. How many people did you see fighting each other over masks that really didn't matter, didn't help anyone? Don't be a sheep, be a goat. Be a goat, buck the system. All right. So the NDA. Let's get into the NDA. How about lining up for the killer shot, right? The toilet paper war, right? People are, individuals can be smart. I mean, look at me, for instance, right? Look at you for watching the show. Individuals can be smart, but the people in a mass as a whole are stupid, and they can be guided very easily and manipulated very easily. Look at MAGA. Look at the far left. Look at, Antifa. They're both sides of sheep, just on opposite spectrum. They're low information, uneducated people that And even the educated ones, they're just like spew regurgitated nonsense. Yes, all civilizations destroyed themselves. Exactly. I don't talk to anyone wearing a mask. Walk right past them. Yeah, me too. I mean, if you want to wear a mask, fine, whatever. I wear masks in public and people think it's because I'm COVID crazy. It's because I don't want to be recognized. I don't want people to notice me. I want to be able to be incognito. Okay. I live in a very small town and I stick out like a sore thumb. So there are times where I want to be able to be places without being noticed. I come from Beverly Hills. I'm now out in the middle of nowhere. It's like, you ever watch the Beverly Hillbillies, how they stuck out like a sore thumb in Beverly Hills? I'm the inverse of that. I'm the Beverly Hills guy in the middle of the hillbilly land. So I have to be incognito. Sometimes I let my hair grow out and I wear like older clothes and stuff, and I drive a beat up car just so that people don't recognize me and I can go places without having to be like, oh, that's you. Because mind you, like out here, I was in a band and all kinds of different stuff. People know me everywhere I go. Some people don't, but I can't go places without running into somebody that knows who I am. And sometimes I just don't want to be bothered. All right, so NDA. Speaking of COVID and wearing the masks and stuff, during COVID, it was a wonderful, wonderful time, wasn't it? Sunshine and rainbows. No, a lot of policies were enacted during COVID that are still implemented today and will never go away. All right, they will stay forever. A lot of times they use crises like this where they use it to implement rules and things that are for an agenda that leads towards the next thing, right? And that's what I believe that was all about, to be honest with you. I think it, obviously some part of it was real, some part of it was used, some part of it was fake. Yeah, they make extreme bills when no one's watching, or they use fear in order to get people to vote a certain way and do certain things. Guinea says, I got fired because I didn't want the jab. Yeah, I did too. I couldn't work for 2 years as an audio engineer. Could not work for 2 whole years. Mind you, I was in entertainment, right? Entertainment completely shut down. You heard sirens? Sure it's not on your end? I don't hear sirens. Did you guys hear sirens? I didn't hear sirens. It was through the mic. Interesting. Not everybody heard sirens. Are you not well? Are you hearing things? Did you take the jab and now you're hearing sirens? Anyway. Okay, maybe it was on my end. If more than one person heard it, then it was on my end. I didn't hear it. Must have been very subtle. Whatever it was, it had to be right next to the studio. Mind you, there is an airport here, so somebody could have been getting airlifted or something. So they use the landing strip and stuff out here for that. So that could be what you're hearing. Anyway, they enacted these policies and stuff, and it's a cascading effect. And don't forget to subscribe to HelloFresh. Use my promo code for 10 free meals, free add-ons for life, 1 item per box with active subscription. If you're in the U.S., outside the U.S., the local discount will apply. Free meals applied as discount on first box. New subscribers only, varies by plan. You know damn well ice caravans have been out here at night. I know. Careful what you're saying, because people will put together our location. I don't want anyone to know where we're at out here, because eventually they're going to know, and they'll never stop showing up, and then we're going to have to hire more security and all that. So don't say too much about our location. The fact that they know that we're at an airport is enough. Now, there's a lot of private airports in California, so I think we're good. Yeah, I know. It could potentially be ice caravan. I am gonna lean more towards it's probably like, what is it? EMS? Probably EMS. Could be ice though. I'm leaning towards EMS. Anyway, back to COVID. They enacted all these things, and they're pushing this agenda, right? And so this is an NDA. I'm hoping that by not saying specifics like the actual district or the actual names of the schools or things like that, will give me some sort of legal shade. And I'm also thinking that because this show is small enough and it's just you guys, obviously it's going to be recorded and put out there. Eventually they're going to be able to use it against me if they come after me. But here's the thing, is I got elected to the school board out here in 2020. And that's another thing. You guys are going to be able to find my name and Google what freaking school board I was on and figure out my location. But I got elected to the school board in 2020. And that was because of what was going on. COVID was crazy, right? And I was like, somebody's got to do something about this. I ran for school board, and to my surprise, I got elected. Isn't that crazy? Like, I didn't even think I would get elected, but I was like, I got to try. And I won. And that was my first dipping of my toes into politics. I had been political before in my union, and so I had a bit of a background with it, but never actually civil. You tell people how to find you. I know, I'm bad. Eventually, I'm going to have to move. I'm going to be moving anyway. Eventually. I'll probably always keep this bit of land, though. What's school boarding for? Are you? I'm assuming you're in a different country, Sheffer boy. Yeah, so the school board makes rules. We do allocation of funds. We make the rules for the schools, the guidelines, the policies that the schools have to follow. We create those rules. And one of the things, and I'll tell you this right now, politics is a very, very dirty game. And they have a way, especially as a politician, they have a way of getting to you. And this is why you'll see your favorite politician vote for things that they would never vote for and doing things that they would never normally do, because it is a dirty game. And I could break it down to you how it works. But basically, what happened is they were going to enact this policy, and I knew that even if I voted against it, that it was going to get passed anyway. And in hindsight, I think that maybe if I had spoke up more and I had done something more, maybe more people were thinking like me. But remember what it was like in 2020? how people acted, and everyone was so bifurcated, and people were afraid to talk about things. People were afraid to say things. I was guilty of that fear. And after I did this, I felt so wrong, so dirty. And I'll tell you what, I will never, ever back down ever again. But I made the wrong choice. And I gave in on my morals and values for something that maybe I could have made a difference, maybe I couldn't have. But either way, I made my choice. But I knew that it was going to happen and it was going to get voted for because everyone else probably didn't want it. Sure, some of them did, but other people didn't want it as well, I'm sure. And maybe we could have stopped it, but everyone was afraid to speak out against anything. It was a very scary time, especially for politicians and people of stature like myself. And this is why I'm so strong now about my moral standing and my hill that I'll die upon, and why I've created this show and why I'm doing all this now. Partially it's out of guilt. I'll get to the policy. Give me a second here. But I voted for this. But let me tell you this. In me voting for this policy, I was able to make major changes that were good. I'm being careful. Okay. So I shouldn't have done what I did. And I regret it every day of my life. But at the same time, some good did come from it in the short term, but in the long term, I think a lot of very pure evil will come from it. I know Gen X, and I've always been like, I don't care what people think. But the thing is like, I knew that no one was going to listen to me. I knew that no one was going to go along with me. And so I saw it as an opportunity where I could take something that was going to make me lose and try to do something positive for kids. So I was actually able to take one of the worst schools in my district and turn it into one of the best schools because of this situation. I was able to get them funding. There was the administrators of the school that this was at. They were basically siphoning off the funds and stealing a lot of money from kids. And this school was decrepit. And I mean decrepit. It was bad. And it was mostly, children of color in this school. No one cared about them. Nobody wanted to give them a voice. And I was like, this is my opportunity. I was like, this policy is going to get it enacted anyway. Maybe I can take that as an opportunity to do something positive. So we were able to turn this school around. I'm not going to say too much more about it. But the people that were there that were stealing the money, they're gone now. We were able to basically rebuild the entire campus and playground, new desks, new whiteboards, new artwork and things in the classrooms. All the kids got backpacks and pencils and pens and stuff. And mind you, this was California. There was major budget cuts to school. We were able to bring back a lot of the after-school programs and different things to the school and actually make it a really good school. So something positive did come from it, but at what cost? So I'm sure the moment you've all been waiting for, what was the policy? How do I say this without going to prison? Oh well, here it goes. So in California, and I'm sure it's more than California, but and more than just my district, it's probably all over the country and probably in other countries. And I would urge you to look into this and find out if you have children, what school they're going to, and if this policy exists. And you probably won't even be able to find it anyway because it's suppressed and you cannot talk about it. There's no record of it. It basically doesn't exist. But I'll tell you this for a fact that it is very true and it is real. Okay? And Big Baller had mentioned it earlier before, and I know for a fact because I voted for it. Okay? If you have kids in school, put them in private school for the love of God. For this reason and this reason alone, okay? You can... No, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Let me tell you, they can now, in any state of emergency, any type of emergency, all right, Office of Emergency Management to find bits and pieces, but not the whole truth. Yeah. So, in any kind of emergency, and mind you, we've been in a perpetual state of emergency. This country has, and every country has. They use that as a way to enact things. That's why the executive administration, that's why Donald Trump, the president, can make executive orders. Yes, emergency or disaster. Yes, okay. So they can enact executive orders, which are not laws, but they can do unconstitutional edict because of states of emergency, and they just deem anything as a state of emergency. Now they have an ICE account with 47 billion people wake up. Yes. And that's going to be part of it, Big Baller. The whole ICE thing is all part of it. And the whole Epstein thing with the trafficking is all part of it. All these things are linked together. Okay? And you have to put the dots together. But I want you to understand that there are people in Maui during the fires where the buses with the children disappeared. And they never found those children and they never found those buses. And no one even talks about it anymore. Okay? And this was all enacted right before the Maui fires happened. The Maui fire incident was a beta test for what they're doing. Oh, you never even heard of that? That's crazy. Yes, they need the adrenochrome. You're very right. And something crazy about Hollywood. I don't know if the guy's in prison or not, but I knew where to get that stuff. Did I ever take any of it? No, but I know it exists. I've seen it. I've seen the people use it. It is a real thing. Our women are disappearing. Yes, the women are disappearing now too from the ICE people. You're selling your soul when taking it. Yeah, you know there's actually a contract you have to sell your soul. It's like a vampire's contract thing. You have to sell your soul in order, like on paper, in a contract with blood in order to purchase adrenochrome. And once you have that contract, you're allowed to continue to get it. Yeah, never get on the bus, guys. Never get on the bus. Be the bus. Be your own bus. Be self-sufficient. So the policy that they have now that's been enacted is this. In any state of emergency, they can legally become your child's guardian until such emergency is gone or until they relinquish it back to you. So they can take guardianship of your children and they can remove them from the school now. So before they weren't allowed to take them out of the school or anything. You know, you had custody of the children. They were just entrusted by the school. Now the school can take temporary guardianship of your children in a state of emergency, and they turn over that guardianship when they decide, not when you decide. And because they have guardianship, there's a list of things they can do. They basically become the parent, and the children are now a ward of the state, and they can do whatever they want with them as though they're their parent. And they can actually force inoculate your children. So if this was during COVID, they could, in that state of emergency, had taken your children, removed them from the school to a facility, and forced them to be vaccinated. And they can do so much more. And they can remove your children and hold them from you and keep them from you until they decide. And they're also doing this through like CPS laws and things. So like if they feel like the parent is neglecting them or whatever, and you've seen these government people, they don't do what's in the best interest of the children. They make money off of this stuff, not just in adrenochrome or in whatever. The judges and the lawyers and everything, they all make money off of this. Yes, CPS is trafficking children. And so if you have your kids in school, basically you're no longer their guardian in a state of emergency. And we're in one right now. It's just right now it's kind of under wraps, but we're always in a state of emergency. So yeah, but now, before it was like unspoken, now it's actual legal clarity where they are on paper the guardian of the children, and they can force the children to do whatever it is they tell them to do. And the parents can do nothing about it. You no longer have the guardianship. It would take a judge to step in and say, no, you are not the guardian, they are the guardian, and the judges are in the pockets of these people. So think about the kids in the Maui fire that just disappeared and never made it home. Those are someone's babies taken and kidnapped, and they're probably being harvested of their adrenochrome. Do you guys know how adrenochrome is harvested? I don't want to say too much, but I've seen things, okay? Have you ever seen Monsters, Inc.? How they scare the children in order to harvest their energy? That is how adrenochrome is created. The more terrorized and the more adrenochrome is the stress hormone. The more terrorized and afraid they are, the better the quality the adrenochrome is. Ice Cube, speakers about in his own way, is one of the rare few that have not chosen the wicked path. He has seen it all. Let me tell you, there are those who are influential, who have become influential, that have walked away. But anyone that is influential right now at the top has been a part of it at some time. Whether a cog in the system or a direct abuser of it. Yes, Monsters, Inc. So I'll tell you this right now. Ice Cube has, maybe he's seen the light and walked away from it. And I'll tell you what right now. At one point, I was a cog in the system. I didn't understand that I was. I didn't know what I was doing, but I was helping with the facilitation of these things. And once I realized that is when I got out. before I knew things were happening, and I said nothing and I did nothing and I kept my head down. Okay. And then once I realized that I was attributing to it, I had to leave. DMX has spoken out about it as well, and paid the price for it. The media saying it was natural causes. Yeah. I will never run for election in anything. I don't want to be put in these situations. Yeah, but how else do we fight? How else do we fight? But we beat them at their own game. We become strong, we become wealthy, and we become powerful and influential without them. And that's why I'm doing this show. I'm gonna do it without them. They showed Steve Will Do It taking adrenochrome in a video. Is that for real? Jesse, can you fact check that? Did the Steve Will Do It take adrenochrome on video? Oz, let me ask you, please, does your wife and family know about this? Yes. Not my family, not my children, but my wife does. And I've told my wife, and I've told Jesse, and I've told them that this is the plan, and this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. And everyone understands and is in agreement. And we are all making a sacrifice. That's why I chose the goat. The goat represents sacrifice. I know you guys gave me the goat because I used to baa like a goat, okay? But when I was like saying I wanted to choose a name and somebody jokingly said Ozthecryptogoat, I decided to pick the goat because the goat represents sacrifice. This is leaked footage of YouTuber Steve Will Do It injecting a $20,000 adrenochrome shot with the help of a professional nurse. Holy shit. The video is unsettling. Send it to me. I'm going to pull it up. No, well, yeah, we're on Twitch, right? You guys want to watch the video? I don't know. We'll save it for another live because we're kind of running low on time. But I believe you. I told you I know everything. We're going to talk more, man. I'll tell you what. Henry knows a lot about me. I told him a few things that you guys don't know about me. They can look it up. Yeah, look it up if you don't believe it. I believe it, though. And one day I will tell you everything about me. That is my goal, is to one day tell you everything about me, everything that I know, everything that I've gone through. I'll tell you what, I would be able to write a book that would be phenomenal. So inspiring. Oh my God, in Vegas, what did you say? I can't say it right now because I'm not ready to tell the world yet, but I did say a few things. But I'll tell you this, Henry has kept all of it to himself. Henry hasn't said anything. I love you, brother. I'm so proud of you for what you stand for and what you're doing 100%, brother. I'm with you to the end, no matter what happens. Thank you. I've heard that Kobe Bryant died because of things he was going to tell. Yep. Yep. And I'll be next. Put me on the list. The world needs to hear this stuff. Kobe Bryant was going to tell you everything that I'm about to tell you. All these people that were going to speak up and fight against this are going to tell you all these things that I'm going to tell you. You didn't know he died? Yeah, he died in a helicopter crash that was completely avoidable, no accident. It was not an accident. But I experienced these things firsthand. I saw them with my own two eyes, and I know they exist. I'm not just some YouTuber or Twitcher or TikToker up here saying things. I'm here for a purpose because I've seen things, and these things need to be shared, and they're being recorded. Everything is being backed up off the internet onto hard drives and solid state drives so that this stuff will live on forever. That's my goal, is to make a difference, do something positive with my life. I've lived a wonderful, magnificent, terrible, and horrible life, all at the same time. I've been through more than any human being should ever bear, and I've experienced more than any human being probably ever has. I've seen the very top and I've seen the very bottom, and I have a lot to share with you because of that. And I'm grateful for it. I wouldn't change anything for the world. I tell my wife and Jesse this a lot about like some of the hardships that I went through. And I actually reminisce on some of them as good times because it shaped me into who I am today. I needed them to happen in order to be as strong as I am. Interesting. You're going to start seeing a lot more of that. Eventually, if everyone speaks up against this stuff, there can only be so many accidents at once. You know what I mean? There can only be so many accidents. And one day, we will win this war. One day we will fight this good fight, and one day we will win. But in order to win, we have to keep fighting. And that's why I built this platform. And I had to get to you with your wallets. And I'm glad. I want you all to become wealthy and rich. I want that for you. But I had to get your attention somehow, right? Because everything else I was doing wasn't working. I've been trying to do this for years now, and nothing seemed to work until finally one day I was like, you know what? I know how to get their attention. Make them rich. So I'll keep making you guys rich as long as you're willing to stand up and fight with me. So when you're hitting that like button, that's how we're fighting this battle. When you're watching the show consistently, when you're sending gifts, when you're sending donations, know that everything that you're doing is helping win the fight. Because that's what we're doing here, is we are fighting against evil. I know it seems like we're trading crypto. That's the disguise. That's all just a disguise. We will win this fight. We are fighting on the front lines of freedom, not just for ourselves as individuals, but for these children. That's why I'm so passionate about these donations coming in and giving them to the Tim Ballard Foundation. That's why I'm like, I want to give, like, because I'll tell you what right now, when you send gifts on TikTok, TikTok takes 60% of it. When you send gifts to me, I give 50% of it to a charity, to a good cause. If we take down the pedos, the world will change. I agree. And don't forget to subscribe to HelloFresh. Use my promo code for 10 free meals, free add-ons for life, 1 item per box with active subscription. If you're in the US, outside the US, the local discounts will apply. Free meals applied as discount on the first box. New subscribers only, varies by plan. And remember, signing up for HelloFresh is also supporting the show. Okay? You're also helping fight this cause by signing up for that, and you're getting something out of it. You know, when you buy the mugs, everyone thinks that, oh, I'm commercialized, and I'm, you know, because I got the mugs and I got the t-shirts and everything. All of that is to go to fight this fight and to spread more awareness. It's marketing. I understand marketing and how these things work, and it also brings validity to the show and allows it to grow more exponentially, and it also allows the new person from the outside looking in to see what we're doing and see us as more professional, more valid. Coming from a person that grew up in church and abused, all them pedos need to be unalived. Yeah, I want that shirt that they sell on TikTok that says, like, kill your local pedophile. I want one of those. Round up a posse. This is part of why I'm fighting towards getting rid of the police and letting the people govern themselves and police themselves, and bringing back the militias, because then we can hunt these fuckers down. We can do something about it. Yeah, tarred and feathered and worse. I say we give them the pineapple up the ass. Pineapples in the chat, everybody. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples right now. If you want to shove a pineapple up a pedo's ass and while they hang from a tree, or you want to torment Jesse, send the pineapples. Good night, Guinea Marie. Send in the pineapples. Is there a pineapple emoji? No, they would like it. Some of them would, that's for sure. We'll beat them with a pillowcase full of pineapples. How about that? Pineapples in the chat. I don't even know if they have that on here. I say we make them eat their privates. Some of them might be into that. That's the problem. You know what I say we do? I say we cut them off from their adrenochrome, chained to a wall, and watch them deteriorate quickly. You do realize that adrenochrome is like the most addictive drug out there, and that if you stop taking it, not only do you die, but you look like death very quickly. That's why it's only for the rich. You think the victim should decide their fate? Ooh, I like that. I like that one. The victims should decide their fate. Don't forget you're all eating them, Soylent Green. What do you mean by that? You got a list? What do you mean by that? You're eating them, Soylent Green. Jesse, can you look into that and fact check and figure out what he's talking about? I am so excited to meet you tomorrow, Big Baller. Jesse, look up Soylent Green. And this will be our last little topic before we end the live. I started a few minutes late today, so we'll go over a little bit. I'm interested. I want to know what that's all about. Is there a live tomorrow? Yes, but it's going to be probably early, or I don't know. Maybe not tomorrow, but I'll do one Wednesday. Soylent Green, is that a movie? I'm assuming it's a movie. but probably no live tomorrow because I have a meeting with Big Baller. I don't know what time I'm going to be able to get down there. No, it's not a movie. What is it, Big Baller? The Soylent Green. Can you explain a little more so we have more context on what to look for? It says Soylent Green is introduced as being made of plankton, but as the film unfolds, the main character discovers that it's manufactured from dead bodies. Is that what you're talking about? I kind of heard of something like that before. I'm excited to jump down rabbit holes with Big Baller. Hey, tomorrow when we meet up, message me tonight because I need details and everything. Because I'm probably not going to be able to get out of here until noon, and I'm out here by Vegas. So it's probably going to be like 4 or 5 hour drive for me. Processed remains of the dead, including those who died in assisted suicide clinics. Ew. And where are Soylent Greens at? Please tell me it's not in HelloFresh. Please tell me HelloFresh has no Soylent Greens in it. They've been saying that about a McDonald's for years. That's why it's so addictive. Human flesh is addicting. Oh my God. I'm never eating McDonald's ever again. Hey, Big Baller, make sure you message me after the live because I need to get details. I need to get details from you. I haven't had McDonald's in a very long time anyway, so. But I need details if I'm coming tomorrow. So if you want, we can talk on the phone over Discord. McDonald's is so shit. I don't know how people eat it. Yeah, why would you eat McDonald's if you could go to In-N-Out? Obviously, you guys don't know. You don't know the beauty of In-N-Out unless you live here in California. I know Big Baller knows about In-N-Out. I feel sorry for the rest of the world for not having In-N-Out. I truly grieve for your taste buds. All right. You have not lived until you've had In-N-Out. You've had it once. Nice. I'll tell you what, if I ever moved out of California, I would have to have a private jet so I could fly back and forth to get In-N-Out. Big Baller is a big guy who loves his food. I know. First thing you were like is you're like, hey, I'm buying you dinner, man. We're going out for a steak dinner. I was like, I like this guy. I'm feeling like prime rib. Hopefully they have prime rib or like ribeye, T-bone, something good. I'm expensive, bro. But you already said you're paying for dinner, so you're stuck with me. Luckily, I don't eat a lot though. So isn't Taylor Swift getting into politics? I heard something like that. Yeah, steakhouse, baby. Good steak. I'll tell you what, I am a meat connoisseur. I love me some steak. I'm excited, man. My wife was like, are you sure you want to go over there and meet this guy? And I was just like, yeah, I think it's going to be all right. It's 9:10, sir. All right, Jesse, go home. I'm going to end the live. You can leave, Jesse. Have a good night. Drive safe. See you all later. No live tomorrow. Maybe I will, like in the middle of the night or later on. I'm bringing my mobile studio equipment with me. So I will be doing the show while I'm on vacation down there, enjoying myself. Okay. So we'll have something to message me in Discord. All right. I'll be waiting for that message. I'll use the bathroom. I'll come right back and then we'll talk on Discord. All right. I'll see you all later. Jesse, drive safe. Have a good night. And don't forget, send donations. 50% goes to the Tim Ballard Foundation. All right. Love you guys. Have a good night. What's going on, everybody? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share the show with your friends. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Thank you, all of you, for who are watching on TikTok. Keep smashing that like button. Up or down? I would say indication says down. Maybe a slight up to 242 to 247-ish. But then back down. X marks the spot. So probably breakthrough right here. This would be May 20th. And that lines up with the previous cycle. This was May 19th that we dropped right here and fell into capitulation before a move up in July. I think this is the bull trap before capitulation. How's everybody doing today? Start smashing that like button. We're actually going to cover some information that you may find very intriguing if you're looking into investing. That is going to help you understand where we are headed as mainly the state of California, but other states as well. What goals and plans they have set forward for the future. As you all know, in 2020, Donald Trump signed the release of Suppressed Technologies Bill, and all suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society by 2025. And there are some interesting technologies that you haven't even heard of. You're going to hear it here first today in the live of some interesting projects that are coming to fruition here that are great investment opportunities. And we're going to cover that, but you're going to have to come over to Twitch to hear that because we can't talk about these things on TikTok. So don't forget, we are live on Twitch as well. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. And we have a special show at the end of the live. It's about the last hour of the show. We go over to a Twitch exclusive. As you all know, June 19th is the cutoff day for TikTok, and we may no longer have access to TikTok, so we are migrating towards Twitch. And you may have heard I possibly will be speaking at TwitchCon this year in San Diego, so hopefully we'll see you down there. And also on June 2nd, we are having the meet and greet in Vegas at Caesar's Palace at the Fountain in the mall at 5 p.m. I will be there waiting for you for a special live show. Come be a part of that experience, and we can hang out. We can, go play some games and have a good time. There's this suit at Versace that I want so bad. I'm tempted to finally go get it. It's this nice silver silk suit. I've been wanting for a while. But the wife says to cool out on the suits. I have too many. And I just lost a bunch of weight, so I'm kind of waiting to find out where I settle in my size before I get something new tailored. I wasn't like seriously overweight ever. Mr. Goat, happy Friday. Welcome. Holly boys, how you doing? And don't forget, if you want me to look into any projects you're interested in, all you got to do is come over to Twitch and type it in the chat, and you can get that for free, or you can become a subscriber on TikTok. As a subscriber, I do that on the TikTok side, but you can get that in the meantime for free just by coming over to Twitch, so that you know where we are when the Twitch removal goes into place in the US. We may not be able to access it anymore. So we are migrating, and it's been such a headache, you know, it's been a bit of a headache. So we now have a legal team to handle the legal side of things, because it's been ridiculous with all the appeals we have to handle with TikTok, and basically we get nowhere with them. We don't break any guidelines, yet we get hit with them constantly, and generally the appeals don't get removed even though we don't break any guidelines. So we are migrating from TikTok to Twitch. Harley Dan, what's going on? Danny Gibson, how are you doing, brother? Glad to have you in the live. Oh, let me put on the mainstream for those of you on Twitch. My bad. We got a new logo, because we no longer look like a ghost. We look like a bat. Still scary. Bats can be scary. And we got our dude here. He is not happy. He's like, what the hell's happening? We got ourselves a little magnet, because these blue lines are a magnet for XRP. I hate bats, yeah. And I think that's what it kind of, doesn't it look like a bat to you? It looks like a bat to me. I'm like, okay, this is a bat. He's got like one wing tucked in and the other one spread out. Like he's trying to sell you a watch. Rainies, I know, right? XRP is rabid right now. Matt Hendricks says, I see it. I know, right? So I figured a bat. You know, I got a face mask. I don't wear face masks in public except for when I want to be incognito. But I got a face mask, and it's got the spooky ghost on it, and it says the boo on it. And I'm thinking about offering those as something to buy in the shop on Twitch. We're working on merchandise right now. So I'm making hats and t-shirts and stickers, and I want to have like bandanas with the little spooky ghost on it with the boo and things like that. I'm going to have some funny shirts. I'm thinking about making a shirt that has the image of the guy singing to the goat from the meme, and that's going to be on the back of the shirt. And the front of it's gonna say, the goat's got your back. For that meme. What do you guys think of that? I think that would be just freaking hilarious. I'm working on a few different ideas. I'm looking for somebody to hire right now. If you do any type of digital design like that, creating logos, not AI, like you are an artist and can create things digitally. I'm looking for somebody that is interested in filling that role If you're interested in doing that, send me a message and we can work out a contract or something for you and figure out how that's going to go. We are expanding here. The staff is ever growing. We have private security. We have IT support. We have fact checking, and we have journalism. So we have the journalists that are going through the news and putting everything together for the show, as well as me going through that with a fine-tooth comb and finding the truth and everything. And then also we have the fact-checking team. So during the live, when questions are asked, we can fact check. It's not actually a team. It's a team for the journalists. It's a individual for the fact checking. Now, they're not always in the studio because we have had to scale back a little bit because of just the cost of it has grown a lot, and we did have to add to the legal team, and that's I would say the IT guy and the legal team are the most expensive members of this venture that we're building here. But mainly, while everything's going right now, the IT guy is pretty much here every day, and the legal team is more like remotely done, but they do handle a lot of that. But because of those two expenses, we've had to scale back a little bit. So sometimes I will be doing the fact checking. Sometimes we'll have a person doing it live. I believe they're coming in today. They're not here yet, but they should be in today. So we should have fact checking. And I'm trying to work out a system because we need like an intercom system from the studio to like the mission control center so that they can hear. I mean, they can hear me, but I can't hear them. So I'm thinking of like an intercom or walkie-talkie system or microphone setup so that I can reach them. But I've noticed that sometimes I'm doing the live, they're leaving the room during the live and they're not hearing me. So we're working out the kinks and all that. We are still building too. The construction team is nearly finished with the construction. We've got like one more sheet of drywall to hang and the soundproofing insulation for the final wall that has been built. And then we have the curtains and the stage setup for the background and all of that, and a little bit of lighting left to do. So I am doing some wash lights on the curtains in the background, and we have an awesome picture to hang in the background. I don't want to give away the surprise yet, but it's going to be really cool. I hope you guys really enjoy all these new improvements that are coming every single day. And don't forget, start hitting that like button on TikTok. Let's see if we can get to 20,000 likes before the end of the live. Then I will do the after show on Twitch, and we're going to go over some very interesting information that I'm only going to give you on Twitch. I do not have an NDA for this one, and I'll get into the reasoning why on the Twitch side. And I don't want to say too much because of TikTok. We don't want to get hit with guidelines or misinformation or anything like that. But this is going to be something that hasn't even been developed yet or in the talks of what is going on in the world, that you can actually get information on before it even comes to fruition, to allow you the ability to invest in it when it does hit the market. So you're not going to want to miss this information. This could be very, very lucrative for you in the future, and it's also quite eye-opening. It's a bit of I don't necessarily agree with what they're doing, but nonetheless, this is what they're doing. And that's part of why we cannot talk about it on TikTok, because they will hit us with misinformation. It's ridiculous. But it is true and factual. And I can tell you right now that my sources on this one, I trust in the utmost way. However, my sources are confidential for this one because they do have NDAs. But you're gonna not want to miss this information. Guinea Marie says all crypto is down. Let's take a look at that. We got crypto bubbles, right? Let's look at crypto bubbles. I like crypto bubbles. It's fun. My wife loves it. She grabs the bubbles and moves them around and likes to watch them. And it's fun. It's cute. But as you can see, you're seeing smaller coins pumping instead of others. Look at Pi. Pi is not doing well. I actually like Pi. It's delicious. That was a little dad joke. We looked into Butthole Coin yesterday. I'm definitely buying some Butthole Coin. And Fart Coin. Look at Fart Coin. Fart Coin is down. But where is it over the year? Let's see. Where's Fart Coin now? I don't think it's on for the year, but let's look at the month. Virtual's looking really good. Look at that. This month, Virtual is up 233%. Pumpkin pie is phenomenal. You know what? Matt Hendricks, I have a farm here and we grow pumpkins. We grow carving pumpkins and we grow baking pumpkins. And I'll tell you what, I made the most delicious pumpkin pie last year for Thanksgiving and Christmas from scratch. I have, maybe I'll make a TikTok and post it. Took pictures of all of it. I'm like I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I am quite the cook and baker. My wife's more the baker and I'm more of the cook. But I make some pretty awesome things. The other night we had lamb. Oh, it was delicious. A lamb roast in honor of the Abraham Accords. So that was wonderful. Who's been watching the Abraham Accords? Obviously, it was originally signed in what was it? 2020, and now it looks like Syria is honoring that accord. Look at Shiba Inu. I'm a big fan of Shiba. What's up, viewer discretion? How you doing, buddy? Glad to have you in the live on TikTok. Don't forget, smash the like button on TikTok. Don't just hit it, don't just tap it, but smash it, baby. We need your support on TikTok now more than ever. We need to get to 20K likes, I would say within the next 20 minutes. So we need like 1,000 likes a minute right now. So if you guys can help out with that, that would be amazing. Should have made goat. I know I was looking for goat. They didn't have any available, and the only goat around was the neighbors, and they did not want to slaughter it. They want it for milk and cheese. But I'm definitely going to be picking up some of that goat cheese and making some unleavened crackers, I guess I would say, for my goat cheese. I love fresh breads and baking. We bake our own bread here on the farm. We grow our own corn and pumpkins and so many other things, peppers. We have massive growing plots. I have 5 massive, I would say they're probably 40 foot, I think they're 40 foot by 20 foot greenhouses. We have 5 of those. We've got quite the farm here. We have the airport as well. So we have a fueling station here on the property. and planes come in constantly to refuel here. It's kind of like a puddle jump spot for smaller aircraft, but it's a private landing strip we have here, and that's why it took so long to build the studio, because we had to go above and beyond the soundproofing for the show, because the freaking planes were just so loud. Everyone could hear it. TF, I'm the goat. Adrian, you're the goat too? I guess there's more than one goat in this world. You know, I mean, isn't Brett Favre the goat? Isn't Michael Jordan the goat? Isn't Eminem the goat? There's a lot of goats. So the question is, Adrian, what are you the goat of? I believe that I may be the crypto goat. I'm definitely the crypto goat of Twitch. There's only a handful of Twitch channels for crypto, and I would say that it's arguably that ours is the best. Skinny Marie says Tom Brady is the GOAT. What's up? Just got out of a 1.5 hour massage. Oh, bro, I need one of those. Is that one of those that end very happily? Is that one of those happily ended massages? Cmont77 says the only one crypto goat, Oz. Much appreciated. I would tell you, I would say that out of all of the analysts on TikTok, nobody's been as accurate as we have, you know? And I think partially because of that is a lot of people are noobs, and a lot of people are propped up because they lie to you. Go to Mirval resorts, those are illegal. You know where I like to go? I like to go to Morongo for massages. I have a lady there. I like to go enjoy the casino and get a massage there. Very professional, you know, none of that nonsense. And it's actually a quality massage. I would say that my lady there is, not only did she do the best I've ever had in my life, and I have her card somewhere. Maybe I'll give her a shout out one of these lives. Very professional, and she's like more like medically trained in doing massages, where she knows how to read your tension to find the ways to release it. It's just amazing. It's a whole new technology. What's up, Sydney? How you doing? The music is too loud. Let me see. I don't get what's going on with TikTok's music. The way it works, I don't have much control over it, whereas we have, you know, on I can't do audio control from my mixer. I have to do it through TikTok. One of the reasons why I'm just so over TikTok. Let me see if this fixes. Did that fix the audio? Music is too loud, low. It's off now. You know, it's crazy. I don't understand how TikTok audio, it's just very primitive. I'm used to very advanced audio system. As you know, I am an audio video engineer. So this is the worst program I've ever worked with. Sounds good on Twitch, but a little loud on TikTok. Yeah, I have no control over TikTok as far as the audio in that direction. It's ridiculous. Let me see here if that, does that help TikTok? I got a spot in LA. It's $70 for 1.5 hours. Great job. Yes. That's actually good. $70 for an hour and a half is good. I pay $150 for 90 minutes at Morongo, and it is worth every penny. There's also, what is it? Oh God, I can't think of the name. It's like this it's a spa, and they do the massages and stuff, and they have like the hot pools and the cold pools and steam rooms and everything and cocktails. Oh, it's amazing. Something Gardens. Beautiful, beautiful place here in California. I can't help myself. Has anyone noticed that since Apple said he hated Taylor Swift, she's not as hot? I paid $225 for 90 minutes. Dang, that's expensive. You know, I actually know Taylor Swift personally, and I would say at one point she was a good friend of mine. And I just saw her recently at the Grammy Awards, and I actually, you know who I ended up hanging out with was Flava Flav, and hanging out with Bill Murray. Bill Murray and Flava Flav, we hung out most of the day. But Taylor Swift acted like she didn't even know me. I've known her for like 15 years. Every time she would come to Crypto Arena, I was always her audio engineer, and she acted like she didn't know me. And I was just like, oh, okay, it's like that. So I don't know. At one point I considered her a friend. You know, we used to eat lunch together, and now she's too cool for school. Hawaiian Gardens. No, that's not the name of the place. I can't think of it right now. It'll come to me. XRP is dropping. I know as soon as that day candle opened, it just started going down. And it's probably going to go down to the blue line here. I would say 232. And what did I tell you? What did I tell you? Monday would be the top, right? And a return back down from there for price correction to about 230. So we're getting close, and I'm expecting this to be a Head and Shoulders, and it bring us back down from here to 217 to even as low as 208. It could hit 220, 217-ish, and then consolidate out, because that is a nasty zone, and possibly pump from there, but we'll have to see. She took a turn to the dark side. Oh, I can confirm that. You know what? Remind me, Harley Dan, when we go into story time on Twitch, to talk about the stages. Remind me to talk about how she took a turn for the dark side and what the stages actually are. You like her? I mean, she used to be a very sweet young girl, and very down-to-earth country style girl, and she lost it. I'll tell you though, Carrie Underwood is like Miss America when she walks into the room. The most beautiful woman you ever seen. It's like she's glowing, and her personality matches who she is physically as well. Why did China get into Gaza and feed them and we aren't, though? I know I saw that. I think that's in the news here. No, I kind of skipped over it because I felt like it was meh. Come in. Is that IT? Sorry, bear with me a second, guys. Yeah, Carrie hasn't sold out. There's a few of them that haven't. She has all these young kids dress like her. I saw like a million Swifties. Yep, the Swifties. I'll tell you, you know what's I would say a show that's bigger than Taylor Swift in LA is K-pop. K-pop is huge. Guinea Marie says it's very important. Yeah, I believe you're referring to the China-Gaza thing. I ran out of time with putting the show together. I slept in. I was up till 3 a.m. or actually later. I think it was like 4:30 a.m. I got off the computer at 3 a.m. I talked with, who was it? Who was it that I was, Kodak, I think. Kodak and I were talking last night. We got into STX last night. So STX, you know, let's pull that up. Let's talk about STX. Now, as you remember, there was a pre-sale for STX, and we decided not to go through with it because it looked a bit sketch, or excuse me, SXT. I'm very dyslexic. This is STX. We want SXT. SXT, where are you hiding at? There we go. Look, it's a baby project. It's only begun, and look at it's dropped down. So I set a limit order at 12 cents and 11 cents. There is a possibility that it does tank down, but I just put a few bucks in there, a couple $100, and a few limit orders on the way down for a few $100. So there'll be about $1,000 in there. No big deal. It's very new. So because the pre-sale, it pumped up the price, right? And then once it released, it ran down. And I believe that once it gets more to the bottom, it will pump from there. But it's running, I would say, sideways-ish, kind of, you know, but it's near the bottom. So I would say at least it's going to pump up to 215 again, which is cool. That's a nice little, it's very low market cap. AV, glad to see you. I am doing very well. I hope you're doing the same. When will you make a trade? What do you mean, Sydney Hotshots? When will I make a trade? I've been looking into other low market cap coins. I'm looking for something because I believe we're going to move into alt season here soon and meme season, and so I want to be prepared for that. It's always a joy to have you, AV. I appreciate you very much. Haven't heard you though from the coaching side. Don't forget, as a deluxe subscriber, you can reach out to me and message me directly for your coaching needs. Sad says buy UNH. What is the reason for that? Would you like to come on the show and speak on that? I'd love to have somebody come on as a guest and talk about maybe some of their low market cap coins that they're into. AV, thank you for the heart me and the 5 roses. I've been traveling a bit. We'll reach out, Oz. Thanks. No problem. I understand everybody has lives. I have no life. I'm retired. All I do is stare at this computer all day long. And that's kind of why I started the show. I was like, you know, maybe I should be doing something with this time instead of just staring at the chart all day. So, we started this out of a whim. I went live as a guest on Mega Crypto's show mid-January, and it went so well. I was like, you know what, I could be doing this. Why am I not doing this? And we started there, and we've grown so much. I went from the guy with the Twitch, or the Switch, to the guy on Twitch. I have to work, at least for now. Well, let's work towards getting you retired as well. Let's retire and enjoy our lives. We weren't meant to be slaves. Hey Oz, if you're calling the XRP prices so well, how come you're not day trading them? I do from time to time, but right now it's a bit of an uncertainty. What I'm doing is looking for the next entry zone. I don't want to day trade. I want to not have to monitor it every day. I want to know that I bought in at the bottom and it's going to run up over the next month so that I can focus on other projects. Right now, the one I'm day trading is SXT. AV with the stars and AV with I'm here for it. I do trade cycles over. That's a possibility, but I don't think so. We usually get another bull push. So right here at May 19th, May 20th in the previous cycle is right here. Right, that's this big red candle. May 19th, we dropped, and then we pushed back up in mid-July, July 22nd, up to 139 from 51 cents. So I think that we're somewhere around right here, and we're headed down into capitulation. So I think we got another push from August to November, and then I think it'll all be downhill from then. SXT is talking a good dip right now. I know my limit orders are about to kick in soon. So I have a limit order set at the bottom of this wick on the day at 12 cents and another one set at 10 cents. So if it drops even lower. So we'll see. The lower it drops, the more money's going in. So I bought $100 at like 12, 13-ish, somewhere in the middle, like 12.50-ish, 13, I think. Whatever it was last night, I don't remember. I just bought it at the limit, or at the market price. And then I put limit orders for these two lower wicks. Tops and guys, this relief rally failed. Bitcoin down 800 bucks, alts down 30%. It's over. I wouldn't say it's over, but yeah, you know, we're not going to have as big of pushes as we've had in the past because the liquidity is more spread out. All right, we'll see you in a little bit, Guinea Marie, when you get back. Handle what you got to handle. I get it. And remember, if you miss a portion of the live or you miss a live, you can always come and watch the show. They're all recorded and posted to YouTube. So just search Ozthecryptogoat on YouTube and you will find those videos so that you never miss any of the information, because I understand that we can't always be live all the time. And as a deluxe subscriber, you get access to one-on-one coaching with me directly through messaging, and you get access to my daily price point videos that help you day trade, because we're calling it every single day. So if you want to know where the markets are going on a daily basis before it happens, you're going to want to become a subscriber on TikTok. And because those videos are essential to making those trades, a lot of people don't get the notifications. I would say most of the most important ones are posted anywhere between midnight and 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And so most people are asleep. The TikTok alerts don't go off, or they don't even show up in their feed. And people miss out because of it. So we've designed a email alert system. You can sign up for the email newsletter where you can get notifications so that way you can set them more custom ring, custom chime, make sure that it never goes silent so you always get that information. Simon says GRT. You want to explain? Let me get rid of the music now. It's time to get rid of the music. GRT. Now, is that a low market cap coin? I'm just starting to get into, I've kind of fallen behind these new projects because I've been so focused on XRP and so focused on building the studio, and I'm like, man, it's time to start looking and branching out. And management also indicated that that was probably a wise decision. I would say it's bottomed out. Let me see here. Let's go way back. Yeah, I would start accumulating anywhere between 2 cents and 10 cents is going to be your accumulation zone. Buy it up and just hold it until it moons again, because it'll get these spikes. It looks nice and volatile. This one I would imagine would be good for like weekly or monthly trading. Let me see, how much are we from here? This was from January to March. I would say this would be a good monthly trade. Throw some in, check it every week or so or whatever, you know, keep an eye on it, set some alerts. Let's see here. Basically, if you make 20% on an alt, you should start taking profits these days. Too many alts. Exactly. That is exactly it. I take profits at 10 and 20%. I've learned from the past that I've lost out on a lot of money by not taking profits, trying to be greedy. I was just curious about this project. Yeah, TikTok is definitely, I'm not going to say the B word, you. I have to go through other Oztins before I find you. Yes, it's an issue. And so if you are watching on TikTok, make sure you're smashing that like button. I need your support now more than ever for TikTok so that we can continue to grow. But Twitch is growing. Twitch is doing well. And I expect that being at TwitchCon is going to grow the show exponentially overnight. And don't forget, on Twitch, you can send bits. I figured out, I got the IT guy. We lowered the price of the bits. They were way too high. So you can send much cheaper bits and cheers now. So take a look at those. That's the little Ethereum sign, and then there's like a confetti type horn thing next to the emoji in the chat. And take a look at all those different options. I didn't even know like that they were adjustable in price, so we dropped them, and I'm hoping that will encourage you all to use it a little bit more. It's just like TikTok with sending roses and flowers and goats, obviously. But if you're on TikTok, I need 5 swans. Help me out with some swans. TikTok has goals, and they want you to meet a certain criteria at a certain volume number. And I believe that if we make this goal, it should bring us out of the shadow ban. So I need 5 swans. If somebody can help me out with that, much appreciated. Oh, I said the B word again. We can't be saying that word on here. It is not good for the show. Let's see. GRT isn't new. Not low cap. Yeah. Last year. Yeah. I'm looking into AI projects because it sounds like with the bill they just released, they're looking to let AI be unregulated for the next 10 years, which is terrifying, but I mean, that's definitely something to get into with AI. But let's look at XRP for a minute. Obviously, this, I would say it is an XRP show, but it's more of a crypto and news media outlet. So let's see here. This is what I think is happening. I think we have this head and shoulders forming right here. And that would bring it down to the blue line, somewhere around 208 to 220. Something like that. Can I check BTC? Of course. Viewer discretion. But you gotta become a subscriber. Oh wait, are you a subscriber? Oh yeah, you're a subscriber. I do apologize. You have a special subscription emoji because you've been subscribed for so long. Thank you for your overwhelming support. Much appreciated. Wow, you've joined the elite crew of subscribers. You've been a subscriber since the very beginning. Much appreciated. AV, thank you for the swan. Thank you very much. So we need 4 more swans. We have 3 hours. So basically, till the end of the show, we have the opportunity to meet this goal. But I'd like to meet it as soon as possible, because if they all flow in at the same time, then it promotes and boosts the show. And we need to get to 20K likes. We need to get a lot of likes, and we need to do it quickly on TikTok. So much appreciated for your support. We need to get out of the funk we are in. We are stuck in a freaking mud puddle right now. And because of analytics, when the shows are slow like this and not a lot of viewership, we have to cut the lives early now. I've been talking with management about this. They've been doing some studying on the algorithm and for Twitch as well. And having the viewership low like that is very bad for the show. So if it's slow, we're going to cut the show. So we have to work together as a team. So if it does get low, like Twitch right now, there's only 2 viewers. So we need some engagement on Twitch, maybe a bit, maybe a subscription, something like that to help boost that. Otherwise, we'll cut Twitch and just move to TikTok for now, and vice versa. So keep that in mind. But I don't want to cut Twitch because we are going to have some special information given out today. I can't say it on TikTok, but you're going to want to know this information for investing. And this is some special insight that I have from being at some of the meetings that I used to do. For those of you who know, I was an audio engineer, and a lot of these meetings like the crypto summit and so on and so forth, I did those types of panels where I sat in the meeting and ran the control board, and I have some information to share with you all. But look at this. This looks like a head and shoulders to me. I seen this today. Do you guys see it? It's, excuse me, inverted head and shoulders. And I wanted to share that with you, which would, if this is the case, that this is an inverted head and shoulders, it could have played out right here, but I would say not. I would say that would put us at about 280 to $3 would play out that Head and Shoulders. So there is a definite possibility of a run up, I would say, right there. Let's do that. Do you see it all? Do you see the inverted Head and Shoulders here? So that is possible if this doesn't play out, and this magnet right here, this magnet is just very strong. Everything wants to stay between these blue lines here. This is XRP. And we'll cover other cryptos as well. Seamont says thanks. Thanks for what? Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for supporting. Thank you all for donating. Your donations are greatly appreciated, and they go towards supporting this show. I don't put the money in my pocket. I reinvest every dime back into the show. And that's paying for the staff that we have here and the equipment and all of building this stuff, hiring the construction crew, paying the IT guy, paying the journalism team, paying the fact checker, paying the legal staff. So we also have somebody that manages and deals with the legal side of things. And that is the more expensive side of things, is the legal stuff. But thank you all for your support, and a special thanks to Sweetwater and DJI. Thank you for the amazing equipment that we now have for the show. Definitely check out DJI. Their products are wonderful and some of the best quality audio. For our in the field reporting, we will be using DJI products, and for in the studio, we are using Rode, and that all comes from Sweetwater. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Sweetwater, for the amazing deals. We did have to pay out of pocket, but we did receive an amazing discount from them, and so we want to thank them for their support. The audio on Twitch is excellent. Yeah, TikTok does not give me much control over the audio. I can do so much. It's a lame OBS system with TikTok Studio. But OBS has quality audio setup, and the control is just so much better there. I would say it's subpar from what I'm used to using, but it does help. AV subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 2 months. Thank you so much, AV. 2 months with the Oz. Woohoo. Yes. Thank you very much. Your guys' support is overwhelming. And don't forget, those of you on TikTok, we need 4 swans. We got till the end of the show to get in 4 more swans. Help me reach that goal, but I tell you, if we get them sooner now, it is going to help promote the show throughout. So we want to get those in as soon as possible. So if you're thinking about giving to the show or helping, swans are very helpful right now, because we do want to break out of being shadowed and shunned on TikTok. But I'll tell you, it's quite the opposite on Twitch. Twitch, some of the biggest content creators have been lurking, watching the show. Where are the swans? You click on gifts. It should be the little present box. And you're going to click that, and you're going to select swan. You probably got to scroll down. And if you can't afford a swan, obviously, always just send a goat, because we love the goats here, because I am the goat. The crypto goat, that is. So this is interesting. There is definitely a possibility that we hit the X here at 230, and we retest, and we bounce off and head up towards $283, or even just 265, 260 again, double top, and then come down. And I would say right here, we kind of, I wouldn't quite call this a double top, but it's pretty much a double top right here and here. This is a double top. This is a double top, and kind of a double top here on the days. This is a bit of a double top. So I would say that every big major drop before we had it started with a double top. And we've got a double top right here. And if we came down and came back up to retest the upper levels and did not break through, I would say a double top again. And I would say it's more likely that it hits lower than the last time. As you can see on these, it kind of slopes downward here, slopes downward here, slopes downward here. We'll probably see something similar at a price of $255. And maybe even as low as $247. $247 will be a tough one to get back above again. Will we see $5? I would say probably not. Unless we break up here to $3 and like bull flag from there and move up to all-time highs and bull flag from there and start pushing up over the next 2 months. If it does that over the next 2 months and gets to all-time highs through May and June, yes, I think we will see more than $5. I think we could potentially see $6 or $7, maybe even 8 to 10. But 10 I think would be the max. But that's kind of a pipe dream right now. Because generally you sell in May, go away, and then come July, it starts pumping again from end of July to November, and then that's it. So X marks the spot. As you can see, we have this X right here. It's indicating a heavy drop down. There is a potential possibility, you know, for this to continue upward if this is an inverted head and shoulders here, and it to do that. It's kind of in a limbo phase. I don't think it has the gas to do it because we're not seeing the case dropped anytime soon, and we need that case to really drop for institutions, and not just the case to drop, but the injunction to be removed for XRP to really do anything crazy like that. So I would say that it's unlikely. We should have an alt season though, correct? Well, as you know me, I've been calling this the unicycle or the simul cycle, and everything pumped together in unison with Bitcoin. And I think everyone's kind of waiting for it to do something bigger because it didn't do as much as it probably should have. But the liquidity is more spread out. There's more projects than have ever been before. And that goes to question is, will we get the same gains as we've had before, or are the markets starting to stabilize? And I think since the last bull run, we've only grown like 2 or 3% in total investors in the world. We were at about 7%, and now we're at about 10% of the global population being invested into crypto. What's up, Ozzy, Nate, and AV? Thank you for the goats with the sunglasses. Love the goats. It's always fun. Thank you very much for that. And remember, those of you on TikTok, we need swans, baby. I need 4 more swans. Help me reach this goal so that we can break out of our being shadowed. Or if you can't afford to give, smash that like button. We need to get to minimum 20K likes within, I would say, the next hour. So that's actually going to be pretty tough. Your guys' thumbs are going to be sore. So I need you guys to work together as a team. Don't just rely on one person to do all of the work. We need to come together as a community. And that's what's beautiful about this show. We bring people together all creeds, colors, and nations, and we are growing. What's up, Henry? I cannot wait to see you in Vegas. I've been trying to decide what suit I should wear. I'm tempted to wear a suit. Big Baller's talking me out of wearing a suit, though. Big Baller's going to be there, too. I'm going to have a lot of equipment with me, so I may not wear a suit, but I'll probably wear something nice. Because we will be on camera. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. It is going to be hot. That's why I'm thinking more polo shirt. Sydney Hot Shots, click the gift box. There it is. Thank you, Kodak. Suits are nightlife stuff. I agree. I don't think I want to wear a suit because I kind of want to go play some Texas. And I don't want to seem like I got deep pockets. XRP a good buy now? I mean, maybe if you believe that this is an inverted head and shoulders and that we're going to $2.80 to $3, I would say $2.30 is a nice entry point, or even where it's at now, $2.35-ish. If you believe in that, or if you believe that it's a regular head and shoulders forming here on the lower time frame. With this indication, then I would say your entry point would be somewhere around 210-ish. But we have the magnet here. The magnet is pulling down. Everything wants to stay between this channel. This is a very strong channel. It's gone all the way back to January 16th. Until now, it's been 6 months in this channel. In what time frame? This is the 1 day. So the 1 day is showing, I think this is a bit wonky for a head and shoulders, and it may have technically already played out. I would say probably not played out yet. It could rally again, and I'd say like 275-ish to 280. And that would be an indication of hitting that head and shoulders to completion, or even as high as $3. But I think it wants to stay in this channel. I think this is more or less the bull trap. And you could adjust this here and say that this is a broadening wedge. This is more bullish though. A broadening wedge is more bullish, and I would say it's due for a breakout in the upward direction. But also look at this line right here and this line right here from the head and shoulders. That would indicate a rising wedge, which is also bearish, which would mean that it would drop out from there and move back down to about 220 or lower. So there's a lot going on with XRP. Is this Asia market? No, this is XRP. Or is that because the bat? Are you referring to COVID? XRP, Batman Project, Trump has Batman. Yes, actually, I'm Batman. I drive a Batmobile and I go out and I rescue people at night. That's actually a true story. I am a volunteer with the fire department and search and rescue, and we do off-road recovery where like fire engines and things can't get into, because we're a group on Facebook where we it's a Good Samaritan group where we go out and rescue people. There's been many times that I've risked my own life to rescue people. There was a mother and daughter were trapped in rushing flood in Lytle Creek, and I had my monster truck back then, and we were able to go out, and I had to jump. I was harnessed up to the truck. I had to go and jump onto the other car, pull the people out of the windows, and get them into my truck and get them to safety, because if it had not been for me, they would have drowned. They put out a bulletin on the group, and we were able to get there an hour before the fire department and rescue them. I actually have videos of it, I believe, on my TikTok. You should be able to see it. So that's something that we do out here. I try to give back to the community as often as I can. I like to use Stotch RSI along with weekly timeframes to see if we have enough data points. I do use them. I prefer that if I am going to use indicators, I like the EMAs. And look at, we have a golden cross on the EMAs. So I believe this is the 50 and the 200 have crossed over into a golden cross, but it may just come back down and cross back over, and that would be a very bearish indication that it's going to drop down to this is the 200 EMA, so the 50 and the 100, excuse me. So that being said, $2 if this crosses down under. But I don't like to use these as much. They can be misleading, but RSI, you know, when I am trading from my bed and I'm not using TradingView, I use all these indicators from sometimes. I have them on, but I'm not really paying attention to them as much, but I am looking at them. But I get the most accurate predictions from staying away from all of that. My style of trading is different than anyone you're going to see on here, that's for sure. And that's why we've been so accurate. Candlestick trading. Why ME on your chart? You talking about this guy right here? Is that you? Any buy signals? Let me see here. I have one that has buy signals on it. I don't like to use it. I think it's RSI. Nothing yet. I'm surprised it hasn't given a bear signal, to be honest with you. I think it's just indecisive right now. But according to this RSI, this Head and Shoulders has already played out. But according to the chart, it's the opposite. The purple one too? What do you mean the purple one? The purple one foo. Simon says, you keep your style. I appreciate that. And I think that it makes for good content because no one else is doing this. I'm trying to be a bit original too. What is RSI? Relative Strength Index. This is your RSI divergence indicator. As Mega Crypto would say, this is like gas in your tank. Okay, it needs to be close here in the middle or down low for it to have enough gas to work its way up to the top. And right now it's in the middle, which would indicate that it's got some gas to move back up. As you know me in this show, I will always give credit where credit is due. So if you coin something or say something, I'm going to give you the credit for it. What basic things do I need to know if I'm getting into crypto as a beginner? Sore Stroker. That's a hilarious name, but I would say become a deluxe subscriber and you can get one-on-one coaching with me and I can help you. So you can message me directly and we can talk and go over it, and I can help set you up with a wonderful strategy. And I'll tell you what, anybody that's a deluxe subscriber in the chat, chime in right now and tell me, has the daily price point videos or the coaching or anything been helpful to you, and has your trading style grown? Obviously, I would say our best people who have grown from that have moved over to Twitch, and so you probably won't see that. Sydney says yes. How do we message you directly? So from TikTok, you just go click on my profile and send me a message. Only unprofitable traders sell courses. I don't sell a course. I offer coaching. So you can ask me questions. We can talk. We can just chat about your fishing trip or whatever. 100% email system is legit. Yeah. You can also set up the email alert system, and when you sign up for that, you get an email alert every time I post something, so that way you never miss a trade. Can we talk live? What do you mean, can you talk live? You want to come on as a guest? I love deep sea fishing. Oh, me too, especially in Avalon and Cat Harbor out at Catalina. Some of my favorite spots. I've caught some nice yellowtail out there. Sydney says, can we talk live? When I'm doing the live, you can't message me directly, but when you message me, I will usually get back to you either right away or within an hour or two. Do prop firms allow crypto trading? I mean, some of them do, like Public, Robinhood, but they own the keys. Why is BTC ending with 104K? You trying to say like 401K? Only see this guy on my For You page when XRP is going down. That's funny because when it's going up, we say it's going up. Who here caught the moon cycle? This crazy pump from here to here. We called it, and I told you how far it was going to go and where it was going to stop and when it was going to turn back around and go back down. Gideon Marie says, me, Cod, Haddock, and nice. My friend actually owns a fishing charter, and I met the guy, Captain Jack Sparrow. He does a Pirates of the Caribbean fishing tour cruise to Catalina from Long Beach, and he's got like a pirate ship, and he invented the clip-in hair extensions. And his boat is parked right next to my buddy's boat, and we've hung out many times. And he actually helped me start my first business. I did a pirate in Mexico. Like, you did a pirate or you did a pirate cruise in Mexico? Because those are two different things. A pirate show. Oh, I thought you were getting some pirate booty. No, L. No edging, not ending with 104K and not going up. I would say, first of all, if you want to go over Bitcoin, become a subscriber or come over to Twitch, and it's for free. All you got to do is put Bitcoin in the chat on the Twitch side, and I will pull that up for you and do my technical analysis. Sydney, thank you for the rose, and Sydney, thank you for the dolphin. I need some swans, though. I need 4 swans if you can help me out. Modine, come on over to Twitch. We are leaving TikTok, and we will be exclusively on Twitch soon. So by coming over and setting that up and joining, you can get access to that information for free. XRP is basically the only free one on TikTok. So I would love to answer that question because I do have some insight to that. However, we are trying to facilitate the growth of our Twitch account. It's Sore Stroker. What's up, dude? Thank you for coming over to the Twitch side. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. Don't forget, we are live on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat on Twitch, all lowercases, no spaces, and you can find the show. And you're going to have a much better viewing experience there. It's just altogether better. Good morning, Oz. Where is XRP headed today? Who pulled the rug? I'd say that Ripple is pulling the rug. They're moving the money out of escrow into private wallets and slowly releasing it. I would say anywhere from 230-ish, 233 to 230. Maybe it's bottomed out right here, and it could potentially pump from there to 243 or 247, and then head and shoulders and break down to as low as 208 or 220. By XRP, I don't know. I'd say it's at a crossroads. I would say that we are probably headed into a nasty drop. If you look in the previous cycle, so X marks the spot, first of all. Okay? See this X right here? That would indicate this head and shoulders drop down to lower levels. And that is on May 20th. Okay? And if you look at previous cycles, so let's look at the previous cycle here. Look at this big red candle. This is on May 19th. And we dropped all the way down until July 20th, and then we started to turn back up and pumped from there. So if it works like this, I would say we drop down to as low as $1-ish to like 120-ish to like 75 cents-ish, and then back up to 250 to 280 at the most. So what happened to FTX? I remember that was a big thing a few years back. Basically the dude ran the company bankrupt, I think. Let me get a fact check on that. Let me alert the fact checkers. Can I get a fact check on what happened with FTX exactly? I believe this was in 2017 or 2020. Yeah, I'd say sell or take some profits. You know, if you've been watching this show, you would have known to take profits at about 260, 265, and as it goes up. So if you haven't taken profits yet, definitely I would have been taking it all the way along up here. But yes, but as you know, back in early January, and you can see the videos on my profile, I said that we would drop to 163, and then we would turn around from there and start to move upward and break out of this descending channel here. And we dropped all the way down here to 162, 161, and I said about 160-ish, but we added a couple cents just to make sure that it would hit. And then I said probably somewhere between $2.60 to $3 would be the top. So it just depends, but I would definitely be taking profits. Be taking profits. The less greedier you are, the more the universe will reward you. This is a decline, a bull trap. I agree. I believe that this right here is the bull trap in the crypto cycle. I think that's where we're at now. Let me see. Where is it? Let me see here. Let me search this real quick. There we go. So I think we were in denial. And we are probably at bull trap right now, and you should start being fearful. That's why we have the boo and the bat and the ghost thing going on. And we'll probably head into capitulation from there, into despair, and return to the mean before we start another one of these all over again from July to November, December. And it will be less substantial than the previous cycle we've had. What does that mean? It's going down from here. This magnet is strongly pulling XRP back into this descending channel. And that would mean that we could potentially drop, I would say, I mean, I would even extend this now. I'd say somewhere around the $1 to $1.20 range-ish is very possible. I think that's a little much, though. I think 130 to 155, somewhere in there. I need more data before I can rule in where I think it's actually going to land and give you that price point. But as, you know, things play out, I'll be able to tell you. But let me tell you, if this is an inverted head and shoulders, this could very well, let me get rid of all this, and so you can see it a little better. This could very well be a head and shoulders forming right now, and that would bring us way back down. This would be like this. And that would bring us back down to the 160 range, 150-ish. That is possible as well. I know that looks kind of wonky, but there's a possibility that that is head and shoulders as well. Retest, inverted head and shoulders, maybe even. I think you're right. This could be an inverted head and shoulders, and we retest at 230 and then pump from there to 280 and maybe beyond. That is a possibility, and that is on the table. And let me tell you, we have had from 160-ish all the way to 260-ish. That's a whole dollar movement that we've had without a price correction. We're due for a price correction back to $2, or at least 220-ish or something like that. You know what I mean? So, there is a possibility that we drop like this and then pump up one more time, and that would bring us to about 280. But this ascending channel, if it does pump up one more time, it would probably break out downward from there, and that would send it down to minimum $2. I would say probably more like 180. 225, then we rip. Looks like Wyckoff to me at the last point. Yeah, and a lot of people have been saying that. However, XRP likes to not follow the rules. Do you believe market is bullish or bearish on the 3-month? I would say on the 3-month, we're bearish. However, this is kind of a spinning top, which means indecision. It could go any direction. Um, this looks bearish to me on the 3-month, personally. Wyckoff is better for traditional finance, but can play out with crypto. I've seen it. I've seen it play out too. However, I have my own style of trading. I do go off of Wyckoff and Elliott wave theory, but I tend to, and I don't use indicators, and I don't use those methods usually. I do sometimes. But mainly, if you've been watching the show for a long time, you know how I do it and why we're so accurate. My accuracy comes because I trade based off of trends and candlesticks. I'm looking for patterns. XCN, yeah, if you want me to look at XCN, no problem. All you got to do is become a subscriber or come on over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat on Twitch, and you can put it in the chat and I'll do it for free. No pumping this weekend? It's definitely possible. You talk to the crypto gods. You're funny, man. Still waiting on that fact check, so please bear with me. I big liquid. Still waiting on the fact check. As I told you, the fact checker's not in today, but I did send them a message. They are working remotely, so as soon as they get the message, I will have them look into that. Yeah, I combine a bunch of stuff to have no indicators. It's BS. I agree. And what I've learned is with doing things my way, I've been more accurate. Management for the show was like, hey, like, you need to try to be like this and do these things, and because other people are doing it. And when I started doing that, I became less accurate. And so we started, I was like, you know what, I'm going back to the way I've been doing this, you know, for like 15 years. And this is what I know, and I just do it better. But look at where we're at, 233. This could be where we bounce up from here. Because look at right here, this is a lot of support right here. Going all the way across. However, it could be more on the bottom side of 228-ish. Matt Hodgson says, yeah, I'm the same. I agree. I think too much. First of all, I think these indicators and stuff are something that the big boys use to play against us. And that, you know, I think AI trading bots use to play against us. And what I've noticed is because of AI, pattern trading has become more easy with crypto, whereas it didn't used to be so much. It used to be unchartable, but it's becoming more predictable, I think, because of AI. Yeah, 2 channels could hold that. Mike T says, yeah, man, facts, I agree. Yeah, I'm feeling it too. Hey, Mike T, I appreciate having you in the chat, man. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, share with the show with your friends, and become a subscriber to the channel. Because I do post those daily price point videos, and I offer one-on-one coaching where you can message me directly. And I'd love to have you. You bet will do. And remember, if you can't afford it, no big deal. Just hit the like button. But I'd also encourage you, on June 19th is the end of the 90-day pause for TikTok. And TikTok may be going away in the US. So we are on Twitch. So I would encourage you to reach out on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat on Twitch, and join the show on that side. Lane says, my brother, XRP is not going down. I'm curious as to what makes you say that. Would you like to take a guest spot on the show and tell me what your thoughts are? So I'm going to send you an invite. Let me see here. Where are you, Lane? I'm inviting you. Come on down to the show, Lane, and let's hear your opinion on what's going on here and why you say that. I would love to have your input. And if anybody else would like to join and has something to say about XRP, I'd like to open up the floor right now. This is not something we normally do, but I think once in a while it can be fun. But Lane had a lot to say until I offered him the floor to speak, and now we have nothing. So I'm waiting on you, Lane, whenever you'd like to speak. So your mic is on, everything's good. I'm not here to clown on anybody. I'm not here to make anybody feel bad. I'm seriously want to know what your I don't hear you. I don't hear you. I hate TikTok. Can't hear nothing. What is going on? Let me figure this out. This is my first time having somebody live. I don't know why it's not working. Can you on TikTok hear it? I don't know what's going on, why it's not working. I'm gonna have IT look into it. I do apologize. So we'll look into that. We'll do more of that in the future. So I'll have IT look at that. He doesn't get in here till later. Actually, he might be here. He's supposed to be here at 5. Sometimes he shows up a little late. I do have that fact check on FTX. So that was for who was that for? Big Liquid. I have your fact check for you. Hopefully you're still watching. 2022, due to a combination of factors, including mismanagement of funds, a lack of liquidity, and significant withdrawals triggered by revelations about the exchange closed ties with Alamad Research, a crypto hedge fund also founded by FTX CEO Sam Bankman-Fried. Amen Research, which had significant exposure to FTX's own token, FTT, reportedly used FTX customer funds to fund risky trading strategies that led to a loss of confidence, a surge in withdrawals, and ultimately FTX's bankruptcy. So that's what happened with FTX. If we want to all-time highs, it would leave a lot of people sidelined. Also, America is pulling. Yeah, but I don't see any indication of that happening because what's going to take that is institutional money, and the injunction is still in place. 99K incoming for XRP. You think XRP is going to $99,000? You gotta stop drinking the Kool-Aid, bro. Oh, BTC? Yeah, I definitely believe that. Agree to disagree. He's talking about BTC. Yeah, I know. My main concern is that the case is not settled, and people were misinformed about that, and the injunction is still in place. I think in order for that to happen, we need regulation, clarity, and legislation, and with that will come the removal of the injunction from XRP, and then we will see big, awesome numbers. But I think until then, it's the only crypto that's not a security. I understand what you're saying, but there's still an injunction in place. And I agree with you. And it's the only crypto that's been through the legal fire, you know, and it's been refined legally. So and that's why we do an XRP show. I think it kind of stands out and shines above the rest. But I think in the meantime, it is going to take a long time for this lawsuit to end. And I believe that they're dragging it out on purpose. It's the biggest FOMO coin ever in my guy. Everybody knows about it. Yeah. I mean, but Shiba Inu was a big FOMO as well. It could be the next BTC. I think I understand what you're saying, and I'm there with you, buddy. I'm there with you, but I'm also here to be the voice of reason that there's no sense in buying the top when we can enter in at lower zones. That's my thing. Yes, I hold, you know, I have my moon bag for XRP. I love XRP, okay? And XLM. Yeah, but XRP is backed by something Shiba ain't. Well, Shiba actually has utility. And one thing I like about Shiba is that obviously I don't do meme coins. If you know me, I'm not a meme coiner. But we are kind of branching out into looking at some of them. I did buy some SXT. I wonder if my order filled yet. Let's see here. I put in a limit order. No, 10 cents didn't hit. But I did buy some at about 12 or 13-ish. So SXT, I think it's onto something. Yeah, but it's utility based on its ecosystem. XRP fixes real world problems. I agree. And it does them very fast and quickly. But there are also other companies that do the same thing. HBAR, for example, Cardano. So they do have some competition. I would say that they're ahead of the game though. And that's why we focus on XRP so much, because I do believe in it. Everything you're saying, I believe, just not right now. But I think a big portion of the problem is that people believe that it's going to be adopted by, you know, the SEC and the government and all these different things. I think globally it'll be more used than it will be in this country. Maybe, and I could be wrong about that. It may be used more, but according to like the speculation of what's going on with XRP with the SEC, the proposal on the SEC website, there's nothing official about that. That's just some proposal that some random guy wrote and submitted. So there's nothing actually officially from the SEC. There's a lot of hype and speculation behind this. And I think it's going to be a little disappointing of what actually... There's obviously all these things that XRP could do and it could be used for. But I think in the long run, what it's actually used for will be a little lackluster than what people actually get from it. Can you show a video on stream? I sure can. I would love to show you a video. Yeah, you can email that to me. That's, or you can, yeah, send me an email. Send it to Ozthecryptogoat@gmail.com. Brief, short, mid, long-term play in your opinion. What do you mean on XRP? I think there's a possibility that it drops down here to about 230 and either drops way below here down into lower zones around $1.55 to $1, or it pumps up from there and breaks upward on an ascending channel, which is out of what technical analysis would tell us, and it could see $3 again. But if it does break upward from this ascending channel and goes past all-time highs at 340 and like flags right there, I'd say $5 is definitely possible, and maybe even $7 to $10. Okay, but I need to see an indication of that. What's the email? I'll put it in the chat. By the way, if anyone gets this email and messages it, you will be blocked. This is only for specific use in utilities. It is linked to the email alert system that you can sign up for. But if you start messaging it or sending things to it, you will get blocked, and then you won't be able to be added to the email list. But Layden, go ahead and send me that video, and I'll pull it up for you. I really enjoy our back and forth. I gotta look at the chat on Twitch now. I do apologize. Let me look at the, wow, there's a lot. Okay, let's see here. Guinea Marie says, is it a decline, a bull trap, all of crypto? It's possible. Nothing's confirmed yet. So what does that mean? It's going down from here. I think it's the end of, we're going into summer, which is like crypto winter, and things are going to drop dramatically, I think, in my opinion. When 160, I don't know. I would say June, beginning of July. No pumping this weekend. It's possible. We all learn from, okay, talking and direct communication is the best way. I agree. Well, I own 16,000 SXT. Let's go. I know I bought some. I figured, whatever, you know. Don't be scared. Let it materialize for a while. Exactly. Crazy how cooked it is. Yeah, I agree. Morgan Girl says, thanks for the subscription. That was very kind of you. Morgan Girl, glad to have you. And thank you, Big Baller, for gifting that subscription. Guinea Marie says to Big Baller, thanks for the prep talk. I think I figured out that pre-sale. Did you? I'm glad I didn't buy the pre-sale. I was able to buy it cheaper. I bought it for cheaper than the pre-sale price. Big Baller to Morgan Girl, you're welcome. We need to send more subscriptions to Oz so he can get rocking and rolling on Twitch. I appreciate that. And the more growth we get on Twitch, I would say the more likely that they're going to have me speak at TwitchCon. But they did reach out to me about that. I did see that they have a section for people to submit to that, but they actually personally reached out to me, and I think that's probably because we have the best crypto show on Twitch right now. XRP has been through hell and back. I agree. Maybe in 2030, XRP will go crazy. That's what I'm thinking. 2030. Lane, I'm thinking 2030, baby. Can we look at XLM? Yes, just a minute. Algo is also my favorite. I love Algo. I'm a big fan. Can you get that off Coinbase? Yes, you can get SXT on Coinbase. Sounds like a Brad commercial. When SXT hits 11, I'm buying. I put orders at 12, 11, and 10. All right, got caught up in the chat finally. Wow, we're actually booming on the show today. A lot of engagement. Now I gotta go through TikTok. Let's see here. I'm driving in a storm. I got you in the car. Hey, thank you, TikTok seller. Much appreciated. Be careful driving and stay alive. We need you alive. What's the email? Sorry, sent you the email. I sent it without subject, so it might be somewhere. All right, I'll look for it. Then watch the top left video. All right. It's not going down. I'm kind of weary about opening this link, to be honest with you. Management is telling me not to open it because it could be a scam and take all my crypto. What's your view on BTC next few months? Did he break support and we free fallen? It hasn't broken support yet, but it kind of did, but it could just be wicking into this zone. It could be wicking in, but it could just fall early. And the earlier it falls, the further it's going to go down. Or excuse me, the less far it's going to go down. Lane, I'm sorry for them. How listen to him. Or who listened to him? I'm sure the people who listen to me are not sorry at all. They are making lots of money. I get it. It's a Twitter link. Yeah. To post with 4 videos. How's the market gone today? I haven't checked. It's going down, baby. It's going down hard. You know, I feel bad for all the people that think that XRP is going to $11 million. The people that think that XRP is going to 10K. And what I'm trying to do is wake people up to the reality of what is going on here. And I think we have more opportunities to buy at lower points and grow our bags. I love XRP and I think it could do amazing things, but I'm not here to be blinded and, make smart trades, because I've been accumulating XRP since 2017 and I buy in smart money zones. There's no point in buying the top when you can buy down here. And for the people who think that it'll never go, they said it would never drop below $2 ever again. And that was in January, and I told everyone that it would go to 163, and I called it to the cent, baby, that it would drop to 163 and then it would make a turn back upward from there. And here we are. It happened. I called that 4 months in advance. I'll come back to this video when we hit all-time highs in the next 3 months. Bro, that's literally what I'm saying, is that probably by August we'll see different numbers. If we consolidate sideways, okay, through the next 2 months, we're going to see $5. Okay, but if over the next 2 months we continue to drop to lower zones, we're going to see $2.50 to $3 again. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a 50-50 of what it's going to do, but if we stay above $2 for the next 2 months, expect to see, $7. I'm right on board there with you. I understand what you're saying, but everything is indicating a downward movement for right now. And why buy it at $2.31 when you could buy it at $1? Yeah, TikTok seller says he's never watched the show, and I get it. He's new. I get what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. We love XRP, and it will do something. I just think not yet. I think we got 2 months to accumulate again before the next big pump. So why would you buy it at 260 when you could buy it at, 160? Patience pays, yes. Morgan Girl says, what is SXT? SXT is space and time. And what it does is let me see here. SXT is a native token of space and time, a blockchain infrastructure project that provides a ZK proven, verifiable, decentralized database for smart contracts and AI applications. It enables verified queries on-chain and off-chain data powered by a ZK core processor called Proof of SQL. SXT serves as the utility coin for staking, facilitating data processing payments, and incentivizing data contributors. Do the charts indicate the market going down? Yes, because this is an ascending channel. An ascending channel would indicate a downward movement. Let me Google it for you. I'll show you. Ascending channel pattern. Images. Look at. When it goes up like this, it drops back down. When it goes up like this, it drops back down. This is possible. It could bull push into and go up and push out, but that's only from a bull push up. We have been dropping downward into it, not pushing up into it. So this is different. So a lot of people think that, oh, if it's an ascending channel like this, it's going to push up. That's only if it was right here. After a bull push like this and we started ascending channel from there, it would bull push up again. But it's been in a bearish move downward into an ascending channel, which would indicate a drop. Why is everything dropping? Normal price correction. Everything gets a price correction. It goes up and then it comes back down. It moves like a wave. XRP is good, but fill your bags with different coins. Exactly. Diversification. I'm pulling out profits and I'm building a business. We built this show. Look what we've done with this show in 6 months. Isn't it incredible? Jacob Andrew says it won't keep paying. What do you mean keep paying? When you guys message, I need you to be more descriptive in what you say, because sometimes I don't get to read them right away in the middle of it happening. So I can't address question or things like that. Going to $1. I'm assuming you mean XRP. That is very possible. And I think after the bull run, we could see 75 cents or even lower, 50 cents. Big Baller says 126 is coming. I'm not touching it, bro. You have me right about everything I'm holding. Yeah. And when I make big predictions like that, look how many months it took. It took from January to April for that to happen, that move downward. I sold some at 255. Wish I sold more. Yep. Oh well. And that's one thing that I've learned is over the time is I need to be less greedy and take more profits, which I would say is being more greedy, but I have learned from my mistakes is not taking enough profits. He called the drop yesterday. Just watch the show, people. Exactly. I need a good AI coin to load up on. I'll look into it. I have a list here somewhere and it got lost. But I got you, Big Baller. I'm looking into new projects now. You gave me the idea to look. Greed can eat you up in this. Exactly. And TikTok Seller has been doing much better because he's less greedy and he's taking profits now. He's learned so much and I'm so proud of him. He's become quite the trader. He's only 18 years old. Very proud of him. User, if you'd like me to do Ethereum, all you got to do is become a subscriber or come on over to Twitch and you can put it in the chat and I will do it for free on Twitch. So that's Ozthecryptogoat on Twitch. Come on over and remember we will be leaving TikTok and TikTok may be getting shut down on June 19th. So come on over to Twitch if you don't want to miss the show. That's where we're going to be. The moods ranked us not favorable on credit basis. So the interest will go up and the market will crash. I agree. Do you technical analysis or fundamentals? I do both. I do both. But mostly fundamentals. Do you see us going down from here? I do. It could pump one more time and then go down, but I think probably not. It doesn't line up with the timeline. AI, Microsoft, and IBM involvement low cap gem for BAIOT. Big Baller, that one's for you. Go look at that one and tell me what you think. VAIOT. TikTok Seller says 232, laughing my ass off. What did I tell you? 230, baby. And look at like a textbook. TikTok Seller would say textbook. We wicked below here and look at where we'll probably come up here again. But we're gonna ride this line downward here, I think. But yeah, we went all the way down to 231. What did I tell you? What did I tell you a couple days ago? I said we're going to see 230 and everyone was like, no way, it's never going to happen. Here we are. He literally called it, has a video like 4 videos ago saying 230. Exactly. Calling it every single day. The market goes up and then it goes down and it goes up and it goes down. That's why you're going to see me one day I'm bullish, one day I'm bearish. The problem is you don't watch the show every day. So you're missing tidbits and you're only getting what you're seeing right now. But I told everyone we were going to pump before this pumped. And I told you what day would be the highest point of the day. I told you Monday, didn't I? I told you that the night of the full moon would be the highest point, and boom, it was. And then I told you it would be downhill from there, and there it was. Kodak says you called it again. It's like the 10th time for me. Thank you. Every single day I do this. Every single day I'm calling the price of what it will be that day to the cent, or sometimes it's a couple days out, you know, but I'm literally calling this every single day. And I would say that my average has gone up. I would say before I was like 80% correct and everyone was saying I'm like 93% correct. I think I'm up to a solid 95 in my opinion. I think I'm at a solid 95% correct on my price points. We're getting green next week. No, I don't think so. I think we're due for heavy price correction, but it's possible. You know, we get a little bit of green, but I don't think we'll see green like this. I don't think so. But it's too early to tell. But this is a Head and Shoulders, baby. This is a textbook Head and Shoulders. That is textbook. Excuse me, textbook. TikTok seller says he literally called it. He has 4 videos ago saying 2:30. I'm always too early. That's why when it's going down, I'm like, hey, it's going down. And then before it goes up, I'm like, hey, it's going to go up. Because I'm not going to tell you after the fact, I'm telling you before. And isn't that the point of how this works? Do you want to hear what just happened or what's going to happen? That's the whole point of the show. I'm telling you what's going to happen, and we're right every day. I would say within the cent, within 1 to 3 cents, we're correct. 1 to 3 cents. And I'd say most of the time we're within the fraction of a cent. You have a Discord, how can one join? I don't have a Discord yet, but that is coming. I believe once TikTok is removed in the US on June 19th, that's when we'll start the Discord. I do have IT working on it. All right, let's get into the news. We've got a lot of news to cover, and we've kind of fallen behind schedule here. Bitcoin looks ridiculous as bulls attempt 2 trillion market cap flip, analyst. Let's read it.
Bitcoin looks ridiculous as bulls attempt $2 trillion market cap flip, analyst. Key points. Bitcoin has a fight for both $100,000 and a $2 trillion market cap on its hands this month. Dips below 6 figures are easily possible, analyst Philip says, but the odds are stacked in bulls' favor. ETH/BTC needs to hit the 0.03 inflection point as part of an altcoin comeback. Bitcoin, BTC, is poised for expansion with BTC price action rarely more bullish looking, a popular analyst says. In his latest commentary on X, popular market analyst Philip revealed a key support battle now underway on BTC/USD. Philip on $100,000 battle, this time is no different. Bitcoin has begun to consolidate after making rapid gains this month, with the area just north of $100,000 seeing choppy BTC price moves. For Philip, however, current market behavior is about more than simply reclaiming 6 figures. Bitcoin's market cap is now fighting to flip the $2 trillion mark from resistance back into firm support after losing it at the start of February. Data from Cointelegraph Markets Pro and TradingView confirms. Bitcoin is currently at 2 trill resistance BTW, it's not just 100k, he told X followers. Bitcoin market cap 1-day chart. Source, Cointelegraph/TradingView. The tug of war comes as Bitcoin's dominance of the overall crypto market cap itself begins to fade, leading some to anticipate the re-emergence of altcoins. Giving his thoughts on the largest altcoin, Ether, ETH, versus BTC, Philip said that the trend changes once ETH/BTC reclaims 0.03, a level likewise last seen in early February. ETH/BTC 1-day chart. Source, Cointelegraph/TradingView. Zooming out, however, the implications of Bitcoin definitively leaving $100,000 behind are plain. $1 or $100 is normally a sticking point for most assets due to humans. Do an exercise and look at other assets, they all do similar stuff, Philip continued, referring to the psychological significance of round number price points. Burn the round number after ages of resistance to liquidate shorts, come back to the 80s, then find expansion later. I believe this is no different. BTC/USD found multi-month lows at around $75,000 in April. As Cointelegraph reported, the event was well supported by on-chain reversal signals, with the hash ribbons indicators delivering a rare buy signal shortly beforehand. Honestly ridiculous. Bitcoin meanwhile continues to field bullish price prognoses from longtime traders and analysts, who agree that the current slowdown is a stepping stone on the way to a rematch with all-time highs near $110,000. Related, BTC bulls get biggest signal. 5 things to know in Bitcoin this week. Targets include $120,000 in the short term, with June in line for $150,000 or more. As for Bitcoin, honestly, ridiculous. The more you zoom out, the more insane it looks. Philb added on the outlook. Short-term pullbacks below 100k are easily possible. However, I haven't seen such a bullish-looking thing in a long time. BTC/USD 3-day chart with indicator data. Source: Philb/X. This article does not contain investment advice or recommendations. Every investment and trading move involves risk, and readers should conduct their own research when making a decision.
All right, Simon says, what time do you start these videos on the daily? It's 4 in the morning here. So I am Pacific Standard Time, and we are live Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And that's Monday through Friday. So don't forget to follow, subscribe to the channel, become a subscriber. And also, if you are on TikTok, I need 4 swans. Help me out. Help me get to my swan goal. That's going to help us out exponentially. Much needed the support. We are being shadow hidden right now. I can't say the B word. Arthur Haynes says Bitcoin price will hit 1 million thanks to falling confidence in U.S. Treasury bonds. What happens when foreign investors had their fill of U.S. Treasury bonds? Bitcoin, $1 million. That's Arthur Hayes' take. And crypto influencers and co-founder BitMEX is bound to draw some nodes of approval. He just called Bitcoin slide to 74,000 and subsequent rebound. In his latest blog post, Hayes agrees that the combination of the U.S. President Donald Trump's economic policies and rising global instability will drive investors away from U.S. government debt, long deemed ago the safest securities on the planet. Bitcoin will pick up the slack. Foreign capital representation and devaluation of the gargantuan stock of U.S. Treasuries will be the 2 catalysts that will power Bitcoin to 1 million sometimes between now and 2028, he wrote. The time is now to make hay while the Sun King takes the shine to Bitcoin. So that's interesting, but that's a long-term goal, obviously. 2030. I think 2030, we're going to see amazing numbers for crypto. But it takes time for this stuff. Sorry, missed your answer, was making a cup of tea. No problem, Simon. Don't forget to follow the channel and like and subscribe. Don't forget, guys, like the channel. We're at 13K. Let's see if we can get to 20K here and up to 50, 75K, which is a normal goal that we usually reach. So start smashing that like button. We are live here Monday through Friday, Pacific Standard Time, and that's from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. So do the math there, but Pacific Standard Time, 5 to 9, Monday through Friday. We are here live every day. And don't forget, TikTok may be shut down on the 19th, and we will be on Twitch from then on. So don't forget to come on over to Twitch. If you want me to look at different projects for you, all you got to do is come on over to Twitch and I'll do that for free, or become a subscriber on TikTok. And as a subscriber, you can, with a deluxe subscription, you can message me directly for coaching, and you also get access to my daily price point videos. We are nailing the price every single day to the cent, and sometimes within fractions of a cent. So if you're looking to day trade, that is something you definitely want to have. And you can also sign up for the email alert system so that you get alerted every time I send a message, because TikTok does not alert people in time, and time is money here. So sign up for that as well. and you will be successful. Everyone that I know that is a deluxe subscriber takes advantage of the coaching, is signed up with the email alert system, and is actively watching those daily price point videos, is nailing it. They are nailing it every single day. We have become amazing day traders here, and it's amazing to see all of your growth and where you've come so far. And I'm so proud of you, and I'm glad that you are all making money. The idea here is to gain generational wealth. Zizix, thank you for sharing the live. Don't forget, you can share this live with your friends. Share it to everybody. Let's spread the word and enrich our whole community and help everybody out. So follow, like, share, but hit that like button. TikTok seller with the 8 roses, Zizix with the heart me. Thank you very much. And don't forget to send me a heart me. You can join the heart me group on TikTok. All you got to do is up in the top left corner where you see my little name and the Ozthecryptogoat right there. There's a heart. Click that and send me a heart me. That helps the show exponentially. The heart me's are the best thing that you can send. So much appreciation. But also we do need 4 swans. So they're pinned there. Send some swans. We need 4 more. Help me reach that goal. We got an hour and 49 minutes to get 4 more swans. I need your help. Bitcoin shorts will ruin your empire. Don't do it. I have so many people broke from this. I agree. It's not time yet for shorts. I would say once there's legislation and regulation and they start doing investigations, that would be your time to short Bitcoin. Because if they find something going on with Tether and Bitcoin, and that comes out to be true, that would be a safe bet. If that is not true and it's just speculation, then I would say that Bitcoin is going to continue and do more. BTC just shouldn't be this high, but it isn't going to fall right now. Yeah, it's going to take time. But eventually it will be a bubble that pops once people realize that it's slow. It's very slow. And actually, let me pull that up. Let me see here. Let me see here. And this is how you can find me on TikTok. Check this out.
Hey, morning. Hey. Hello.
Hey.
You guys take Bitcoin, right? Sure do.
I'm gonna be paying with Ethereum if that's okay.
Okay, yep, no problems.
It's a good thing I'm paying with Solana.
Go ahead and tap.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, it failed. Try it again. Whoa, hold up there, sport. It looks like it's gonna be another 27 minutes before this transaction clears.
What? Sorry, $112. I have like 3 things.
Ethereum, they got that peak hour gas thing.
There you go.
Maybe one more time. What are you gonna do? Just wait right here. Look out the bag. Look out the bag.
I think it's gonna work.
Nope. Should have shot with Algorand.
How do I get in that line?
Isn't that interesting? Posted. Algorand is another one I'm big on. And I used to be skeptical, but ever since the crypto summit and the interview with the creator of Algorand, I am bullish on it. I would say that's a long-term 2030 goal, but I think Algorand is going to do amazing things. All right, let's see here. Next article. Ripple News, BRICS planning a gold-backed financial system with XRP, question mark. Now, one thing to take from this, BRICS and I would say like mainly Russia have already been using not XRP but Bitcoin mostly, but also XRP and Solana and different coins to circumvent tariffs to buy oil. Okay, they've already been doing this for years. The question is will it be XRP? Who knows? It could be, but they've been using Bitcoin to do this. So this has already been happening, but a gold-backed Bitcoin or XRP or something like that because of BRICS, and I would imagine that they create their own stable coin for this at some point. But this is something to look at. I'm just going to read the highlights here. Rumors suggest BRICS nations are exploring a gold-backed system using XRP to challenge the US dollar dominance. The US dollar's swift and liquidity control currently give West significant financial influence that BRICS seeks to overcome. Russia and China are making moves like gold tokenization and reserve expansion. So that's very interesting. And I think that that's going to happen because they've already been doing this. The question is, are they using XRP? No, they're using Bitcoin to do it and Solana. I believe there's been some XRP, but that's probably the least amount that they've used. It's mostly Bitcoin. Man, so many ads. Experts say BlackRock clearly wants XRP ETF, but issues a warning to investors. A speculation grows around potential BlackRock XRP ETF filing. Industry experts Vandal Al-Jahara suggests that asset manager clearly wants to enter the market. However, Al-Jahara, who is the co-founder of Black Swan Capitalist, issues a warning to investors about this potential development. He suggested that the anticipated move is less about enhancing crypto adoption and more about profit and control by institutional players. BlackRock wants an XRP ETF, but there's a catch. In a recent post, Al-Jahara stressed that investors should not automatically equate an XRP ETF with broader access to utility-driven crypto adoption. He argued that while the prospect of an ETF might appear to validate XRP in the eyes of Wall Street, it strips the asset of its inherent functionalities. When held in its native form, market participants can use XRP for real-time. Oh shit, what happened? Real-time remittance, liquidity provisioning, staking, and self-custody. However, an ETF version offers exposure only to price movement without granting access to these core utilities. Nonetheless, he is confident that BlackRock would express interest in an XRP ETF. Al-Jahara furtherly warned that institutions could subtly manipulate ETFs, suggesting that control over the asset changes significantly from individual investors to power financial institutions. So just because an ETF comes out doesn't mean it's going to drive it up. Despite these concerns, the momentum behind XRP ETF filing builds. Since October 2024, a growing number of asset managers has submitted applications to the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Firms like Bitwise, Grayscale, Wisdom Tree, 21 Shares, and ProShares have all entered the race to launch spot and future-based XRP ETFs at press time. Multiple applications are under regulatory review. ProShares has secured approval for 3 future-based XRP ETFs, including an inverse fund offering 2x exposure. Grayscale, a major player in the crypto investment space, currently manages over $16 million in assets for its XRP trust. It has partnered with NYSE ARCA to seek listing approval. Meanwhile, MEMX and US based exchange filed proposal to list an XRP ETF similar to those for Bitcoin and Ethereum under commodity based trust framework. While BlackRock has not yet filed an XRP ETF, market watchers believe it's only a matter of time. The asset management giant has focused on its highly successful Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs, which collectively pulled over 43 billion. And I think until the case is dropped with XRP, it's not going to happen. I don't think they're going to even file until it's done, because BlackRock has more high-end investors and they're looking for something more secure and steady. They got big players and they don't want things like XRP right now. I need a drink. Whew. Bitcoin Rico. Feds say 265 million crypto theft ring blew 13 million on exotic cars and nightclubs. Federal prosecutors in Washington, D.C. have charged 13 men in what court records described as a wide-ranging conspiracy to identify victims with substantial holdings of cryptocurrency, steal those assets, then launder the proceeds. More than 265 million in crypto was stolen from victims, according to suppressing indictment. One of the defendants, Malone Lamb, was previously charged in connection with the largest of those thefts, which netted about 245 million in crypto from a man in DC. There he is, Malone, a defendant. Look at him. They got him. They got one of them. Yeah, these are the, look at their young kids, man. This dude's life is ruined over nightclubs and expensive cars. That's something kids would do. If they were smart, they would have done something better with that money and they'd be in a nice high scale prison facility like Wesley Snipes. Sounds like the steal, have fun, then get caught. Yeah. They steal, fun, get caught, and then they throw their life away. What a shame, such a young kid. And you know, they probably get caught up into it, you know, being young, they don't understand the gravity of what they're doing. The kids drink the Kool-Aid. I know. It's a shame. It's a shame to see these young kids doing all of this. And they're literally holding the countries of the world ransom right now. I don't want to get into that too much because we don't want to get hit with guidelines. But yeah, this is sad to see this. Not only the people that lost their money that they worked hard for, but this young man throwing his life away. Man, now, you all know that I like Shiba Inu, and I'm trying to branch out into other coins and stuff because I think XRP may be cooked for now until the case is settled, and that could take some time now. So I'm trying to see where else we can make some money. TikTok seller with the heart me and Kodak 59 with the heart me. Thank you very much. And don't forget, we need 4 more swans. We need 4 swans. I just pinned it right there for you guys. We need to get 4 swans. We've got 1 hour and 37 minutes to get those 4 swans. Help me out. Here is when $500 invested in Shiba Inu today can turn into 50K, 100K, or 500K. If Shiba Inu continues its rally, a $500 investment in Shiba today could skyrocket to jaw-dropping gains of 50, 100, 500,000. And I do think it's possible. I'm not going to read all of it, but understand, let's go to the time frame on this it says that it wouldn't come until 2041. So this may be something, you know, worth throwing, you know, a few $100 in and forget about it, or wait for another bull run where it does something. But as you all know, if you know about me, Shiba Inu made me a great amount of money, but I did not take enough profits because I thought it was a new paradigm and they were going to be adopting crypto and all these amazing things were going to be happening, and it just was too soon. And I was holding out to be a billionaire when I could have been a millionaire from it. But that's why I'm here, and I'm spreading the information that I have because I've learned these things firsthand personally. So I understand the ins and outs of this. I've been trading in crypto since 2017, and I was trading in the stock market for the last 15 years. Why is crypto down today? 3 coins to avoid market downturn: XRP, Doge, and Tron. All right, that's all I'm going to read to you. So this, they say XRP is the first one named. Maybe avoid right now. I'm not the only one saying it.
Hey, morning. Hello.
Let's see here.
Every day, the Fed prints an average of $465 million. That's 26,000 shipping containers a year, created out of thin air. Maybe that's why the dollar loses value over time. But there's one thing they can never print more of: Bitcoin. At the size of a quarter, this is all there will ever be. Shouldn't a store of value hold its value?
Interesting, huh? And don't forget, we're going to be in Vegas. I will be in Vegas on June, what did I say? Is June 2nd, right? June 2nd. We're going to be in Vegas on June 2nd. Don't forget that. And let's watch a funny meme here. This is a meme I created. That's a little bit of fun. Hope you enjoyed that. All right, let's get a look at the charts here before we go into a little bit more news. Look at that. Our candle here, we're right at that line. And I think there's a potential for one more move up. I would say 243 to 247, and that would be perfectly aligned with this head and shoulders forming right here. And it would line up with X marks the spot on the downside, where we would break downward here to the $2-ish zone. And it could just go to like 220, 217. And that would still validate that and could consolidate from there or do something else. But it does line up with the previous cycle. May 20th. May 20th is right on that X. And in the previous cycle here, this is May 19th, this big red candle. Big red candle, May 19th. and it dropped all the way till, you know, May 23rd. Just bought some more XRP today when it dropped to 240. I feel like an idiot. Hey, that's all right. That's all right. However, if you were subscribed on TikTok and you got my daily price point videos, you would have known that it was going to go to 230 and then possibly rebound to 247-ish. So definitely subscribe to that and sign up for the email alert system so that way you get alerted when I post those videos. Those are on TikTok exclusively, but we will be migrating from TikTok to Twitch exclusively. And so we will be setting up a Discord or something that will help us to figure out how to facilitate those same processes that we're using on TikTok, but on Twitch, because June 19th, TikTok may no longer be going on. Why the bat and moon? Well, there's no moon. This is just a dude that's irritated with XRP. I just thought it was fun. I'm going to get rid of him. Not a moon. The bat is, so we had the ghost for a while. Where's our ghost here? We had our ghost. All right. And I think that we're moving into fear with XRP. And so the ghost is kind of scary. We had a bit of a ghost because this was, you know, looking like a Head and Shoulders. It more or less did like a diamond top thing, but it kind of looks like a bat to me now. So I put the bat instead of the ghost. It's fun. We're having a good time. I actually just found you on TikTok. Well, glad to have you. And let me tell you, those who take advantage of the deluxe subscription on TikTok are doing very well with their training, not just training, but trading as well. I offer one-on-one coaching, so you can message me directly, and I offer daily price point videos, and I also offer an email alert system, because a lot of the times I post those videos, they're at like 1 or 2 in the morning here, Pacific Standard Time. People are sleeping or busy doing things, whatever it is they may be doing. And TikTok doesn't really alert people well. They get those too late and they miss out. So we set up an email alert system that you can sign up for, which is going to alert you every time I post something so that you can get that information. So definitely sign up for the subscription on TikTok. Remember, TikTok is going away and we are moving to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat on Twitch. However, if you do get a subscription on TikTok and for some reason it goes away, I will be honoring those subscriptions through the end of that month, however it works out, and you'll still get all of that information wherever it may move and migrate to. That will all be honored. So even if you subscribe on TikTok for now, you're still going to get those benefits even if TikTok goes away. So don't be afraid of that, and don't be afraid of us moving to another platform. However it works out, you're going to be taken care of. I will make sure of it, okay? So don't be afraid. All right, some more news. Oh no. The Guardian. We lost it. Okay. Trump says U.S. will unilaterally set off new tariff rates for scores of countries. President says letters revealing rates will be sent out within weeks as Washington lacks capacity for individual deals. Donald Trump has said the U.S. will send letters to some of its trading partners to unilaterally impose new tariff rates, suggesting that Washington lacks the capacity to reach individual trade deals, highlighting the challenge for the White House to negotiate deals with scores of countries at once. Trump said it's not possible to meet the number of people that want to see us. Okay, we're going to have to send out a letter. It's going to be great. I ad-libbed that last part. Speaking at a meeting with business leaders in the United Arab Emirates on the U.S. president's tour of the Gulf, he said, we have at the same time 150 countries that want to make a deal, but you're not going to be able to see that many countries. The president has said that his Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick would be sending letters out essentially telling some of Washington's trading partners that tariffs rates would be imposed to their goods exports to the U.S. market. At a certain point over the next 2 to 3 weeks, I think Scott Howard will be sending letters out essentially telling people it will be very fair, but we'll be telling people that they will be paying to do business with the United States. He said it will not immediately clear whatever the new tariffs would be in addition to what is already in place or higher or lower adjustments. Trump's comments exposed the difficulty of the tasks the president set for his administration after imposing sweeping broader taxes on goods imports from all over the U.S. trading partners on his April 2nd Liberation Day. Washington has withdrawn some of its toughest measures after a backlash in the bonds market, including pausing reciprocal tariffs. Tariff rates on many trading partners include the EU striking a trade deal to lower tariffs with the UK and agreeing a 90-day pause with China, a 10% universal tariff on all imported goods remains. Earlier this week, Trump held a total reset in relations between China and the U.S. after the countries agreed the pause, which included Beijing lowering its duties on American goods to 10%, while the U.S. and China goods will be lowered to 30%. The White House has signaled it is prioritizing talks with dozens of U.S.'s largest trading partners, including India, South Korea, and Japan, while negotiating with the EU are ongoing. Look at the EU. The European Union, there is no deal yet. There's no deal with Europe. There's no deal with China. There's no deal with Mexico or Canada. There has not been one deal made, and everyone thinks that there's deals. There's not one deal been made, and everyone thinks the tariffs are over. They're paused. No deals have been made. However, his comments suggest Washington lacks the bandwidth to negotiate with hundreds of countries at once, while indicating that the president will instead push to dedicate terms. The impact of Trump's tariff strategy continues to materialize in the U.S. executives at Walmart said this week that the U.S. retail company will have to start raising prices later this month due to the high cost of tariffs. The president, meanwhile, has called out American companies that are not shifting manufacturing to the U.S. as a result of his policies. On Thursday, he admonished Apple over the tech company's reports plans to source production of U.S. bond iPhones from India. The UK-U.S. trade deal announced by Trump and Keir Starmer last week prompted China to accuse Britain of aligning with the U.S. in a move that could compel UK companies to exclude Chinese products from their supply chains. The Trump administration has reportedly claimed that countries were tipping over themselves to strike agreements to lower U.S. tariffs on their exports. It has avoided provided a list of these countries, however, and descriptions of its length have varied significantly. More than 75 countries have been in touch, U.S. officials claimed in April, as they sought to explain why the president had backed down. The reciprocal rates he had claimed were here to stay. All right, that's interesting. Interesting. But there are no deals. There is no deals with any countries yet. It's not over. Okay, I can't believe how many people were calling me a clown the other day, saying I didn't know what I was talking about, that deals were signed with the UK, they signed a deal with China, all this stuff. People are so low information informed with the news. That's why we have this show. Because people, they read headlines, they don't listen, they're ill-informed, and that's why I'm here, is to make sure that you guys are well-informed, because it affects your pocketbook. It affects your 401k and retirement. It affects everything. So this is why we need to be well-informed, because the fake news is going to destroy you, and I think that's part of the point. They want people to not get the truth. They want people to be manipulated because they want to impoverish you into indentured servitude. They want you to be the serfs, and they want to be the kings of the land. They want you to live in the pod and eat the bugs, okay? But I'm here to bring you away from that. I'm here to teach you and train you how to become an expert trader and to become wealthy and create generational wealth for your family and generations to come. Yeah, you showed that BBC article saying no agreement with the UK. I know. And even when I show people the information, they don't want to believe it. These people are blind to the truth. And I don't understand why. They have nothing to gain from being blinded. They have everything to gain from knowing what is actually happening and knowing the truth. But they are ostriches. You know what? Is there an ostrich emoji? We need to add an ostrich emoji of an ostrich with its head buried in the sand, because that is what people are. They get scared and they say, you know what? I'll just hold longer. I'll just be holding and I'll be fine. That's not how it works. That's not how you become rich. You don't become rich by buying the top, letting it fall to the bottom, and then holding it until it goes back up to the top again, and then waiting for it to go beyond that. That's not how it works. That's not how you become rich. You get rich by accumulating in smart money zones. And the reason we're doing the day trading and everything is because I'm trying to help you regain your losses and to grow your bags. Why does he keep lying and people believe him? He could literally lie about anything and everyone believes him. That's not just Donald Trump. The left does the same thing. The right does the same thing. There is a cult following on both sides. And as you know me, I am centerline, milk toast, middle of the road, a fence-sitting goat. Okay? I am sitting on the fence here, and I am looking for the middle ground, the common ground, because that is where the truth lies. And that is where coexistence lies. And that is where we can find that happy medium for everyone to exist together. And that's why I have the journalism team. We have right-wing journalists, and we have left-wing journalists, and we have moderate journalists. And the reason we have that is because there is a bifurcation in the country, and there is an echo chamber and bubble that each side is being kept in. And when I was trying to do the news, I was only seeing one side of the news. And so I developed this system so that way we can see both sides, what both sides are seeing, so that you can get a more educated and accurate analysis of what's going on in the world, because the real issue is the bifurcation. The real issue is is these echo chambers. We need to break down those walls so that we can find somewhere for us to meet in the middle instead of extreme rights and extreme lefts. We used to be a melting pot and a place where everyone could exist together, and we've just created this environment of, because you disagree with me, I hate you. And that's the problem. We need to normalize not hating each other because we have a difference of opinions, because we're being lied to. And that's why we have been having difference of opinions. It's literally in the Communist Manifesto. It's part of their playbook, is to introduce identity politics into society in order to bifurcate them. Read it. You know what? I'm going to pull it up and we're going to cover that. We're going to cover the Communist Manifesto. These are basic tactics that they have used in the past and will continue to use to gain control of the people and the country and turn it into a police state. They've turned us against one another. When the people rise up and go to march on the castle to rip the king out of his bed because he's starved the people grab their pitchforks and they grab their torches and they march towards the castle, and then the king comes out and he addresses the people and he says, "Everyone, the people with the torches are trying to take away your pitchforks," and they pit you against each other. When we need to come together and fight together. United we stand, divided we fall. We need to come together as a country, as a people, as a nation, as a global people. Human beings come together and unite as one to stop this bifurcation and this ruling class overlords from controlling us. Guinea Marie says we need to normalize people to speak up too. I agree. And that's why I'm here. I am speaking up. I am here to be a voice for the people. Big Baller says, once you have a lot of wealth, both parties want you. Oh, that is very true. We have never been so divided, Guinea Marie says. Yes. And it's time we all came together and stopped fighting over our differences and started finding our similarities. We have lots in common, but they want us to focus on the wrong things. That's how they do this. And don't forget, if you're watching the show, we are supported by your donations. That is the best way to support the show. It goes directly here to the show without any middleman taking from it. Twitch takes about 50% and TikTok takes about 65%, 67% of the income. So we don't make very much off of the platforms. The real way that we are supported is through your donation. So send a donation to the Cash App or Venmo, or you can click the link on Twitch and send it to the PayPal as well. Thank you, all of you who have continued to donate. I am paying a lot out of pocket to do this, but what you guys send in helps offset those costs. But I believe in this channel and I believe in us as a community that we will grow, and I can see the vision for what this will be. So I have invested everything that I can into this, and thank you for your support, because we will grow, and eventually I won't rely on the donations, and will be more based off of earning from these platforms. But for now, because of our size, this is where we're at. So thank you all for your support. Guinea Marie says, revolution is here, freedom is coming. Big Baller says, well said, I agree. This is the revolution. With this show, we are fighting on the front lines of freedom because the war is being fought in the minds of everyone today. It is a different type of warfare. It is being fought with TikTok and Facebook and Twitch. It is being taught. It is being fought in your mind. Get your solar power generator and get cash on hand. Oh, I got all that, baby. All of it. Check out Ann Tucker on YouTube. I've been preparing for 2 years. I'm all set. Good for you, Guinea Marie. I've been preparing for the last 15 years. The last 15 years, I knew this was coming. As you all know, that I'm always too early to things, and I'm way ahead of the curve on these things. I just have this intuition and understanding of everything around me, and I am well informed. And I have been growing this to the point where now I am at where I grew all the resources that I needed, and what I realized what I need now is a community of people to rely on and to build up and to grow something else, and we needed a communication infrastructure. Okay, intelligence is what wins wars. Knowing what's going on and understanding these things is what allows us to have that intelligence to fight this war. So this is Command Central right here. This show is part of the entire system that I'm building for our ability to fight against living in the pot and eating the bugs. Big Baller says, Guinea Marie, I have an exit if you need to leave, if you have 3 days to get out of big cities. And that's part of why I do not live in a big city anymore. As you know, I lived in Beverly Hills, and now I live in the middle of nowhere. Big Baller 73 on 520. Ann Tucker will be posting a live to help you understand. She asks for nothing in return too. Is that a slant at me because I asked for donations? I do apologize that I ask for funding for this, but that is only based on the fact that we are trying to grow and I am bleeding out. And I don't have, you know, major bills like most people, but I do still have expenses, and we have spent over $16,000 on this studio and building this show, and it's been very expensive, and we've made a few $100s off of streaming, but nowhere near what it's cost us. So I'm trying to, and those numbers are going up because I'm paying the staff as well. But I believe that they are essential for this show. And so I'm paying a lot of that out of pocket in order to, you know, keep the quality of the show and not have it be baby steps up to something, but to just be a professional show overnight at all costs. It's investment, you know, into not just my future for this business, but for your future as well. I'm saying she isn't selling Kool-Aid. It's most channelers, people that channel. That's interesting. I looked into Ann Tucker. You turned me on to her, and she's interesting. I do believe in those spiritual things, and I'm also a man of math and science as well. So I think by keeping those, you know, adding spirituality to science, I think, is where you find truth. Big Baller, I'm at the border 1 hour from Boston in New Hampshire. Watch the Sean Ryan interview with Tim Tebow. It will open your eyes on how evil the world is. Oh, yes, this world is very evil. It's very evil. Did I read this one yet? Here. I don't think I did. China tariffs staking pushes true cost of import taxes well above 30% on many consumer products. Okay. If you think the numbers are 30% on tariffs, they are not. They're closer to 40 to 70%. The Trump administration trade deal with China, which paused the steep tariffs on Chinese goods, is not offering much relief to importers that face staking on of multiple import taxes, sending the true cost well above 30%. And I would guarantee that Big Baller knows this firsthand, because he is relying on importing goods for his business. And I'm sure the prices of these things are much higher. Let me tell you, the shipping costs have gone up exponentially on things just because things went stagnant for a while, so they're trying to recoup their costs, but also because the trucks aren't as full. Guinea Marie, I live in Huntington Beach, California. Big Baller is close to me. Me and Big Baller are neighbors. Is that near Cambria? Where is Cambria? I don't know where Cambria is. I think that's up north. We're in Southern California. It's near Long Beach, I would say. It's yeah, we're down in Southern California. I would say San Diego would be somewhere close. My container went up 15K right next to Newport Beach. Yeah. So you already understand the prices have gone way up, and they probably won't come down even if the tariffs come down, because once they get you used to paying for high prices, they never bring the prices down. Matt Greasy on TikTok says, I am feeling I've been preparing for the event that will never come. Oh, it's coming, baby. It's here. I just think that people don't, they think it's going to be some kind of hot war or something like that, an invasion, Red Dawn kind of thing, which is possible, but I think it's going to be different. It's a war that's going to be fought with your bank account, with your mind, and with your neighbor and your brother. That's the war it will be. Brother against brother. Guinea Marie says, be careful of beaches. The ocean earthquake might cause tsunami. If that tsunami does happen, it will more or less affect people on the other side of the globe, not on the US coast. So that's how that works. There's a major earthquake in California. There's a tsunami in Japan. Or Hawaii. Probably not so much Hawaii, but more or less Japan. No power, money, food, desperation, and killing each other will happen. Oh, definitely. Definitely. If we saw like an EMP or cyber attack, something like that, shutting down the power grid, even just for a few weeks, it would cost people lives. I heard Red Sea, India. Yeah, something like that. So from apparel to footwear, swimsuits to backpacks, tariff bills range from 40 to 70%. Walmart said this week that prices will be going up. Obviously, we know that. And I think that's all we need to take away from this. But basically, it says stacking of multiple tariff layers already implemented during the trade war has pushed up costs to import retail goods much higher than 30% associated with the tentative agreement. While companies are relieved to see a temporary pause from the incredibly high tariffs goods on China, retailers are still facing very high tariffs that will have an impact on prices supply. Big Baller says, if a tsunami hits Huntington Beach, I'm going to paddle out and try to catch it for one last ride. Now that's a bucket list. Big Baller, you got to come out to where we're at and we'll have beachfront property after the coast falls off. Come out to Vegas. What about mile-wide ocean volcano off the coast of Alaska predicted to go off this summer? I think there's been a lot of volcanic activity. As you know, like there was a lot of volcanic activity happening in Yosemite. There's been hundreds and hundreds of earthquakes around the world like crazy. I'm wondering if something much bigger is happening, like the Earth's poles are shifting or something. Something big is happening. Maybe it's some kind of underground weapon or technology that they're using to cause these catastrophic events so that it looks like a natural disaster, but it's really an act of war. Who knows what it is? I lean towards the latter. It's probably some type of weapon, DARPA or something like that. HARP, one of these programs. Guinea says at Neo, there might be a split in the Earth if we have not been told about. I had a 6.0. Yeah, they're saying that there's a possibility that the coast of California could fall into the ocean. They've been saying that for a while. Actually, if you look it up, I'll cover it on Monday maybe. I believe it's where I used to live in Redondo Beach near Rancho Palos Verdes. The earth is cracking there, and Rancho Palos Verdes is falling into the ocean now. And they can't keep the roads and the power on out there because it keeps moving so much. 21 trillion spent underground, and we're being cooked every day. I agree. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. That's why we have to look out for ourselves. U.S. companies surge shipments from China following tariff pause. Freight bookings out of China increased nearly 300% this week compared to the week earlier, soaring to its highest levels this year. All right, let's watch the video.
Tonight, President Trump is touting a dramatic de-escalation of his trade war, calling it a total reset with China after negotiations this weekend.
China was being hurt very badly. They were closing up factories, and they were very happy to be able to do something with us. And I'll speak to President Xi maybe at the end of the week.
For 90 days, while trade talks continue, the U.S. has agreed to lower its 145% tariff on Chinese goods to 30%, while China will go from a 125% tax on American products to 10%. The thaw in relations, even if temporary, sent stocks soaring, the Dow up more than 1,100 points today. All of it as President Trump departs for his first major international trip of this term to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. The president is defending his decision to accept a super luxury jumbo jet from the Qatari government for the Pentagon to use as the new Air Force One, amid ongoing delays for a replacement jet from Boeing. A White House official confirms these are pictures of its interior. The president says the jet will be transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation when he leaves office. The White House says legal details are still being worked out on the proposed gift, while Qatar says no final agreement has been reached.
I think that was a very nice gesture. Now, I could be a stupid person and say, oh, no, we don't want a free plane. We give free things out. We'll take one, too.
Aviation experts tell NBC News the jet would likely have to be dismantled part by part to look for listening devices, then upgraded with expensive systems for mid-air refueling and missile defense. Democrats are blasting the proposed gift as a threat to national security.
And what people will now see is the most powerful man on earth flying around in a plane paid for by a foreign government. It's disgusting. It's wildly corrupt.
Also today, the president signing a sweeping executive order that he says will slash prescription drug costs for Americans by at least 50%, setting a 30-day deadline for drug makers to voluntarily lower the cost. Otherwise, the government will develop a new rule that ties the price the U.S. pays for medications to the lower prices drug companies charge in other countries.
We're no longer paying 10 times more than another country.
The move will likely face legal challenges, and the pharmaceutical industry says it would lead to less treatments and cures for Americans.
Gabe, there could also be some movement tonight in the peace talks between Russia and Ukraine.
Yes, Lester. Today, President Trump said it is possible he may fly to Turkey on Thursday to attend possible peace talks in person. Ukrainian President Zelensky says he'd appreciate it if Trump would go.
All right.
What if someone might be...
Very interesting news. The plane thing, I understand the precedent on that, and maybe that's not the best deal, but I get it. I get it. Why not accept something? But using it as Air Force One, probably not the best choice. All right, let's take a look at the chart here. We're headed down, baby. I think we could see a green candle tomorrow. Possibly Sunday. I would say maybe a green candle tomorrow up to, like I said, 242-ish to 247, and then probably back down from there. That would be Monday, Tuesday, and that would validate this head and shoulders possibly forming right now. For now, and I think that that's likely because of what's going on with the SEC case. Everyone thought that the case was over. People called me an idiot. They called me a clown because I said that the case was not over, and they didn't want to believe it. But now we have the truth. The truth always comes out. Ann Tucker says the earth will crack and separate. States will go off on their own. I don't know about that. That sounds a little outlandish. Guinea Marie says it's unacceptable. You talking about the plane thing? I think it's retarded, but also, like, I think part of it is about relations with different countries, you know, trying to create peace. And it's like, you know, when you go somewhere and someone offers you an iced tea or something, you don't say no, thank you. You, even if you don't like tea, I would have said the word that starts with a B with the two E's and an R at the end. Can't say it because of TikTok, but it's one of those things where you don't refuse kind gestures when you're trying to create peace. You say no excuse. I don't see it as a bribe. I see it as trying to create a gesture of goodwill. I get it. Does it create a precedent for him to look bad? Obviously, yes. People are gonna whatever, but I'm trying to, you know, understand the middle ground, that there's a lot of eggshells to be walked on with these deals that they're dealing with, especially the Middle East, and, you know, trying to alleviate tension. I get it. Big Baller says we're all living in a simulation, the Truman Show, and now we are living in the Trump Show. He says you have to take responsibility for your behavior. I agree, and I think part of it is like he's like, hey, they gave us a gift. We're not gonna say no. We're not taking the gift. I get it. Should he be using it as Air Force One? No. Maybe he should just give it directly to the museum, just like the Leopard that they were given by Syria. You know, and now it's, you know, in a preserve or whatever. Don't, you know, turn your nose up at goodwill. You know, that's the idea. And I get it. I understand. And I understand the fine line there. It's not a Boeing. He's causing war everywhere. It's not about peace, in my view. Well, here's the deal with that is we were already on the brink of World War III, okay? But instead of sending in troops and fighting that way, we're fighting with making deals. And that's what I'm trying to understand. I don't think he's perfect. I'm not going to sit here and defend everything he does, but I do understand why. Oh, I understand the whole Gaza thing, kids starving. And that's why he's trying to make a deal to go in there and send the people somewhere else as refugees and go in and rebuild it. I get it. I understand. But he's a businessman. He does. Your live is flagged for hate speech and hateful behaviors. Reported violations could result in your live being discontinued. Hate speech for what? We can't talk about anything here. All right. The live is over on TikTok. If you want to enjoy the live from here on out, it's 8 o'clock anyway. We can't go past 8 o'clock or we start getting hit with guidelines. I can't stand it anymore. So TikTok is done. We'll be on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Come on over to Twitch where we can actually talk about things. Nothing we said is hate speech. What did we hate on? I cannot stand it anymore. I am up to here with TikTok. I'm at the point where I'm going to just completely 86 TikTok altogether. This is ridiculous. We have done nothing wrong. We've said nothing hateful. We've never given misinformation. Everything that we state is backed by news and articles. We are just reading the news, okay? Nothing we've done has done anything to break their rules, and we still get hit with guidelines. We appeal them, and they don't approve the appeals. I am done with it. I am done with TikTok. We will no longer be going live on TikTok. I am done. I am just completely done. We're not allowed to have an opinion. We're not allowed to talk. We're not allowed to discuss these things. And that's part of the problem is we need to discuss these things. We need to have a place where we can talk and get to the bottom of these things. And we are not creating hate. We're creating unity here. We're trying to break the bonds between the bifurcation of not just this country, but this entire world. I am sick of it. People on TikTok must report you somehow. Yeah, probably fake news, but I just had a big Meta guy say that Meta wants to buy Ripple. Actually, I think that's true. I heard something about that. Let me see. Can we get a fact check on whether Meta is trying to buy Ripple? All right. We're going to Twitch. Come on over to Twitch if you're watching on TikTok. We're down to 12 viewers on TikTok anyway. So if you want to continue with the show, we will be on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat. Come on over. And if you do come over from TikTok onto Twitch, put something in the chat and put your name of who you are on TikTok so that way we know who you are. And welcome to the community. We are done with TikTok. I am done. All right, TikTok is 86th as of now. I am done with it. I don't want anything to do with TikTok. I can't stand it anymore. But you know what? It's that time of the show anyway. 8 o'clock is about the time when we do that. Big Baller is gifted 5 tier 1 subs to Ozthecryptogoats community. They've gifted a total of 10 in the channel. Thank you, Big Baller, for the subs. Thank you. Clone Hoodie got a sub. Jason45 got a sub. Mellow Jello got a sub. Neo got a sub. And someone else in, it looks like Korean, got a sub. Welcome, welcome to the show. Glad to have you here. We got a hype train. We are 50% of the way to getting a hype train. So if you want to gift a sub, that's a good way to help the show. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I lost the chat. Hold on a second. Bear with me. There we go. Okay, we're back. Okay, got the chat back. Thank you, Big Baller. Did you get your 5 subs? I sure did. And I just announced you. Thank you so much. And I have fact checkers checking on whether or not Meta is trying to buy Ripple. Let me see. They're working remotely, so let me call them real quick. Just a second. All right. All right. Fact checkers are working on it. Oh. Now give them to the TikTok people. Yeah. That's awesome. Thank you very much for that support. I'm just done. I am so done with TikTok. So we got everybody here on Twitch, right? You guys ready for some pretty cool information? This is something that you may want to know. Big Baller, you live here in California, so this more pertains to you, but obviously you guys can invest. Oh yeah, we'll talk about the stage thing. Let's start with the first part is so investing, right? Now, my source on this information has an NDA and I cannot disclose who it is. However, in my line of work, you all know I'm an was an audio engineer. I'm retired, right? We sit in these meetings, okay? And I sit in some meetings and other people sit in other meetings, right? And I, from a very credible source, okay, that I am going to give my backing of approval, told me this information, okay? And do with it what you will, and understand that this is something that California is looking to legislate and use this new technology, but none of it has been legislated yet or implemented yet. So looking into these technologies and getting into them now could be very lucrative for you. Have you gave the news? Just came back. Yeah, we're done with the news, but we are going over some information now. Little story time as well. But Big Baller says spit it out. Okay, so a friend of mine that I work with, highly trusted source, told me. It's funny how you guys are like, spit it out. I always drag it out a little bit. Obviously, okay, so hear me out. 50% of it is riffing, okay, because I'm trying to run out the clock. Oh, we got a hype chest. I'm going to open this thing. Rewards, batter up emote. Nice. Okay, we got a little hype chest I got to open up. Let me post it. Look at that. We got a new emoji, the batter up, the choo-choo. All right, sorry. Like I said, 50% of me dragging this out is riffing, and it's part of the show, but it's also build up. Okay, a good show keeps you on the edge of your seat. Big Baller says, donate to the hype train and it will go up in viewers. Yes. Help out and donate. And don't forget that you can send bits. Okay. There's a little diamond thing, and it looks like the Ethereum symbol. You can send bits. I lowered the prices. I set them nice and low, so they're like a penny, I think. And that way it's a more affordable thing. I didn't realize the price on those things. So that's been adjusted and lowered so that we can get more of that engagement going on. So send in a few of those, and I'm going to give you some lucrative information. I wouldn't say it's insider trading because, first of all, I'm not naming a source. For all you know, I'm lying to you. But obviously, I'm not here to lie to you guys. But I'm not, I didn't hear this. This is hearsay. Big Baller with 100 bits. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. So this information is, this is not directly from the horse's mouth. I did not sit in on this meeting, okay? Guinea Marie with another 100 bits, okay? This is hearsay information, but I trust the source that told it to me, okay? And I know it to be true because, like I said, we all sit in these meetings. So basically, there is a new technology coming out that California and I think other states will be looking to implement this stuff. And as you know, that they're trying to go green. AV with the 100 bits. Thank you very much. Wow, this is awesome. I love Twitch. I just want to be done with TikTok altogether. But we have been moving people over to the Twitch side. So I'm going to write it out with TikTok until probably the 19th. But we're going to be working towards handling that. Anyway, back to, yeah, it feels a lot calmer here. And where you get Big Ballers yawning. Okay. The reason why it feels better here is because TikTok is very addictive, and the way it works, it's very manipulative in your mind and controlling, and this doesn't have any of those features. And this is more along the lines for having a podcast like we're doing now. So this is just where we belong. It just feels right. And I don't have a lot of competition here with other crypto channels because we are the #1 crypto channel on Twitch, in my opinion. And I would tell you, go check it out. Just type in on Twitch crypto in the search bar and try to find any good channel. Try to find one and you won't. This is the best. Hercules says fusion technology. What are you talking about? Like cold fusion for like energy? Is that what you're talking about? I just moved, bro. Some Democrat got mad you mentioned Trump from an unbiased perspective. I know, right? It's ridiculous. Thank you, Matt Greasy. Who are you on TikTok? Is that who you are on TikTok, I believe? Yeah, Matt Greasy. That sounds about right. I think that you have the same name. Welcome. Glad to have you. And that's the only reason why we're still doing TikTok is to steal their viewership. Yeah, Matt Greasy. I remember you. Glad to have you. Welcome. Welcome. It's much better here. And TikTok takes away the TikTok live, the way I have it casted to the screen all the time. So sometimes I have to point my phone at the screen. It's ridiculous. I'm just done with TikTok. All right. So back to the information. Since Matt Greasy is here, you're a new viewer. So let me fill you in on who I am and what I've done and where I come from. So I was an audio video engineer in Hollywood for IATSE Local 33, and I'm retired now at 36 years old, and now I day trade crypto. And in my job, I've done, some of the biggest shows, you name it, I've done it, right? You'll learn more about that about me later on. But one of the things that I've done with my job is I sit in these business meetings and I run the audio for these panels. I have a lot of NDAs and there's a lot of information I can't disclose. However, there are things that I can disclose. I listen to you routinely, bro. I'm familiar with your background. All right, perfect. Sorry. I don't know because some people don't chat, so I don't know who watches all the time. Bro, I'm sending you 1,000 goats. Spit it out. All right. So here it is. I envy you're retired already. That's my age. You'll get there. You keep watching this show and we'll get there together. All right. Big Baller wants me to spill it. So California in particularly, but I think multiple states are going to be doing this, but there is new technology that exists that has not been implemented, okay? And if you know, in 2020, Donald Trump signed the release of technologies. I don't know if it was a bill or an executive order, but I believe it was a bill. And it's for all suppressed technology to be released and implemented into society by 2025. And we're in 2025 now, as you all know. So that's where all this new technology is coming from. All these changes are coming from. It all stems from that order. Yeah, this thing does have ads, I know. It does suck. And there's nothing I can do about it. That we didn't originally have ads, but when I became an affiliate, it just became part of it. So my apologies. If you don't want to deal with ads, become a subscriber. It does help the show. I do get the money from the ads now. So when you send that in and you become a subscriber, I do get paid that. So it does help support the show. It'll be dark for 7 minutes. Yeah. I'll be dark for 7 minutes. I got a riff. I think the ads are only like 2 to 3 minutes long. You remind me of my grandpa, Storyteller Deluxe. Yeah. My grandpa used to tell this joke story where he would just go on and on and on about he was going to tell a joke and it would have tons of useless information all through it, and then it would end and it wasn't funny at all. But let me hold off because I don't want to repeat it. I guess I'll repeat it because I know you all have been waiting. All right, so I'll spill the beans because we got to get into the Taylor Swift stuff, and we only got about 30 minutes left. You guys are hilarious. All right, I'm spitting it out. There's this new technology, okay? And what they want to do is they want to go green. I don't see any ads that would ruin it all. All right, let me spit it out. I'm trying to address the chat at the same time. So, here's the deal. They want to go green, and they're coming up with these new technologies to reduce carbon emissions. And the technology that they're going to be not only releasing, but legislating that has to be done. Okay? They're going to force companies to do this. So when companies have factories and different things, they produce emissions, right? And it puts those carbon emissions go into the air, whatever. We can argue and speculate on whether or not they do whatever they say they're doing. Who cares? The main thing is that they are pushing to implement these changes, which will, they think will help the environment. All right. I don't think that the technology is actually good for the environment. I think most of the environmental changes that they make end up being more detrimental. And by the sounds of this technology, I believe that to be the case. Okay, we don't know the implications of what will happen because of this. Yeah, electric cars are the same way. And same with this technology, but they're going to get people to vote on it and get them all about it based off of this idea that it's going to be better for the environment, but it's probably going to be worse. But they're still going to get it to pass, and they're going to use their tricky ways of wording it to make it happen. But what they're looking to do is implement this technology, which basically takes those carbon emissions and it pelletizes them. What's the ticker symbol on Coinbase? What do you mean? I don't use Coinbase, so I don't know. So what it does is it pelletizes the emissions, the carbon emissions. And what they do is they're going to take these pellets and they're going to buy up lots of land, areas out in the middle of the desert, between Vegas and Los Angeles, all of that barren, desolate land. And basically what they're stating is they want to force these companies to put a type of filter onto their emissions that collects all of this stuff and pelletizes it. And then they're going to pump it into the ground, underground. And it's supposed to create oil or something like that. What company is doing this? I cannot say what company is doing this. However, what I can say is you can research this stuff and find out who has this technology. So I can't tell you everything because there are legal repercussions and it would be considered insider trading possibly. Okay, but I can tell you about the process of it, and whatever you do with that information from there is on you. I'm not telling you to go invest in a certain company. I'm not telling you anything. What I'm telling you is what their plans are. And that I believe that there's a gray area there that I can stand on. I probably shouldn't even be telling you this, but I feel like I should be okay because it's hearsay. I'm not listing a source. I was not in that meeting. I have no NDA. I should be good. Okay, give a key phrase to search. I don't have one. I would say carbon emissions technologies, something like that would be something to be looking for. But, some type of company that does things to make companies more green. Big Baller says, found it. That was quick. Good for you. Those companies are going to be doing very well. And that's because they're going to legislate these things. These companies will be forced to do this. And they're also going to be buying up barren, desolate land. So if you live in California and there are these areas, I would even say probably not California City, but places like that that are very underdeveloped, too hot to live in, places where they're building lots of solar farms, things like that, desert, barren land, places where water does not flow, things like that. That type of land right now is dirt cheap. And it will become very valuable. Who knows? This could take 20, 30 years for it to happen or not happen at all. It may not get passed. But their plan is to pump these pellets underground and to buy up these plots of land and force people out of those areas not to live there because the water will no longer be usable and different things like that. But that is the direction they're moving. So do what you will with that information. Hopefully it points you in the right direction and you can figure out who it is I'm talking about. But these things are more than likely going to come into fruition. If you know anything about California and how they legislate and how they do things, then you'll know. If you can't find it, I would say get together with Big Baller and message him. He seems to have located it. This is going to destroy our country. Oh, I agree. This is not a good thing, but it's probably going to happen. And like I said, the idea of combating this stuff is to enrich ourselves in a way that we have a way to fight back. On TikTok? I don't think it's on TikTok. Yeah, Big Baller on TikTok is B Walters 73. Tons of money will be thrown at this project. Oh, definitely. Definitely. This is gonna be a big one, baby. Look at you, bro. Already found it. But now you know what to look for. Having the information of knowing what to find and seek out is half the battle. So this is going to be a big deal in the future here. I would say probably more or less in big cities like California, Seattle, New York, Chicago, things like that. What's the project? My phone had died. Okay, the project is carbon emission companies. They're building technologies. Certain companies are building technologies, and they're legislating and forcing companies to use this technology. And basically what it does is it's carbon emission filters that they put on these factories and things that create carbon emissions, and it pelletizes the carbon emissions, and then they buy up land in desolate areas, desert areas, and where there's no population. So buying these plots of land will become lucrative, and investing into these companies will become lucrative. And what they do is they pump these pelletized emissions into the ground and put them underground, and it's supposed to create oil or something like that, diamonds. I'm not quite sure what it is that it produces, but it produces something from it, or it just discards of it. I don't know too much about it. I was not in the meeting myself. This is hearsay from someone that told me this, but it is a valuable, reliable source. Guinea Marie, what's the TikTok name? You mean at B Walters 73? His TikTok name is Big Baller. If you're looking for the TikTok name of this company, I don't even know if it's on TikTok. I would say you probably found it on Google. I can't give you the name of the company, but I can give you the information. I'm reading it, and 99% of California is going green. Yes, 90%. This is very true. And it'll probably become 100% because what they're going to end up doing is forcing these companies to do this. Okay? It'll be legislated. And these companies that own this technology will be very lucrative. They will blow up overnight. And it's a very new technology that has not really been used or implemented yet. So this is something that could potentially be very lucrative for you. So look into it. Check it out. I didn't grow up with computers. There's a big 5 companies that are it. Yes. There's 5 big companies, and there will be more than one company. Guinea Marie says, you're killing me. Yeah, you're going to have to figure out how to reach each other. I believe you can send whispers to each other by just clicking Big Baller's name in the chat. It should take you to his page. You should be able to send him a whisper on Twitch here and connect and get that information. Or Big Baller can put the information in the chat. I cannot do it. CCS companies. What does CCS stand for? Carbon Cleaning Solutions. Guinea Marie says, I just whispered you, Big Baller. Yeah, Big Baller has the information, and Big Baller, you can put that in the chat. I cannot confirm or deny whether or not carbon capture and storage. I cannot confirm or deny any of these company names, but what I can tell you is that is the direction they're moving. Big Baller says Schneider Electric looks like the big one. I cannot confirm or deny any of these companies, but you know where to look and where to get into. So hopefully that helps you all. Yeah, and remember, you're only going to hear this kind of stuff here on this show because no one else is even willing to give out this information. It's very, it could be very damning to someone's career or to them legally. I'm not afraid anymore. I really don't care anymore. I'm retired now. I have nothing to prove or to hide from anyone. But I do want to help people. So that's where I'm at with all of it. And I do believe I'm not breaking any laws because I didn't sit in that meeting. I wasn't there. I just heard it from somebody and I'm not naming a source. So I think I'm good. I haven't named any companies. And if there is some kind of backlash, I'm sure whatever litigation comes of it, they're not going to have anything to stand on with it. So I'm not too worried about it. I will tell you what I feel I can tell you, and I will hint at what I can't tell you. And that's basically where we're at. All right, Taylor Swift. So, these stages, and I'm sure you've seen or heard of this stuff, okay? It's all over TikTok. What I'm here to do is confirm it, okay? Because I know you all trust me and I have no reason to lie to you. Obviously, I'm an entertainer with the show, but it's more than just entertainment. I feel like people need to know this information. And you probably already know and understand this and believe this to be true. So it's really not much to give to you. What I'm here to do is to confirm the information. Okay. As someone that has seen this stuff firsthand and experienced, I wouldn't necessarily say a part of it, but directly exposed to it and observed it with my own two eyes, not just in the shows themselves, but through rehearsals, talks about it, gatherings, meetings, things like that. As you all may know, that Hollywood is a satanic cult, and the things that they do, they are, and we're going to talk more on this. I'm going to breadcrumb trail you down more information on this, but we're going to break it up because it's just too much. It's too much to give out all at once, and we just don't have the time to cover it. Giddy Marie says, I've heard of this, but thought it was not true. It is very much true. And they are all like different groups and organizations and societies that are operating. Each of them have different rules and things that they abide by, and each of them serve a certain purpose. Lots of women in Hollywood are men. Yes, this is very true. Lots of this stuff that happens. Look at what's going on with the Diddy thing. All of that is very real. And there's a lot more to it. Uh-oh, management is in the studio. I'm about to get in trouble.
You do.
I heard Taylor Swift was a man. No, that's not true. That is not true. I think there's a possibility that Michelle Obama may be a man. I'm just saying, I've seen the angle of the dangle, okay? Okay, but Hollywood is a oh yeah, Ellen show. There's a lot to it. You guys understand all of it, okay? All of it is these satanic groups and societies, and yes, they are trafficking kids. Adrenochrome is a real thing. They do sacrifice. Yes, they do all these things. And we're going to get more into that. Okay. I'm going to breadcrumb trail you on this one. We're going to talk about this more. But what they do is they are different societies that adhere to certain agendas and certain things that they have to abide by as far as rules. Clive Davis, Quincy Jones are really evil. I can't speak on that directly. I do not know. I've heard about all this by a friend in the spiritual world. Yes, this is very real stuff. And what I'm getting at with this is some of this is going to sound crazy. Okay. But vampires are real, but they're not what you think they are. They're regular human people, but there are a group of people that are in a blood cult. Okay. We'll talk about management is freaking out right now. They do more than just drink blood. And what they do is they use blood to gain jurisdiction. Okay. They're like gangs, or I would say more or less like societies, but like gangs. And they have to operate under a certain set of rules, and they use certain aspects, such as the vampires. They use blood as a way to circumvent these things to gain jurisdiction, so that they are abiding by rules, but also breaking them at the same time. They get high on adrenochrome. Oh yes, definitely. It's more than that. It's more than just getting high. It's a way for them to look younger and more beautiful and different things like that. Kitty Marie says Oprah is a demon. I cannot say that I know anything about that, but what I can do is speak on what I do know. Okay. These groups are real, and we'll talk about the vampire group for now for this show. We've got about 15 minutes left, so let me rush through it. They use blood to circumvent rules that they have to adhere to, and they use the blood to gain jurisdiction so that they can operate and conduct business legally based off of their set of rules. They are of a different, they don't operate under the Constitution. They don't operate under the law of the land. They more or less operate under maritime law, but it's more of a law of, this is too much. I got to give you more later on, but they operate on different laws than we do. And I don't know for certain if we'll get into that another live. Okay. Here's the main thing to take from this. The shows that they do, the stages that they build are altars. Okay. They are altars, and it's almost like a type of religion per se. And the performances are rituals that they're performing, and the courts are satanic rituals. That's why you get summoned as a corpse. Yes, this is very true. That is very true, and that is part of it. It's all through maritime law. We'll get into a show where we talk more about that and the way the court system is. I always say, I'm not judged by a man in a black robe. I'm judged by a man in white. My judge wears a white robe. So Admiralty and maritime law are legal fiction. Look up Cesti QV Trust UK Act 1666. Yes. So you understand what I'm talking about. And Aussie Nate, I believe you are from Australia. So that's the UK version of it, I believe. And there is also a United States version. And the courts are enclaves here in the United States. An enclave is anything with four corners, technically. And but it can also be other things. It's basically a pirate ship. Okay? So when you enter into these courtrooms, you are leaving the country and you are entering onto their pirate ship, and their courts are conducted under maritime law as though they are conducting as a pirate ship. The magistrate or whatever that you're in front of is not a judge. Okay? And the people in Hollywood operate under these same laws, okay? And they have their own courts. And their courts convene in a much different way, but they have to abide and adhere by these laws. And what they do is they circumvent the way we do things with our court system in a different way, but still technically abiding by the rules, because they all have to follow the rules, okay? And if they break the rules, there are consequences. Look at the hospital symbol. Yes. That comes from Greek mythology. That is, what's the Greek god that has the flying shoes that flies around and carries the staff? Hermes. That's the symbol of Hermes. Yes, clone hitty. So yeah. All of this is real stuff, and they operate and do these things, but these stages are altars and their performance are rituals and sacrifices, and it's all part of it. I would say with the Diddy thing, they are of the a different type of, they're not like the blood cult. The vampires are the blood cult. They're vampires is what they are. And that's what they call themselves. But they worship blood. The other ones, they worship, like the Diddy thing, those, they worship, they gain jurisdiction through intercourse. And they worship, what is it? Esther? What's the god of fertility? Oh yeah, Poseidon they use water for jurisdiction. Dionysus. Aussie Nate says Eshtar. I believe that's another name, but it's Ionisus. Stairway to Heaven. Yes. So you guys are all understanding and open-minded and understand these things. They want to ruin children because children are God's children. It's more than that. It's more than that. I think that that's part of it, but more or less it all stems down to jurisdiction. The third eye is open. Yes. Yes, they do want to hurt children. It is part of their satanic rituals and things that they do. The thing is, they all worship different gods and different things, but all of them are ruled over by an overlord society that is ruled by Satan. They're a satanic cult that rules over all. And so they use these different tactics to gain jurisdiction, and it's all linked to trade through maritime law. So they buy, sell, and trade things that are not on the everyday market, such as adrenochrome, drugs, children, sex, things like that. These are the they have a market and an economy and all these different things, and they all operate, and it's all through mostly illegal things. Some of them are actually legal that they use. Yeah, dark web stuff. And mind you, there are two different things. There's the deep web and there's the dark web. There are two different things, okay? Two different things. And if you do enter into the dark web, make sure that you're protected properly, okay? Pottery Barn too. I don't know anything about Pottery Barn. That's interesting. I'd like to know what you all know about that. My question for you all is, has anybody had any direct contact with any of these things, or is it all just things you've learned from the internet? Beast system of the ocean prophesied in Revelation. Yes. So Guinea Marie has had direct, tell me about your story. I'm interested. I have in-person contact. I'm curious to your story about that. What contact it has that you have had. Obviously, it's probably a lot. I gotta figure out if there's a way to have guests on the stream here on Twitch. I'm gonna have the IT guy look into that. Because I want to hear other people talk about this stuff, because there are many out there that are in my position that have been exposed to it and offered into it and denied it and were rebuked and shunned from it. And once you get one opportunity, to join, and after that, that's it. I have a friend that does spiritual healings through hypnosis. People come in and they have these attachments and tell these stories. She asked me to be there to witness because she did these alone. Bro, you are up to 18 in Twitch. TikTok is bringing your Twitch down. Oh, I know. I agree. I firmly agree. And, you know, we're talking about things that I think people will find interesting. And there are things that I think people should know. Tell us about Taylor Swift. She is part of the satanic cult. And let me explain something. So Harry Potter, the stories of Harry Potter play a role in this. Some of them are a coven or a guild or a clan of witches and sorcerers. Does she brainwash her fans? Yes, they literally conduct hypnosis and certain things on people in all different types of ways. You guys in the USA should claim your state. Your social security number is a link to your trust to become a state national. Yes, it is. We are all actually very wealthy. I am working towards figuring out how to do this legally in a way where I know where I stand and I can firmly stand on that ground and be shielded from that. Because if you just think you know something and start spouting it off, it will come back and bite you in the ass. You have to be well educated in these things. It does take time, but everything stems from jurisdiction. Everything in these courts, it all stems from jurisdiction. Oz, look up David Straight. Can you look up David Straight for me? David Straight? The fact checker's in here. I got some money to throw behind you if you want to take a leap. What are you talking about? And what context are you talking about David Straight? I I think it has to do with like legal stuff for gaining your nationalism and sovereignty. QAnon? Is David Straight connected to QAnon? Yeah. Okay, first of all, sovereign citizen is an oxymoron. You cannot be sovereign and be a citizen. So right off the bat there, if he's connected to sovereign citizenship, the only sovereign citizens are police officers. Okay, first of all. And sovereign citizenship, you cannot be sovereign and be a citizen at the same time. What are we talking about now? You should be an investigative journalist. I am an investigative journalist. I have okay. We're investigating into it right now, but I also have you'll see, Big Baller, I'll be bringing my equipment to Vegas. I have a nice little setup for how we're going to be doing the interviews and the live shows on the street. I am starting a new show on YouTube exclusively. He is state national, not sovereign citizen. Yeah, look up state national. I believe it's sovereign national, though, is the correct term. He is saying he'll get back financially. Yeah, man. We'll talk in Vegas, you know, or give however you want to. He goes over everything we've been talking about. He processes are 100% correct. He says the same thing about sovereign citizens being a contradiction. Okay, I'll look into it. I see that he's somewhat connected to QAnon, but just because he's connected to QAnon doesn't mean that he's not correct. It's secured party creditor. Yeah. It's corporate law, and corporate refers to a dead entity. We're going to cover more of this. I'll do more investigative journalism into it, and we'll talk about it and discuss it. He's not connected to QAnon. Okay, maybe we're looking into the wrong guy. I'll look more into it. We'll do a special... Right, but them stating that he's part of QAnon could be just a opinion piece, so it doesn't necessarily mean that. So we're going to look into this more, and we're going to do an exclusive Twitch live. We'll do the full 4 hours on Twitch, and we'll cover, basically, we'll only talk about this stuff. We will get rid of the crypto stuff maybe for one day and just cover all of these different things. You know what, we might have some stuff, but we'll talk about it. Let's look at the 1 hour real quick. What are we seeing in the 1 hour? This looks like a little Head and Shoulders. When you see in the lower time frames, Head and Shoulders, so we're looking at a Head and Shoulders possibly forming, right? Let me show you here. So this could be a Head and Shoulders, right? So if this is a Head and Shoulders forming right here, you tend to see more Head and Shoulder formations in the lower time frames. And that would be this Head and Shoulders that is formed right here. So this is another indication, and this comes from AI trading. Okay, this Head and Shoulders right here is an indication that this bigger Head and Shoulders is going to play out. Let's go into a little bit lower time frame, 30-minute. As you can see, we're not forming anymore, but this is kind of a Head and Shoulders. It's a little wonky, but kind of a Head and Shoulders. Okay. I would say that that is still classified as a Head and Shoulders. Those are indications. I'd say this is more of an inverted cup and handle. And if this is an inverted cup and handle right here, this is a heavy indication of downward movement. Do you see it? Do you see the cup and handle here? Boom. There it is. Please don't leave a cliffhanger. And that validates down to 215 to 210, which I would say that's where we're headed. I'm Speaky G about Yes Self L with SPC University. I'm watching ads for 7 minutes again. Yusef L with SPC University. Can you look that up? It says Yusef L with SPC University. We're already over time. It's 9 o'clock, so we do need to segue. He's on YouTube. YU Self. EL. Yeah, different word. That's his name. Yeah. Oh, it's Yusef. It's Yusef. Okay, we're looking it up. We're going to cover more of this maybe Monday or something. Just put my daughter to bed, headed to poker. Good night. Have a good night. We're going to end the show, and we'll talk more about this on Monday, I think. We'll do a special live just for Twitch, so don't miss out on it. But it looks like we have an inverted cup and handle, which would validate a move at least to 225. And maybe see a correction there and then come back down some more. Have a good night, everybody. I will see you all later. Let's all think about and ponder on the things that we've talked about and understand that there are powers that be that are mightier than thee. Have a good one, all, and have a good night. Where are you, Revolution? It's weird. It doesn't give me... Jesse, are you bananaed? It won't let me add you for some reason. I've tried every layout. There we go. Let's see here.
Yeah, you have to use like the panel.
Let's see, does that fix it? Okay,
Yeah, you just can't see you.
interesting. Maybe it's better if I'm off camera.
How do you get rid of the ones at the bottom?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's always good to learn new things.
Right? And it doesn't let me figure all this out if we're not live, and I hate it. It's so,
Right, until we go live, that's how we figure it out.
right, and then it just kills the metrics for the live because everyone's like, they're trying to figure it out. They don't even know what they're doing.
They sound like exactly.
They don't even know what they're doing.
How they sound. Yeah, that's the same voice too.
Cosmic, help me out. How do you guys do this?
He might have laughed.
He might have.
Oh, there you go.
That's a little bit better.
Yeah.
I don't like.
Works.
I don't like how it won't let me do 1 in 1.
Hi, Simon.
Let me see. Interesting. It doesn't give me any options.
Figure it out as we go along.
I guess so. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Ozthecryptogoat, and my beautiful co-host, Jesse. Welcome, Jesse. How are you?
I'm good. Just getting over being sick, so this is how I look, and you're just gonna have to deal with it.
Right on, right on, right on. So, did you get those articles I sent you?
Yeah,
awesome.
I got them.
Perfect. So, did everyone panic sell? Because I'm feeling pretty bullish right now. I'm feeling so bullish. Maybe we go down a little bit, but I think we got good news today. It was some moon cheese news, but it was moon cheese nonetheless. Moon cheese is always welcome. What do you think? Did you watch President Trump and Putin just now?
Well, I got the article you sent me, and I know it said that Trump won't be happy if Putin does not sign an agreement. That's a little older than the new news because they left with no deal.
Well, actually,
no deal has been made.
So, yes, there's no deal, but also right after I sent you that article, I was in a live with Crypto Kelly, and we were watching the president speak with Vladimir Putin. And it looks like they're coming to a deal. You know, same thing with like the tariffs. There's no deal, but we're making a deal kind of thing. So it's more or less a moon cheese deal than anything.
That's exactly what I'm saying, though. There's no deal. What Putin wants, he can't have. So it's just the concept of an idea, but the reality is Ukraine's not giving up anything, and neither is Putin. So as far as that stays in place, and they're both standing their ground, I don't see how there was ever a deal to be made. I think it was just for show.
I don't know. I was looking at Putin's face. He looked like he had the look of terror on his face. He was sweating
always
bullets.
looks like that.
He was sweating bullets. He looked like he was scared for his life. I don't know.
You and me saw something very different.
I feel like there's a deal to be made. I'm gonna pull up the video real quick because it just happened right now.
Right, Jay Green? I know. He really thinks he does. He really thinks he does, and that's the problem. Like, they put even a thing that he was, and I've been looking into it, but every time I find something about it, it gets put away, that Putin wants Alaska back. Yeah, he's not scared of Donald Trump. Nobody really is. They're kind of just calling it out as they see it.
So check this out. Here's the video.
Let's go live to the room here. The two leaders, Vladimir Putin and President Donald Trump.
Mr. President,
sound up.
Ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program.
Look at this part right here.
It was dangerous and tragic.
You know we can barely hear it, right?
Over the
barely hear?
vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia.
Some of our really great leaders have been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. It made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all. but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened.
Look at his face.
But we had an extremely productive
Look at Putin's face. Actually, I'm going to blow
many
this
points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant. But we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers.
Don't forget to smash the like button, hashtag FYP, hashtag crypto, hashtag Trump.
But we had some good meetings over the years, right?
Share
good
the
productive
live.
meetings over the
Follow
years.
the show.
We hope to have that
Tap
in
the
the
like.
future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed. And President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much. And we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Look at him.
Next time in
Look at his face.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all.
In political sphere, I would like to thank President Trump. And one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in Ukraine,
I saw a different version of this. See, this is what I'm talking about. Is when it happens live, you see it live, and then they edit it, right? And they look at the look on his face. Okay, and they pan away. He had this look of terror
on this path. We can
I disagree.
On his face. I wish I had that.
I disagree.
I seen it.
I saw it too. I didn't see the same thing. Vladimir walks around like he is Jesus, okay? And the only one who was submissive in that conversation was Trump.
I don't know.
That's how I saw it.
I feel like Trump thought he was Jesus.
Well, maybe they both think. I don't know. But, you know, we can't fund Ukraine for war and make a deal with Russia. I feel like that's pushing it a little bit. That doesn't make any sense.
Interesting. No deal. But there is another meeting. But I think it's bullish enough. I think it's, I don't know, maybe we come down some more. I'm feeling bullish, especially on XRP. The moon cheese is real. Look at this doji candle, okay? Look at this tweezer bottom with a doji candle. I think XRP is about to send, baby. XRP is about to send, and it's right at where it was yesterday. And so if you bought yesterday, you're still in a good spot. I would say hodl this thing. Hodl, baby. Let's take a look at SXT.
Hodl?
Hodl. Everybody hodl your coins, baby. Let's see here. Space and time. Space and time SXT. Look at that. Space and time went crazy yesterday. Crazy. And if you were in the Discord, we traded this in the Discord. It was pretty phenomenal. This move right here. Boom. Caught the wick. Shorted it. Re-entered the market. Look at that double bottom.
Right.
It's beautiful. So that's coming back up. And look at this. This is the most healthy movement in the market I've seen. It's just beautiful. Higher highs, higher lows. It's not precisely, but it's starting to uptick again. Now it looks like resistance here at 950, right? But it looks good to me. This looks good. It could potentially be like a head and shoulder. right? Maybe this is a head and shoulders. That could happen. Send it down to 7 cents, but we got it in at 6.5.
I think everything is just so uncertain right now.
I don't think so. I think I'm pretty certain that things are about to get really, really bullish here soon. This is like the buy time, right? Where everything's going down. This is the dips to be buying before alt season. You know, going down is a good thing, right? That's our opportunity for buy. This is so cool. This might be the coolest thing that I have right now. I'm actually going to take it out of the case. It's so shiny. Isn't that beautiful? Man, viewership is really bad right now. How's your viewership? I have 7 people watching. No one liking.
What do you mean we're on the same one?
Oh yeah, we're on the same one.
We're on the same one.
Oh yeah. It's one of those days. Maybe we'll just call it an early day. Nobody's watching, nobody's liking. I could go for a day off. If we don't get up to 20 people in the next couple minutes.
So?
Yeah, we'll call it a night. Roll Tide.
Okay. It's up to you.
RIP, I want to be here so bad. I'm at work. No worries, man. Thank you for the likes, guys. Thank you so much. It's all good. If it's a slow day, it's a slow day. I am always happy for a slow day because I'm like, hey, I get to cut the live early. This guy, Holler, always be trying to come into the live. What's up, Holler? I appreciate you trying to come up on the live. Should we let Holler up on the live? Actually, you know what? Holler, I'm going to let you come up. Let's talk about stuff. Send me another invite, Holler. I'm sorry. I take it back. Let's see if I can get Alexa up here. Let's have an open panel. Why not? Why not? It's a slow news day. We got the Trump thing going on. Nothing too crazy. Holler, do you want to come up on the panel? I'm sorry I dismissed you. No?
Maybe it's just Friday and everyone's off doing stuff.
I hope so. Touch grass, people.
What?
I hope so. I said touch grass.
I know,
people.
right?
Touch a little bit of grass. Get off of the goat's live and do something with your life.
I need you to approve something.
Approve something?
Mm-hmm. It says it's pending authorizations from you. Oh, don't worry about it. Just approve it. Just approve it.
Where is it coming through? TikTok?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not getting anything.
Okay. Huh. That's weird.
I see nothing. I tell you nothing. So don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to Oz the Crypto Goat on the Ledger Lounge with our fabulous Jesse. So let's do the news. I'm no longer going to be reading the news, guys. I'm just going to put it up here. Jesse's going to read the news for us.
Okay. So U.S. Fed to end oversight program for banks' crypto activities. The Federal Reserve said it would sunset programs specifically to monitor banks' digital assets activities and would integrate them back into its standard supervisory process. The Federal Reserve Board said that it would end a novel activity supervision program set up to 2023 to supervise certain activities related to crypto assets and distributed ledger technology. In a Friday notice, the Fed said it will sunset the program created in August 2023 and return to monitoring banks' novel activities through the normal supervisory process. The 2023 program said it would be risk-focused and include supervision of banks providing deposits, payments, and lending to crypto asset-related entities and fintechs. Since the board started its program to supervise certain crypto and fintech activities in banks, the board has strengthened its understanding to those activities, related risks, and bank risk management practices, said the Fed. As a result, the board is integrating that knowledge into the supervision that those activities back into the standard supervisory process and is rescinding its 2023 supervisory letter and creating the program. So that whole thing that from the Board of Governors and the Federal Reserve has been withdrawn.
Interesting.
Is what I'm getting. Yeah.
The Federal Reserve has established a novel activities supervision program to enhance the supervision of novel activities conducted by bank organizations supervised by the Federal Reserve program. So basically, the Federal Reserve is not babysitting anymore.
Yeah.
No more babysitting.
They're definitely, yeah. They're trying to let it fly like a butterfly and hope for the best.
It's kind of like the AI thing. They're just kind of let it happen.
Let's see where it goes. Except AI is a little more scary than them not, picking apart every part of crypto.
Yeah. I'm not so worried about crypto running rampant with no regulation as I am AI running around with no regulation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot more terrifying.
You know what I wonder?
Because they can... What?
I wonder what AI brings to the table as far as facilitating the speed of creating this technology. Because the developers of this technology are saying 5-10 years out from now. I'm wondering, with the progression of AI, does that accelerate that timeline?
Yes, it would have to, especially with quantum computers. I mean, who are they going to talk to? Not us. I mean, we all have to take all those things into consideration. People are like, oh, in 10 years, I don't think the world is even going to look the same.
Oh, no.
But I really don't. Yeah.
Well, 2030, the world will be unrecognizable. Completely. Like Agenda 31, right? We talked about that before. Can you pull that up real quick? Agenda 31.
Mm-hmm.
Agenda 31 is the live in the pod, eat the bugs timeline, right? That's the UBI, full control, smart cities, 15-minute cities, right? So if 2030 is their timeline, I would think 2030 is when adoption hits. Can
I know.
We have a rock
Same.
hit already and reset the world? Thank you, Hugo. Yeah, I'm ready for that. Can we just have War of the Worlds already? Can we just have total collapse of society so we can start over fresh? That's where I'm at. Like, I'm ready for it. I'm well prepared. Come at me, bro. Because, like, that's where I'm at. They talk about a great reset. How about a great restart? Okay, can we just have a restart? Can we hit the refresh button and get all of our 9 lives back? Hugo, I love you too, brother.
Everything I'm looking up for Agenda 31 says it's all a conspiracy theory.
It's not, though. Like,
but that's what they're saying.
Klaus Schwab came out. They did a piece on it in the New York Times. That, of course, they're going to say it's not real. But they have to say it without saying it, right? That's one thing. These people have to abide by certain rules. And one of the rules is they have to tell you without telling you, right? They do it all the time.
Oh, absolutely.
They do it with movies. They do it with, press releases and all kinds of different things. They say it. They tell us. And we just...
But without telling us.
Yeah, and right over our heads, like, whatever, we know what's going on.
So here's the thing. They're saying the term Agenda 31 is not referenced or connected to anything about sustainability, development, or public policy. This is just conspiracy theories created from, I guess, in misinformation.
In the words of the great Tim Pool, harumph, I say. Harumph. I am not buying that moon cheese.
Oh, I agree. And I'm not saying that what you saw isn't real, but now I'm trying to find information and they're like, oh, this is not real. This is a conspiracy theory. You don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, but then why say something so specific as it's not reference to sustainability, development, and public policy? That seems very specific to say, oh, it has nothing to do with these things. Hi, Big Baller. It's good to see you.
Big Baller.
You know what I mean?
Here. What's up, Big Baller? I got the Oakleys on.
It's not our name.
I got the
Right.
Oakleys on. My boy, what's his name? CEO Tech says I got the juice. Do I got the juice, ladies and gentlemen? Check it out. I got my midnight tag on my Pudgy Penguin. I got my midnight airdrop. Hopefully y'all got some midnight. Seamont, how you doing, brother? We got the juice over here, guys. Check it out. I got the Pudgy Penguin Midnight Juice. The Midnight Juice. Every day I'm just going to add something new to this thing. Hey, Big Baller. Check
I
this.
know, Baby Yoda gonna get jelly.
Check this out. How delicious is this? This is a hard Cardano coin. Let me see. Ooh.
Yeah, I can't see that. I'm blind. To claim midnight, do I have supposed to have Cardano in the wallet? Austin, Oz, can you see that?
If you hold like Solana, Ethereum, Cardano, XRP, basically everything we're holding, right? If you hold $100 of that, and you have to have the keys, it's got to be in your wallet, right? So if you've got a cold wallet or you've got, a digital wallet and you own the keys to your crypto, then you should be getting your midnight airdrop, baby. And if you have a Cardano wallet, get a Cardano wallet, because I'm telling you right now, they're going to be airdropping some cool stuff, and I'm going to start airdropping NFTs. I'm probably going to start airdropping GOAT NFTs. So if you haven't set up a Cardano wallet yet, make sure you do it. I have Cardano in exchange. So if it's in the exchange, it doesn't count for the airdrop. You have to have private custody of your Cardano, and it has to be at least $100 or more. Okay, and it doesn't necessarily have to be Cardano. Okay? So I actually got these Cardano coins. They were giving these out for people who hold 10,000 or more Cardano in their wallet, private custody. So I got this with my midnight airdrop. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Cardano is my baby now. After going to the conference, I'm so bullish on Cardano. Look up Agenda 21 Action Plan of the United Nations. It's been in the works for a long time. Yes, Agenda 21 was the original version of Agenda 31. And then COVID happened, they pushed everything back. And I think that it was part of the original plan, I think. And I think COVID was part of all of it. And it was the first step to it. So Agenda 21 played out. Now it's Agenda 31. It's the next step in that direction. Any wallet or a specific wallet, I'm pretty sure as long as you have custody, you should be good. But I would recommend Cardano, like a Cardano wallet, because you're going to have first priority to that midnight airdrop if you're in a Cardano wallet. See, I have a Cardano wallet for my custody, so I had first access to my airdrop. I already got my airdrop. I already got my Cardano. So get that Midnight. Midnight is going to be so valuable. Midnight is everything. Like I got my Midnight fan. I've got my Midnight mug. I'm Midnight out the game right now, okay? I even have a Midnight privacy blocker for like your laptop that you put on the laptop to it slides over your camera. Midnight is all about privacy and security, and that's the next narrative. Clinton losing was also why. I think even with Clinton winning, it was still the agenda. So
no, he's right. It's Clinton when she lost. So that's I now it understands why when Trump came back to office, he pulled us out of all these agreements. The setup was in 2021, the Great Reset was supposed to happen. The UN SDG moment was supposed to happen, but then, and they were going to try to take advantage of COVID to make these things happen, and pulling us all out of these accords and these deals and the UN and stuff was calculated. And I think he actually might have done that on purpose, because then
Cheeto?
we would have, yeah. You know how he pulled us out of the emissions and all that? So that's the climate pact and all those things. If all of these things came together, that Agenda 31 that you're talking about would happen. But they called it Agenda 21 as they thought, you know, now that we had the pandemic and everybody's on board and everybody's in, you know, the club. And then when people, you know, you had Trump leave the club, then all those things can't go into motion.
I will tell you this. The moment you leave the club, you are ostracized. And most people who are ostracized get debanked, and they end up in crypto. And that's exactly what happened to Donald Trump. Donald Trump and his family got debanked. That is why they are so into crypto. Do you know that? It came from necessity. Same with me, okay? I got kicked out of the club, all right? And here I am. I'm in crypto, but I was debanked for a different reason. So I have always made a lot of freaking money, all right? And I never had the need for credit. I'd always bought everything, paid it off, and never had any payments on anything. And then when, you know, things started getting a little crazy in the world, I was like, oh, well, maybe I need to get a loan or do something like that. And I realized I couldn't bank. I couldn't bank because I had no history. I literally had no rental history, right? I had no, I'd always like had a home, right? What's up, Justin Kelly? So, you know, I never needed a bank for anything my entire life. And then when I finally like started progressing and like making more money and like saving it and not just squandering it, because I lived a stupid lifestyle. I squandered so much money when I was younger that I could have done other things with. And at the same time, I still invested, you know, but I could have done so much better for myself. And what I realized is by not being in their system, it helped me to get out of the matrix faster. But at the same time, when I needed to use their facilities, per se, I was debanked. I had no credit. I had nothing. Why would I need credit? I was making $8,000 a week after taxes, right? What do I need a freaking bank for? To cash a check. Like, that was it. So that's what moved me into crypto at such a young age. It was my bank. The goat has gone midnight crazy. The glasses keep him in midnight mode. Yes, sir. I am all in with midnight. Okay. Not only do I hold it, okay, and it's not even available on the exchange yet, but this is the future tech right here, baby. Midnight to the max. Jesse's like, oh my God, the goat has gone full creator mode. Have I gone too gaudy? Is it too gaudy? You're muted, Revolution. You're muted.
I said, wait till you guys see his office when he's completely decorated and it's all midnight in Cardano.
You have no idea. I have midnight stuff all over the wall, cubic stuff all over the wall. My whole desk is just covered in stickers. It's
You're correct, TikTok seller. We love TikTok shop.
We love shilling. I'm not actually a shill, okay? I don't shill coins, but if I see something and I'm like, this is good, this is a new project. Now, I'm telling you right now, get the airdrop. That's free money, okay? But do you want to buy it on pre-sale? Absolutely not. We want to buy the bottom just like SXT. But Midnight is my next SXT, all right? And, ooh, baby. Ooh, baby, it's a juicy, juicy one. So juicy. And it's the talk of the town. Matt says, the real goat. Maybe I should be the penguin. The pudgy penguin. I think the pudgy penguin fits me better. I'm a little pudgy. Can you buy it on Coinbase Wallet? You cannot buy Midnight yet. You can only get it airdropped to you. It is not on the market yet. Mr. Pag says, love the glasses. Yeah, I got my Oakleys on. I got my Oakleys. These are prescription, so I can wear them indoors. The lights are bright. Everyone was like, we want you to have brighter lights on. It looks better, right? So I turned the lights on brighter, and I was like, I want sunglasses, right? And it's just better on my eyes. And it's actually better for me staring at these screens all the time. So I wear the sunglasses. I wear the blue blockers because I need to save my eyesight. My eyesight's getting so bad. Who was it in your live the other day, Jesse, the Queens of the Chain? Somebody was shilling TikTok shop products, and it was the blue blocker glasses. Was that?
Oh, she wasn't shilling them. She was trying to help us because we're looking at the screen. She didn't even give us like a.
Come on.
Okay, well, like she didn't even give us like a. There's a big difference between you saying the same name over and over and over and someone bringing something up for 5 seconds. There's a little bit of a difference there.
But I do
a little bit.
I do want to. The problem is I need prescription, and so because these are polarized, they help with the screen on my eyes. Okay, so No Limit says, is Midnight something similar to Pi? Jesse, can you look into that? I will tell you this right now. I believe Pi is its own network. Midnight operates on the Glacier network through Cardano. And Cardano is going to be massive. Cardano is the future, in my opinion. It's going to be one of the big players. Is it going to be Ripple? Maybe, but I just don't see the necessity of the native token anymore.
It says they are completely different projects. They are not the same. They serve very different purposes in the blockchain ecosystem.
There you go. So they're completely segregated. Look at. Do you own Cardano? Like this? This is the way to hold Cardano right here. Oh, it's heavy too. Ooh, it's got some weight to it. I got 2 more. These ones are special edition ones. So these ones right here, check this out. So can I open it? No, I can't. So the special edition ones don't open, but look at chicken. Is that a chicken or a phoenix? Can't get it to. There it is. Is that a chicken? That looks like a chicken to me. That is a rooster. A rooster roaster. Roaster to the moaster. Roaster, I hardly know her.
Yeah, a rooster. Thank you, Seamont.
Tis a rooster. Why Cardano? I'll tell you why Cardano. Cardano. Just kidding, we're not really frozen. That was just me holding still. Just kidding. You thought we were lagwagon. I'll tell you why Cardano. Narrative. Okay? Yes, this is SXT, baby. But we're talking about Cardano right now. Why Cardano? Cardano was the talk of the town. This is why I go to these conventions and I'm there and I'm listening and I do networking and everything that I'm doing, right? Okay? What I'm doing is I'm gathering intel. I'm gathering sentiment. And you know what I noticed? There was not one mention of Ripple or XRP whatsoever at this entire convention. Not one person brought it up. But you know what they did bring up? Was mass adoption. That was the talk of the town. And Cardano. And layer 2s. Bitcoin is no longer a meme coin, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Bitcoin has utility, speed, efficiency, and cost. It has everything that it needs to be. That is the beauty of layer 2. Layer 2, they can take the money wherever it so may be gathered, right? Whatever we choose to use. And we have chosen, the mass has chosen Bitcoin. All right, Bitcoin's slow and inefficient right now, but with layer 2 technology, everything changes. And see, these are things that I didn't quite understand about crypto until I went to these events. Because you have to understand, this was a developer conference. This was for technology beyond my comprehension. And that's why I went, because I wanted to understand. You know, because you go to the BTC conference or the XRP conference, they're not speaking about this new technology. They're talking about native tokens, right? That's what they're talking about. And I believe that native tokens are on their way out. All right? Maybe not just yet. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But if that is the case, then where's the value? It's in layer 2s, layer 3s. That's where it's at. Did Oz TA SXT? I didn't pay attention. You want a quick TA on SXT? Jesse, take it away. TA SXT for us. Where's it going?
The what?
Jesse's our
don't
TA
ask me questions.
Extraordinaire here. Can you explain
not
the
with
ADA
that.
wallet and the airdrop? I'm 5. Okay. You go. This is what I'll tell you. If you deluxe subscribe, I offer coaching for deluxe subscription. Anyone that wants to get the midnight airdrop, deluxe subscribe, and I will coach you in getting your wallet set up, and we will set you up and get you primed for that airdrop, baby. All right? That's what I will do for you. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to be getting a hold of some NFTs. I already have a few that I've minted